us about the sun, the moon, the stars, and space. That's all based on this globe idea. If that's not correct, none of it is. So it's pretty crazy when you think about it. You can debunk the globe and all of heliocentrism with a pair of binoculars on a weekend. Which is why this topic is censored. Because they don't want you speaking to people like us who are just going to go out and tell you to go to the beach and observe. They want you to think that we're talking about a disk Earth in space and whatever else. Yeah. Here's another one to make you think. Do you know what gas pressure is?
Uh, I mean, I guess, yeah, probably surface level. Just what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So the way it's defined is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of a container. Yeah. So air in a balloon, air in a tire, gas in a deodorant can, the gas in a soda can that then equalizes when you open it. These are some examples where we have gas pressure, right? It's the gas pressing on a container. Yeah? You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I said to you, I want you to give me gas pressure with no container, could you do that?
Uh, myself, I'd probably not. No.
Yeah, because the gas needs to be pressing off a container. Right? So it's called pressing against a wall, a barrier, physically. So if you went to the shop and said, hey, I want to buy some propane, but don't worry about the canister, they'd think you're crazy. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Because gas will just disperse into the available space if not contained. Yeah? So you puncture your tire, you pop a balloon, all that gas is just immediately going to spread into the available space, the lower pressure space. Yeah? It's natural law. High pressure flows to low pressure. Hot goes to cold. Entropy. Yeah? Second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Okay. So the air you breathe every day, did you know that that's a pressurized gas?
No.
Right. Well, it is. So it's about 14.7 psi at sea level, and it decreases as you go up. But it's gas pressure. So what container is that air pressing off? What do you think?
Can you repeat the last question? A lot of noise in here.
What container is that gas pressing off to be pressurized?
A globe earther would probably tell you the atmosphere or something. I don't know.
No, but the atmosphere is the gas. That's the gas pressure. What's that pressing off?
No idea.
So this
The
is the thing.
vacuum of space or some shit. I don't even know.
See, that's not a container. That's a lower pressure space. So, like the air in a bike tire, the gas would flow into that. It would disperse
Yeah.
into the available volume of space, right?
Hmm.
Which means we're not in space. We're in a container. Understand?
Yeah.
So these are the things we know. The Earth's surface is a topographical plane. It's motionless and it's contained by some means. We don't know exactly what. But we understand that it must be to have gas pressure that we breathe. Yeah? If we didn't have that, we'd all be dead. So that's a quick way to know that you don't live on a globe in space, because if you did, you'd be dead. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's interesting. I've never heard any of these things before laid out this way.
What's it making you think?
Uh, Nothing really specific. I'm just, it's just intriguing to me.
You starting to see the problem with the globe story?
Yes, like assuming all of these things are true, like it doesn't, like what they give to you to explain certain things doesn't necessarily work 100% of the time or at all even. So that's basically why I'm here. I'm trying to just kind of understand what's the other side of that, because you don't ever get the other perspective.
Yeah, you've only been told one side of the story, like we all were. If you want to hear the other side, you have to seek it out, like you're doing. So well done. I commend you for that. And yeah, this is it. It's very simple, everyday, logical, common sense things that when we think about them, completely contradict the story that we've been told about where we are. And that has big implications, right? Where we are, what we are, why we are, right? Why are we here? What is all this? Because the globe comes with a creation story. Yeah, you've heard of the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's the creation story for the globe, and it only makes balls in space. So if we know that the Earth isn't a ball in space, by consequent, it means that there's no Big Bang, which then leaves us with the question, well, then, how did all this get here? What do you think about that?
I I think my like big issue that I have with these things like flat Earth is like it's hard for me to wrap my head around the scale of like a lie that big. Because if somebody tells me like the moon landing is fake, like that's something that's more like that's something like that's easier to tackle. Like I have trouble wrapping my head around these lies that are like of a global scale. I mean, that's like a huge thing.
That's
That's
understandable. It's because by your nature you're a good person, presumably, which is why you find it hard to comprehend that anyone would ever think to do this. And that's natural, and that makes sense. But as incredulous as you might be that people could be capable of such a thing, That doesn't change the physical nature of water, doesn't change the physical nature of gas pressure.
Yeah, that's what's so intriguing about flat Earth because like these are things you can actually like. It's kind of hard to build a rocket and go to the moon in your basement, but you can like get out on a lake with a laser or something, and you can actually observe
Hmm.
these things yourself. That's what makes it more
Exactly.
interesting.
So we can speculate till the cows come home about who is doing what exactly and why, because we're not out here saying everyone is lying, right? We're not saying the teachers are lying. They're just teaching what they've been told to teach. We're not even saying everyone at NASA is lying, right? The majority of them are just doing what they consider to be honest work. They're getting told, hey, make this part. They make it. They don't see where it goes. So we're not saying that the whole, like everything is a lie. Far from it. We're saying to start critically analyzing and recognizing what is real and what is not. And you have to use your own discernment and judgment to do that. So you need to take agency, you need to be in control of your own mind instead of being blown in the wind by today's propaganda. So this is why we focus on what the world is telling us, what the physical, natural environment is telling us, rather than what some government mouthpiece is telling us.
Hmm.
Because if we want to know what the Earth is, what are we going to look to? The Earth or the government? The Earth, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we do. That's what we recommend you do. Next time you go outside on a still day, have a look around, take note of what you're observing, and ask yourself, am I on a ball hurtling at millions of miles an hour with several different vectors out of a cosmic explosion? Just do the mental exercise of forgetting everything you've been told about a globe and just asking yourself, what can you perceive and figure out?
Yeah, that's what everybody should do. Yeah, makes the most sense.
Well, you'll find like minds around here then. So, yeah, check out those resources in the server that I sent you. Research, critically think, ask questions, and come here and discuss it.
All right.
All right, good talk. You're chill. Well done.
Nice.
Someone else, feel free to add some little things to think about. Or if you want to ask questions midnight, feel free, throw them out. I'm going to go on mute for a bit so someone else pick up. Good to hear you all, by the way.
What's up? Anybody want to talk about Zeus? I got a crazy story.
Soup.
Zeus.
Never met him. Yo, yo, what's up to the best channel going right now? Clay Undersill, what's up, man? Yeah, can you guys hear me? Yo, can you hear me? What's up, display?
You mean
5 degrees above the horizon, 90 degrees at my zenith.
No, because the horizon's constantly shifting.
But we can see things
Zero
above it, can't
rotation.
we? That's the sky. And if you're going to say the horizon's constantly shifting, welcome to flat Earth.
What?
You have a geometric horizon, which by definition shouldn't move.
well, here can I just ask
No.
them real quick?
Yes.
So
Yes.
why would the Earth be flat if the moon's round?
Why would a banana be banana shaped and grape shaped? Why
Right,
are
but
things
every other
What?
planet
Sorry,
is
sorry.
round.
sorry? Why are things different? You're asking me why things
Every other planet is round.
other planet? What's a planet?
They're
Okay, so
orbiting the sun.
do you agree
Okay.
that Mars is
Oh,
round?
the Earth. Hold on. Yes, these things in the sky look spherical. Awesome. But the Earth isn't like those objects in
Why?
the sky because
What about-
when we measure the Earth, it's flat over distances of water.
What about the photos of it from the moon?
Yeah, you can't go to the moon, dude.
Well, then how come you can see the landing site through a telescope?
Really, can you?
Yeah,
You can, yes, actually, you
Don't
can.
take
Do you look
the-
through a really good telescope?
I've seen it.
Show me a picture of that.
Okay, I'll
That
send
you
it.
took. You took yourself, not from an agency.
I didn't take a photo. I just saw it, but I can
Okay.
send you an image of
Not
what I
from
saw.
Not from an agency.
Well, then I don't see what your issue is. I'm telling you what I saw, and there's images that reflect what I saw.
Yeah, images that reflect what you saw. What did you see personally through a telescope? Did you see the flag on the moon?
Yeah, I saw the shadow of it.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's there. You can see it.
Okay.
There's other landing sites that you can see. So
Okay. So I'll tell you what. I'll grant you that you've been to the moon.
I never said I
So-
have.
No, that we have been to the moon.
Yeah,
Okay? I'll grant you that. But the water on the Earth still measures horizontal.
because of how big it is.
No.
The curvature is so negligible.
Excuse me. Do you know what a rate of change of slope is? The slope intercept formula?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a deviation from horizontal at distance, right?
Mhm.
Okay, now according to the mathematics of a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, that's 79.8 inches per mile squared.
What do you mean by
Now-
a mile squared?
That's a rate of descent over distance, a deviation from horizontal.
Right, that would give a parabola.
Yeah, I know.
The Earth isn't a parabola,
I know.
so that can't be accurate.
What distance is the parabola used for? It's to distinguish a rate of change of curve from an observer over a
Right,
distance.
the rate of curve never changes.
It does. It's a curve. Yeah, it's a curve.
The slope changes, but the rate of the curve doesn't.
Okay, so there's more curve at distance, right?
Huh?
There's going to be more curvature at distance. It's going to get more curvy. It's a ball.
It's just as curvy.
Yeah, it's a ball. We don't measure curved surfaces on water.
Right, but it has gravity
Yeah,
that's attracting the water.
Yeah, which would make the water curve, but we don't measure that curvature of water over distance.
Yeah, the water curves all the time.
Yeah, but it doesn't measure curving over distance. What you're not listening to.
I don't know what you mean by that.
We're talking about bodies of water, not raindrops.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so bodies of water at rest lay horizontally. This is a utilized, practical, measured fact. Water lays horizontal.
Right, but here's what I'm saying. If you had like,
So if the water lays horizontal, where's the curvature of the Earth?
right here, let me explain something.
No, you don't need to explain. You just
No,
need to
I
ask
do
the
though.
question. No, you
Right,
don't.
because this is background information you need.
I don't need background information. I just need.
But
you
for
to
my answer, you do.
and then we can move on.
Can I give?
Oh,
Then I
for
can't
fuck's
answer your
sake.
question.
Oh, go on then.
Huh? Okay, yeah.
Go on then. If it's that important to you, fucking hell.
If you have a magnet that's in the shape of a sphere and you have something like Mercury, it's
Mhm.
going to fill the outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to
Okay.
curve like that. That's how gravity works with water. That's why that works.
That water would be curving then, wouldn't it?
Hmm?
That water would curve then, wouldn't it? we would be able to measure that curvature, wouldn't we? Do
Yeah.
we measure the curvature of water on the Earth?
You can.
How do we do that?
It would just be the same as measuring the land curvature.
Awesome stuff. So how do we measure curvature over distance? How do we do that?
There's a lot of ways to do it. You can do it by looking at a boat leaving into the
Is that a measurement?
into the horizon.
Sorry,
I'm
is that
telling
a
you how to measure it. You can measure how far that boat is and when it starts to appear to sink.
Okay, beyond what? The horizon?
Yeah. And you
Awesome.
can measure then how far it is, and then from that you can get a general idea. But again, it's not easy to get an exact number.
Well, you're going to need exact. So you think that we can measure the circumference of the Earth by looking at a boat, do you?
I can help.
Okay. And what are we looking for the boat to do?
Start to appear to go down because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but things appear to go down anyway due to perspective. Like when you
Right.
look down a corridor, looks like the ceiling's getting closer to the floor. Now you know that the ceiling actually isn't getting closer to the floor, or you're going to hit your head on the ceiling when you walk down the corridor. That's just perspective. So
Right,
that's why the boat
But
looks like
you can still
Oh,
see the ceiling and the floor.
I haven't finished.
Okay.
All right, so that's why the top of the boat looks like it's going down. Is there anything else?
How come you can't see the bottom of the boat then? Because in a corridor you can still see the top and bottom of it.
Oh, is that because it's gone beyond the horizon?
Right? Why would the bottom of it disappear and not the top of it?
Because it's gone beyond the horizon.
Right? What would cause that to happen?
Well, the horizon is the limitation, the angular limitation of view of the observer across a horizontal surface. The horizontal surface still extends beyond the horizon where the boat is, but because you can't resolve that angle anymore, that's why you've got a horizon. Anything that's on that surface past the horizon, you would lose angular acuity too. So it looks like the bottom of the boat is disappearing over the horizon.
Right, but if that were true, how come we can see the moon? Which is so much farther than that boat would be.
You're not looking across the surface here, dude. Unless you want to talk about moonrise or moonset, where you can't see the bottom of the moon. Same phenomenon there. You understand? In this instance, we're looking across the surface. The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view of that surface. Things that have gone beyond the horizon, which is the limitation of that angular view, start to disappear from the bottom up because they're also in that minimal angular view that the observer can't resolve. Do you see the image that I posted in the side chat?
I'll take a look real quick.
Cool. Well, that's a video, actually.
Oh, yeah, you've sent that.
Good. So the horizon's beyond where it should be, then you know this. The horizon for the observer at 8 foot should be 3.46 miles away. To make that simple for you, in front of the oil rigs. But the horizon's beyond the oil rigs, and the oil rigs are like 6 and 10 miles away. So
That
the
guy's
horizon,
really standing higher up, though.
yeah,
Like you can
This
tell
is
when it
definitely-
zooms out.
Yeah, it's 8 foot above the water.
But you can tell it's more than that.
It's 8 foot above the water. Would you like more videos of
Sure,
people
yeah,
putting
if-
their
if
cameras
it-
on the bench? Would you like that?
Yeah,
Just
have
gonna-
people tracked where that rig is?
Yes.
Like in maps or whatever? Okay.
Yes, they're static oil rigs. One called Platform Hill House, the other one Platform Habitat in the Bay of Santa Barbara.
Mm.
So can we have a good face conversation, or are you just going to go nutter?
No, I find it interesting.
Good. So it's 8 foot, according to the geometry of the ball, of a known radius, the observer's eye height compared to 1.225, and you multiply the two.
Mhm.
The horizon
I-
should be in front of the oil rigs at 3.4 miles away, but it's not. It's at 10.10. So you're right. We should be able to measure the things, but when we measure it, you don't measure curvature.
Right, but that still doesn't explain all the other examples of the
No, you
Earth
said we were
having
going to.
curvature.
You said that we were going to be measuring curvature. I brought up an observation where we should be able to measure curvature, and we don't measure the curvature of the Earth. If we were to use this horizon, then we would end up with a radius of 250,000 miles. You could reach up and touch the moon.
Right, but still,
Right. Still, what?
if
We can't measure curvature?
the thing was still going out, you'd still see it appear to sink.
Okay, but that's because of perspective. It's not because of the curvature of the
How
Earth.
would that work with perspective?
I just explained it to you. You weren't listening. It's angular resolution. Things that go beyond your angular resolution limit. This is depicted by the horizon. That if they're on that surface that you can't resolve, well, guess what? You're not going to be able to resolve the bottom of the object. With distance, it's going to sink. It's perspective. It's not curvature, because if it was curvature, using the methodology of measurement, then the horizon should be in front of the oryx. We shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the oryx, but the horizon is beyond the oryx.
That is one example.
Oh, sorry. Would you like more? Would you like more?
Sorry for cutting you off.
Dude, there's photos of the Earth taken from the moon.
Okay, but when we measure the surface of the Earth, the water lays horizontally. Well, there you go. So horizontal water does not mean curving water, not a ball.
That doesn't prove That doesn't prove the Earth.
It
We
proves
have photos
that
of the Earth,
the Earth is horizontal. What are you talking about?
but we have photos of the Earth.
Okay, but when we measure the Earth, it's horizontal, not curving, like the ball pictures that you think you got from the moon because you can see the flag.
Right. So we can
Measure the Earth.
we can conclude they've been to the moon, right?
Excuse me. Hello. Sorry. What are the name of those? What's the name of those?
Habitat and Hill
platforms?
House. Habitat and Hill House.
Habitat and Hill House. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Santa Barbara, California. So yeah, when we measure the surface of water, it lays horizontal. In actual fact, water is used as a leveling tool. So the surface of the Earth is horizontal then.
Right, but that still doesn't explain the photos and how there's something like a 24-hour day in Antarctica. That's what I don't get.
Sorry, I don't need to explain any of these. I can give you a measurement and a surface description. The measurement and surface description is flat. I don't need to explain things. The question is
Right,
about
but if there's a photo showing like the opposite, that I think that would warrant some sort of explanation.
I guess they show opposite. How would we conclude that those images are real? I tell you what we do is we measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's like those.
How would they fake it?
Oh my God, it's like he's never seen TV before.
I have seen TV.
Okay, so you understand. So you understand.
How do we have video of?
So you understand that
taken from the rockets?
Manipulation's been around for 150 years. You understand photographic manipulation's been around for 150 years, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, all the pictures of the Earth are fake?
Well, all of them.
So then why would they do this? Why would they lie about it?
Do you remember my answer to this question earlier?
No.
I don't know. I'm not interested in the motivation. I'm interested in the crime that's took place. Has the crime taken place? Measurably, yes. Why? I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, in a courtroom, determining motive is quite a key part of determining whether a crime has occurred and who's done it. But sure.
Yeah, we need to figure out if the crime's been committed, right? The motivation will come afterwards. But
They're not independent. They're not independent.
Yeah, but the crime would definitely have been committed, though, wouldn't it? It doesn't matter about the person's motivation. Could have been a fucking accident.
Not in every case. Not in every case. If you're trying to figure out if it was a suicide or a murder.
Okay, but something's happened, doesn't it? Someone's dead.
Yeah, but one of them is a crime. One of them isn't necessarily.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out if an event has taken. My God, an event has taken place. Right, to see if there's the motivation for it. So when we study the Earth, we figure out that water lays horizontally. I still can't answer this question about motivation. Do you know why? Because I haven't been able to interview them like they would in a courtroom.
You can determine things about people's motivations without having to interview them.
Okay.
Can I say something, if you don't mind, Jedi?
Yeah, sure, no problem, mate. What's up?
Yeah, so earlier you brought up angular resolution. I just wanted to point out that angular resolution doesn't do what you claim it to do.
What? What did I claim it can do?
So you said that angular resolution could explain why boats, we see them disappear in the horizon from the bottom up, right?
Okay, and how does it not explain that? Being as we're viewing this with our eyes and we see everything in angles.
Yeah, so rather, right, what the angular resolution does or measures is when the 2 points denoting the length of an object are going to be too close for each other for us to see them. Okay,
Yes.
so for example, if I look on the moon, I can't see the objects that are on it, like the robots or whatever, because their length is too small compared to where I am.
Yes.
For example, I'll send you an image right here in the side chat if I have problems.
No problem at all. So you understand the two factors that I explained with this. One, the limitation of view across a horizontal surface. This is an angle. The angle's too small to resolve at the horizon. So we can't see beyond the horizon, right? Good. So something that is beyond the horizon that's sitting on that surface has already entered that angle that you can't resolve.
Actually, that's not what. So if you look in the side chat, right?
You're not
Do you see it?
Good. Thanks, Ike. Yeah, I know. I know the phenomena of two lights down the road, and they look like one. Yeah, I understand that. Good.
Right. So these 2 points of light, okay, the middle of each point denotes the length of an object. When the length of an object relative to your distance from it is too small, the angle you're speaking of, the angular resolution, is going to reach a threshold, which makes it so that we cannot differentiate the object.
Yeah.
Because
so
we
you
can't see the two
differentiate the bottom
now,
of the
when it comes,
beyond the limitation of angular resolution.
Sorry.
You're saying the same thing, but you don't seem to be understanding what I'm
Now,
putting
when
down.
it comes to, sorry, please let me finish.
It's just weird. But please
Can
continue.
you please let me finish?
Yeah,
Okay,
I've just said please continue.
All right, thank you. So, when the boat is going to go forward very far away, what's going to happen as per the angular resolution? Rayleigh's criterion is that the boat is going to become smaller and smaller, and it's going to converge into one point until you can't see it anymore. So that's what angular resolution would do on a flat Earth. But now we're speaking of a different phenomenon. It's not the convergence of 2 points into one. It's a boat disappearing from bottom up.
Yeah, would you like me to show you what's happening on a flat surface? You seem to be confused. Would you like me to show you the phenomena on a flat surface of things disappearing from the bottom up because of the limited angle that the object is in?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
I know what you're speaking of, but that's not angular resolution. You understand that, right?
What speaking of? Please tell me.
I personally would like to see it no matter what. I want to see a diagram of it explaining it or an actual example of it.
You'll get about 5.
Right.
So I want to know what he meant.
No, sorry, what?
Oh, forget it. You're not listening anyway.
Give me 2
minutes, mate. Excuse me, give me 2 minutes and I'll go and get you the video explaining the phenomenon.
That's right, mate. But I get what you're saying, right? Is that the idea is that if you imagine you have a boat that's going out from the shore and it's got a light on the left-hand side of it and a light on the right, eventually you'll see in the distance the two lights converge in the way that he shows in this picture.
That's what angular resolution would yield as an experimental result.
That's different to the boat.
Yeah, but it's the same.
Exactly.
By the way,
at all about angular resolution, what he said.
He doesn't want to listen.
I found the oil rig.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
No, but it's not as far as you say.
Phenomena, but the two objects are at different distances.
Yeah. So you understand that this is not the phenomenon we're speaking of, right?
No, it is. It's the 2 points.
No. You see the top part of the boat and the bottom part of the boat converge into 1 point under the angular resolution.
Okay, what's the horizon?
That's what it should do.
What's the horizon?
Your mom.
Are you serious?
Yes, because we're looking across a surface. This isn't an object or two, my friend. This isn't two objects or one object in free space that with distance is going to appear to shrink with distance or get closer with distance.
Your mom.
Excuse me. The thing that we're talking about is a surface. We're looking across the surface, right? And how does the surface interact with the thing that's on top of the surface? With distance. The horizon is one angular acuity, but the boat has a different angular size. The boat, because it's above your eye line, majority of it, is going to start descending downwards. That's why the boat also, because the boat is below you, looks like it's going up towards the horizon. But the horizon's the limitation of your view across a horizontal surface. So when the boat goes over the horizon, it enters that angle that your eye already can't resolve. So the bottom of the boat is cut off, and the top of the boat starts going down.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have a
Seems
boat.
you
but
misunderstand what
the top
angular
of the
resolution
bottom
is,
of the
but
boat
no,
would be the same distance away from you. So why would the bottom disappear first?
exactly. Basically, if it was
Sorry, my
really a
friend-
phenomenon of angular resolution,
friend-
what should actually
friend-
happen is the
my
top of the
friend-
boat and the bottom of the boat should
can't-
converge
yeah.
into one singular
Like imagine
point.
the
That's
boat.
not what happens. Rather, the boat only disappears from bottom up.
Yeah, like
So, yeah,
imagine
your
the boat has a
explanation is
huge,
incorrect.
really tall mast on it. Wouldn't the mast disappear first? But in fact, the bottom disappears first.
Have
Exactly.
you not listened to a word I've said?
Yeah, listen to
I've
all of it.
absolutely
Let me
listened
ask-
to it,
let me
but
ask-
look,
let me ask
it
you.
seems you're misunderstanding
Sorry,
right now.
man. Seriously, I'm going to have to mute you if you keep talking through me. You're making this conversation hard. What did I say about the horizon? What is it?
Oh wait, I can't send an image.
No,
Oh,
what
yeah.
you need to do is answer the question. What is the horizon?
I said I
Did you
just made some
find it?
screenshots. Sorry.
Try again. What's the horizon?
Did I the horizon as you defined it?
What, and how did I find it?
I found
No, I'm
the
asking.
oil rig.
I'm asking. Are you asking me for the definition you gave for it?
I asked you what I said. I asked you, how did I explain the horizon?
You said something along the
Yeah, I
lines
have-
of it. The horizon is like a
me.
distance at which
Gentlemen.
objects,
Gentlemen.
the
Gonna keep talking.
angular acuity of the objects becomes so small that our eyes can't make them out.
It's quite simple, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really explain it though. Still,
Why
Yeah,
boat
look, Jedi. It
go
seems you're
over
not
the
even
horizon?
addressing
Sorry,
what we're saying.
Excuse me. Why boats that go over the horizon, which is your limited angle of view across the surface where you can't see that surface anymore, when that boat goes over that limitation of angle, the bottom of the boat is on the surface. So as it keeps sailing away beyond the horizon, the bottom of that boat is in an angle that you can't resolve. So it
Why?
looks like you
Why not
can't
the
see
top?
the bottom.
why not the top?
Because the top isn't on the surface.
My God, Jedi, look, you're
No, don't
repeating the
my
same
God
thing
me.
over and over again, right? It seems you're not even
Yeah,
addressing
you're
our
not
points.
listening. Clearly not listening.
I did listen.
This
Look,
guy.
I did listen. Do you understand?
No,
Do you understand what angular
No.
resolution should be?
no. Stop
No,
interrupting.
you don't.
This guy has just said why the top of the boat doesn't disappear first. Clearly demonstrating that he wasn't listening to what I said. Because we're talking
You
about
were
things that
listening.
are on.
Oh my God.
Why are you interrupting? We're talking about things that are on the surface. The top of the boat isn't on the surface. Now, is it?
Yeah, okay, that doesn't matter. Do you not understand
It
what we're
does
saying?
when I'm not talking to you and I'm talking to him.
Why
Jedi,
does that?
Stop interrupting.
what have I been saying?
Can
Jedi,
you stop
explain to me?
interrupting?
Okay,
Stop
sorry.
interrupting.
Are you done?
No, because you keep interrupting.
Okay, go ahead.
Every time you keep interrupting, I'm going to stop you.
No,
I was
I'm
talking
done.
to someone else.
Engage with him. Engage with him instead.
What? Because you don't want me to point out your stupidity and then help you understand it?
No.
Okay, can you just get on point, please?
Okay, let's get on point. Have you got a measurement of Earth curvature?
Okay, Jedi, are you
Every
going
time
to
he
answer
talks
my
about
question?
when you say no.
The rhetorical tricks are shit, man. You just engage with the guy.
I'm trying to, but he's not listening.
I am listening. What are you talking about?
Okay, what did I say?
What do you mean? What did I say? You want me to narrate you every word you said
Yeah,
since
can you
the
still
beginning,
man?
or what?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Can you still man my position, being as I've had to repeat it 5 times?
Yeah, it's just a trivial misunderstanding of what angular resolution is. Do you understand my explanation of what angular resolution does?
Yes. Do you
Okay, can you
understand
explain
that
it
my
to me?
rebuttal to that was the two different objects with different distances? The boat
What?
compared to the horizon? It's not the same as like two lights on a car that with distance they look the same light. It looks like a motorbike. We're talking about two different things, the horizon and the boat.
We're talking about a boat disappearing from bottom up when
Over
it's
the
going very
horizon.
far away on a supposedly
horizon.
flat surface.
Over
You
the
agree
horizon.
so far?
Explain that to you.
Do we agree so far?
Yeah, I wasn't listening.
Yeah,
You
look,
might
you're
have
gonna
noticed
have to
because I
listen
was.
if you want.
You might have noticed because I was talking.
Yeah, look, you're gonna have to listen if you want this discussion to progress. Okay.
I've explained this 6 times. You seem to want to reassert your position. I understand your argument with regards to angular resolution and the formation of one light that becomes two because of the distance between the objects and the distance between you and those lights. Yeah, I get that. But we've got 2 different lights here. One's the boat and one's the horizon. They're not the
One's the
same
bottom of the
distance.
boat, one's the top
They're
of the
not the same
boat.
distance. They're not the same distance. I say it again. They're not the same distance. The boat is further away than the horizon. Get a different
Is the
camera
bottom
angle.
of the boat
What? On the surface? Yeah.
negligibly away from the top of the boat?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay, cool. So, do you understand what I'm saying or not? If it's negligible, the distance between the top and the bottom of the boat, it should not disappear from bottom up. It should
Oh, but
converge under one point, as I was
Depends
saying, because that's what angular
the
resolution
size.
does.
Depends.
Whatever
on the
you're
size.
describing is
Excuse me.
not what angular resolution is.
Excuse
Do you
me.
understand that?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was speaking. Don't cut me off when I'm speaking, please.
What's the angle to the bottom?
Hello,
Hello?
Jedi?
What's the angle to
Yes.
the bottom?
Angle to the bottom.
Speaking.
What's the angle to the bottom?
The angle to the bottom relative to what? What are you speaking about?
The observer and the thing that he's looking at. You see in angles?
Angle relative to the observer.
Why can't you just answer the question?
Because you're not asking it
Because
clearly
there's
enough.
no clear answer to that question.
What is the observer's
Is there?
angle to the bottom of the thing that you say he should be able to see?
That depends on the distance between you and the boat.
So you don't know?
No, it's dependent
I
on
can't
things.
know.
It's dependent on things you
okay,
don't
never
know.
mind. Look,
So you don't know. So how do you know it's above the resolvable
It's
limit?
dependent of unknowns.
God.
How do you know it's above the
Okay,
resolvable limit
Never
since you
mind this
don't know
guy.
what it is?
I want to let me speak to Jedi, please.
How do you know it's
clearly
above the
didn't
resolvable limit since you don't know what it is?
So Jedi,
Hello?
as I asked you,
How do you know it's above the resolvable limit if you
Can
don't
you
even know
talk
what
to
it
Jedi?
is?
Sorry. No. A heretic's jumped in. He's raised a point that I was going to get to anyway. We might as well get there.
Isometric, can you send the image that I sent you?
Avoiding.
So you guys are going to avoid while saying
Sorry.
that we're avoiding.
It's not avoiding. I've
No.
answered.
You haven't asked a clear enough question.
It is. It is. You're avoiding him.
You've said that there's
Oh.
no reason he wouldn't be able to resolve it. Then you tell us that you don't know what the angle is.
Right.
So if you don't
There's
know what it is, you
there's
can't
unknown
know it's
factors.
above the resolvable limit, then can
Right?
you?
There's unknown
Clearly-
factors.
Clearly, you do not understand basic trigonometry. I'm not even like trying to be mean, but
Okay, what didn't I
What you
understand?
just
Why
said
didn't you
really
answer the
shows
question? You don't know what the angle is, so how do you know it's resolvable?
the angle
Because if he did
depends
know
on the
it,
distance between you and the boat. Do you understand that?
No, that's not an angle.
That's one line.
that's how
Not
you
an
find
angle?
the angle.
Only two
Well, that's
lines
fine.
for an
Are you
angle, dummy.
serious? You don't know that the angle between your vision and the top of the boat depends on your distance between you and the boat. You don't
Look,
know
it
that?
depends on, that's not the same thing as it being the distance.
What's cosine of theta? What's cosine of theta? Do
It's
you know
not the
what
same thing as it being the distance, which is what you just said.
Right,
a
but
minute
you
ago.
have to know the distance to find it.
Okay, so what is it?
What is cosine of theta?
I don't know. We
equal
have
to?
no way of knowing because we're not there to measure it.
Show me a boat that's disappeared from the bottom up.
Heretic.
You've got difference with distance. And also, the boat has to be obscured by the horizon for you to say that it's physically obstructed. It's interesting, we went straight past the observation of the horizon being at least 10 miles away when it should be at 3.
That
So
oil
it's
rig
not-
wasn't 10 miles away.
Yeah, it's not going over curvature.
Sorry, why
of the
would
Earth.
it be at 3? Can you explain that?
Because based on the radius of 3,959 miles, the equation for the height of eye of the observer to the tangent of the horizon is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, square root of 1 is 1. That gives you a geometric horizon tangent point from the eye drawn to that surface at 1.2 miles away. 6 foot observer, 2.8 miles away. In the observation that I showed earlier, for the 8 foot observer, should be 3.4 miles away. But in this
that wasn't the same oil rig. That was oil rig Holly, which is 2 miles away from the shore. It's measurably from Google Maps. You can measure that.
You have to say, Jedi.
And then you can look at the Google Street View, and it's like clearly the same area they're looking at. So
sorry, I've never looked at Platform Hollywood in my life. What are you talking about?
Platform Holly. Look it up on Google Maps and go to the Street View. You'll see it.
Did you look up Habitat and Hill House?
Yeah.
Good. Can you go and look at those ones then, please? Because those are the ones that are in the image.
Right, but those don't figure. The oil Platform Holly looks exactly the same as the other ones.
Okay.
And judging by the view from the it's the only one that you can see from the shore in the Street View image. They did a Street View image up by the shore.
Excuse me. This isn't a Street View image. This is a P1000 camera on the fucking beach.
Right, that wouldn't change perspective.
Oh my god.
Sorry. Did you watch the video?
I did.
Shut up. Did you?
You think Google doesn't have good photo? Like what I'm trying to say here.
Zoom into stuff.
Yeah, you can zoom in and see it.
Cool, awesome.
Zooming in doesn't.
What happened? Sorry, do I have a P900 camera?
You don't have to zoom in that far to see it.
Okay, do you see the video?
Yeah, they didn't have to zoom in that far.
You want me to post it again?
I saw it. They didn't have to zoom in that far. It zoomed back. It zoomed back with a wide. It had a wide-angle lens as it zoomed back, so it appeared as though it was a little bit farther than it actually was because of the wide-angle lens. But
this
you can see that it's
Platform Hollywood. This isn't Platform Hollywood.
But it is.
But it isn't
anymore.
It's the only
subjective.
It's the only oil rig you can see from that shore, and in the video, it's the only oil rig seen at that shore. So, for me, that doesn't make sense.
Do Platform Habitat and Hill House exist in that bay? Go and find that, and then come back.
But if you could see that in the video, you would also be able to see Holly.
Those two.
You'd be able to see Holly, though.
We're looking at, you disingenuous little man.
But you'd
not
be able to see
in Platform Hollywood, Habitat and Hill House. Do you want me to spell that for you?
Right, but it's a place that you'd still see in the video.
You want me to spell that for you? I'll ask you again. Do you want me to spell that for you?
No, I've already looked it up.
Good. So we're looking at those two, not the one that you mentioned.
But the one that I mentioned is the one in the video, clearly.
No.
But it is. It matches everything.
Does it really?
Nuh-uh. This is answer.
Just with the shore and everything.
You're saying that this oil rig looks
nuh-uh as well. Can you prove that it's
this identical one can be seen? And
dude, you just said no.
The perspective you showed is exactly the same as a Street View. So what I'm confused is why that wouldn't be Holly, because
it's not. It's Hill House and Habitat.
Okay, prove it.
But it isn't.
I'll just go and get the video link from the YouTuber who made the video.
Right, the YouTuber says that's what it is, but that's clearly not what it is.
Dude, Jedi, this is disingenuous on your end.
What? How is it disingenuous that I'm going to go and get the video? How's that disingenuous?
Yeah, well, what is that going to do?
How? No, fucking explain to me how that is disingenuous, you fucking idiot.
Because we've all seen it.
I'm offering to go and get the video.
Chill out, bro.
That's disingenuous.
Chill out.
Because it doesn't prove anything.
Chill out, dude. You're the only one getting so mad here.
Well, because someone's called me disingenuous for trying to go and get a video.
Chill out.
No, it's because you're saying nuh-uh to everything.
You know, if you get this angry, you're going to get a stroke, bro.
No, I'm not. Oh, for fuck's sake, what's the point of talking to you people?
But all I'm saying is if you show me a video of an orange and like it says in the video it's an apple, I can tell you it's clearly not an apple. So that's the same thing that's going on here with this oil rig.
What you can do is you can go down to this base and take the observation yourself, right?
Well, why not just look at the other observations people have made?
Okay. Like what?
Because it seems as though the
No, seriously,
person who
like
made
what?
the video.
Like
can
what?
I explain, please?
Like what?
It seems
Like
as
what?
though the person who made the video mislabeled the oil rig as the other one that's more
Really?
farther out.
Is that what happened? Is it?
Yeah, because you'd be able to
Okay.
see multiple oil rigs then.
Oh.
You can. 2 is a multiple of 1.
Right, there are multiple in that area. It's right by.
Yeah. So
Holly's
there's
right by a
2,
bunch
that's
of other ones.
multiple.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, good to go.
That doesn't mean it's that one though.
It does. That's
No,
what we're
it
fucking
doesn't.
looking at, you dumbass.
Well, then how come the map shows many more that are right within the distance?
Where? What? Which
Look
ones?
on Google Maps.
What are we
You can
supposed to
measure the
see?
distance. There's oil rigs that are much closer to shore that would make sense that you'd be able to see.
How close?
2 miles.
Within 2 miles.
Within?
Around that area, yeah. It's within the area that you should be able to see. Definitely within 3 miles.
Yeah.
Which oil rig are you saying that is?
Hollywood.
There's Holly, just called Holly. There's that, and there's.
And what's
a few
what is
others.
his position?
What do you mean?
Where is he standing?
The photographer
Yeah.
in the street view. It's on the shore.
Yeah, where on the shore? Get us all that info, because he has that. He gave all that info.
Chill.
You're just coming along after like 5 years, just saying, no, those are different rigs. It's never even been in contention.
But they are.
No, they're
clearly.
not. You're just one idiot saying that. Where's he standing?
Right, but
Show me
there's
on Google.
photos
Show
that
me on
match
Google where
it.
he's standing.
I
Yeah, I mean,
can't.
to be
I
fair,
can't do
look,
a share.
Because he did it. So why don't you do it? He
be
did
fair,
it to
look-
back up where he's looking out.
I can't send
To be fair,
images.
look, when the camera zooms out, if it's really the platform he says, he should be able to see about 6 different platforms. You can't.
Show it.
Dude, I can't send images.
That's too bad for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't send them either.
Right.
Rest in peace.
Actually, that's good for you guys. It's a nice excuse. You need all of the
I
excuses you can get.
can't.
I
No,
can't. He's upset.
Well, yeah, because I can't send images. I wish I could.
He's being disingenuous and trying to use.
Yeah, they're
an
being really
excuse to get out of
disingenuous,
it,
trying to
even though he
lie
literally
about what we're
can't.
looking at.
I can't send
He
an
literally
image.
can't.
I don't
He's
have
lying about
permission.
what we're looking at, and he's got a good excuse not to have to support his lie. So good for him.
You're claiming he's lying.
You strike me as a frustrated and angry man.
That's nice.
Might I point out a quick suggestion? Sir, instead of getting angry that you can't send the images, how about you send it in a DM to one of the mods in the room?
Okay.
Just saying.
He doesn't want to be able to actually share his shit.
Of course
his
not.
excuse is not to.
Yeah.
Could have thought of that
Well,
surely on his own.
Yeah, well.
It's just
No,
harder
he
to
has no-
lie when you have to back it up, you know?
You are such a dick.
Well,
Yeah, so
speaking
how
the truth.
well, yeah, so sir, let's see this through so we can all be assured that you know what you're talking about. And that's it. Simple.
Here, let me look back at the video real quick.
Well, why doesn't Themo Penator help you out? I mean, he came in to cheerlead your claim. You should see 6 rigs from where he's standing. He's probably known about this for as long as you've been talking about it, which is maybe like 10 minutes. And he's an expert. So why doesn't he help?
I can't
Dude,
post pic-
I'm
either.
getting it.
Oh, you didn't hear what Mick just said?
I
You're gonna
don't
go back
have
to
it.
that excuse.
Dude, relax. I'm getting
You're a
it.
cheerleader right now. Relax. The pressure's off of you right now. It's on the cheerleader. Relax.
Angry, angry man. You're also going to die of a stroke at this rate.
Oh, that's a nice deflection.
It's bad for your blood pressure to be.
Yeah, whatever you can do to get off the point. Yeah, that's a good idea.
It is bad for you though. Genuinely, I
Yeah,
can't-
just keep talking about that instead of what I said. That helps. That way, maybe the room will forget your lie, and then we can just kind of whistle past it. I definitely forgot. You talking about me having strokes made me have a stroke. I went completely off of what I was asking about. It worked. You got me.
Wait.
So, JF, who are you going to send it to? Just so that individual can be prepared.
Here, wait 1 second.
Want to send it to me? To be fair, I'm actually quite interested in this this argument. It's a new one. I have my doubts, but I'm open to it.
Okay, wait. This is taking a bit. So where was the where it said it was, just so I can cross reference, just to make sure.
You've already fucking known that.
Dude, where is it?
The fuck? Now you gotta ask me
Address.
where he's standing. You already claimed to know that by telling me what he should see, you doofus.
No, I just want to know what he claims.
Yeah,
Do you want the
you already
original
clicked
video?
yourself.
So I can contrast it, compare and
Do you want
contrast.
Do you want the original video?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 2 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Heretic. So one would think you would know all this information before sticking your nose in the ring.
Yeah, you're like, he should see these other rigs. Where's he standing, by the way?
I want to know where he claims to be standing. I want to know where he claims to be.
You already know that.
No, I don't. That's why I asked.
Then you're just placing them wherever you want to, obviously, you doofus.
So, sir, if you don't know where he's at, how do you know what to argue against? Because it sounded like you're saying, "Oh, given
I want to
this
know where he
position-"
claims to be, because I could be wrong.
You should already know that. You obviously are wrong, since you don't know where he's even saying he is.
Right, I don't know where he claims to be.
Okay, so thanks, Jedi. So how did you know to begin with that, he's in said position approximately, but if this Google Street View is in this position, close to a place that you don't even know where it is, how do you know that what he's looking at can't be what you say it is? Or can't be what it is being said that he's seeing?
Because I'd like to compare it.
So you don't know to begin with.
I'd like to confirm.
Okay, so you want to confirm something you didn't know prior.
Yeah, you're just saying no. Those should be different rigs. They're closer. They're these other ones, without knowing where he's even said to be or anything. You haven't looked at his video to try to cross-reference that with where he should be.
I don't have
Nothing.
the video.
All you're saying is the rigs must be closer. It's these other ones. Just believe me.
I don't have the video.
Yeah, I know you don't have the video. You don't even have the source for this material. Never even fucking looked at it. Don't know the first thing about it, and you're just trying to say, no, they're just other rigs that are closer. That's the extent of your reasoning.
Right, because you asked me to debunk it.
So would it be fair, sir, to say that? Oh, go ahead, Jedi.
Sorry, no, please. I just want to say, no one asked you to debunk it. I was just going to explain it to you. I didn't say debunk it. I'll just try to have a good faith argument about the observation. That's all I wanted to do. And now, half an hour later, we're talking about other oil rigs and whether we can trust this image. Oh, for fuck's sake. I've dropped the 2 videos in the chat. You go check out yourself. Sorry, mate.
No, I was just going to say, so would it be fair to say that, whatever your name is, JF, can I call you JF?
Sure, yeah.
Would it be fair to say that all along you've just been speculating that this probably couldn't be the case, given the likelihood of what you think it would be, given what you have seen in Google Street View, without ever actually investigating the crux of the argument and the actual claimed information? So it's just basically a wild guess, in other words?
Yeah.
Your cheerleaders got spooked and abandoned you.
Dude, I don't care.
All right. Well, at least we all know you're just guessing.
Yeah.
The whole point to this conversation, some guy said that is, we can measure the curvature of the Earth. Let's look at a boat and figure out why it's disappearing from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to say that it's disappearing from the bottom up when it goes beyond the horizon and you believe that the Earth is a ball, then the horizon's geometric curve based on that observer's eye height. Things are going over the hill, so the boat that's on the other side of the hill, the other side of the horizon, can't be seen by the observer because the fucking hill of the Earth is in the way. This is making a claim to where the horizon should be, to be physical and cause that obstruction. Now, the reason why we bring this observation up, and many others, is we can estimate a distance to the horizon based on objects in our field of view that we know the distance to, like the oil rigs. We're at the beach, use Google Maps, the oil rigs are 6 and 9 miles away. We look at the horizon after we zoom it in, and the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, where according to the mathematics based on the sphere, it should be in front of the objects, not behind them.
All right, here I'm getting the map up real quick. Just to match it up.
But so basically, are we bringing back that flat Earth shit again? All right, let's see it.
I mean, we're in a flat Earth room, dude. What do you think's going to happen?
Really? I think it might happen. But you can never predict. So, you know what I mean?
No, I'm sitting there shaking my head. I honestly don't.
Those kind of things, Never.
What can't we figure out?
I don't know, dude. I just have to itch my balls 1 second.
Okay. That's fun.
Wait, so where's the evidence of the flat Earth? Or you're gonna show on your screen, right?
The water. You know what water is, right?
Yeah, but how can the Earth be flat?
Because
when I drink water, it's coming down at a curvature. So that means
the glass.
Oh,
hold on, dude. Before we start rambling off, you know the glass that contained the water, right? You know that before you took a sip out of it, the water was laying horizontal on the surface. Even when you tipped your glass, the water was horizontal on the surface, right? You know this.
Bro, the friction,
you understand that, right?
My friction is creating fraction.
No, we're just talking about the surface of the water. So the surface of the water lays horizontally, right?
Yeah.
Good. Now, if 73% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water lays horizontally, the Earth can't be a curved ball.
But if I lay horizontally, it could be a different story.
I think I've just wasted my time. No problem.
No, I'm just saying. No. What? Dude, come
felt
on.
like I just wasted.
You're not even looking at my arguments. You're just saying, hey, I think
if I lay down. Excuse me, you just said if I or you lay down. That's not a rebuttal or inquest into what I said. That sounds stupid.
You can't. Wait. How can you have a motor if the Earth is flat? Think about it.
What are you talking about?
The cake is round, so therefore it has to be an equal and opposite reaction. So if you think about it, round has to be round because the booty is round. You know what I mean? But a lot of things are flat. It makes it look like it's flat, but that's just all the other ones. You know what I mean? Those are other people that are flat.
Chode, are you high, dude?
You know what I'm talking about?
No, he's low.
Chode, you sound.
I'm low off the high? Oh, that's crazy.
He's a moron.
Yeah, you sound very inebriated. Let's put it gently.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, that explains everything.
I mean, bro, you're just saying that I'm inebriated, bro.
It's just the diversion that Jay Fiard needed.
Yeah. So, Chode, which is a great name. If you heard what I said, if you heard what I said you sound high as fuck or inebriated. I could be wrong, but this is how you're coming off. So if you are, that would explain this disconnect that you're having with the room. Now, if you're not, then you're probably just dumb as fuck. I don't know what's worse.
I don't know what's worse, man. But dude, flat Earth, dude, like that's really smart, dude. So
What?
do you think that that's smart or what?
Well, I don't think you'll ever know if it is or isn't, buddy.
Yes, I will.
Joe, can you even spell
Because
the word smart?
I found out. Because this woman's inebriated. Okay?
Right.
Dude, can you even
Brace for the impact.
Man,
yes.
can you even
And basically, dude, you're flabbergasted. You're flabbergasted.
There it is.
Yeah.
Another motherfucker button. Found it.
Probably couldn't even spell the word inebriated if you wanted to. So let's get back to JF. I think he's had ample time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't control the room, but I would much more appreciate that than dealing with the chode.
Well, I muted him so you could see, yeah. I forgot where we were.
I think he was verifying the coordinates or something, the position the guy was in.
Yeah, he was just lining up the rigs.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah.
Cool.
So first of all, I find it odd that he would only zoom up onto one of the rigs and not all of them, because it appears as though some of the other ones are not in front.
You don't even know where he is, dude.
I'm watching the video.
Where is it?
I have a question.
Because I'm looking to when he zooms out.
A question for anybody in the room. If they want to answer, you can, or you don't have to. But if you had the opportunity to have a custom role for a month.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, for real. So if you had the opportunity to have a custom role for a month in here, what would it be?
I don't know.
A custard roll.
Yeah, I'm supposed to get a custom role, but I never told them anything because I don't know. I already have legendary status for my role over here.
Well, just keep that.
I know. I'm like, that's pretty good. I'm okay with that.
Keep that one.
I'm trying to find the best way to like exactly recreate the view in the video. So if I can do that, then that makes this a lot more interesting. Well, I'm not going to do that.
Well, that's the best way.
It is, but this is the second best.
I guess. I mean, half an hour later, and we're still trying to do this.
Yeah, I mean, these things can take time.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I'm actually getting somewhere. Okay.
Flat Earth isn't real.
What'd you say?
Get a
You're
better
not
mic.
real, potato.
Just get a better mic.
Man, you're feeding the trolls.
Potato?
Real good.
Yeah, I mean, you got a potato for a mic, obviously.
I mean,
I'd rather talk to P-Boy than you.
I love people.
Potato, your mic is trash. It's like,
Wait,
seriously, just shut up. Every time you open your mic, it sounds like there's a fucking rain shower, dude.
Are you fucking wanker?
Okay, here we go. You got any globe Earth proof?
No, I'm not Globe or whatever. I'm on the fence.
That's boring.
To you, it's boring. For me, it's just me not really caring. Doesn't change much, you know. I'm saying it doesn't affect my lifestyle, the shape of the Earth much.
It affected it enough that you would end up here in this chat.
Okay. That's not really a good point.
That's an effect it had.
How do you know that? Just an assumption.
Man, you're arguing with a dude who probably agrees with you.
So what?
You're saying probably, again, assuming.
Yeah,
I said I'm on the fence.
Oh, okay.
You're trying to categorize me. This is what you're doing right now. Trying to bait me into saying, oh, yeah, I actually do agree. Oh, so you're a flat earther. That's what you're going to say.
I'm sorry, I thought you said you did.
Just don't talk about
I
it. If you
didn't.
don't
You're
get
just gaslighting right now.
Just don't talk
That's like
about
a really
it.
Jewish tactic, you know. What did you say?
Oh God, okay.
I'll help you not talk about it by putting you on mute, being you don't want to talk about it. Have we figured out how far away platform fucking Hill House and Habitat is yet?
I still can't recreate the view.
JF, did you or did you not locate? JF, did you or did you not locate in the video the part where he actually outlines his coordinates?
All right, yeah, I'll go back there.
Why didn't you do all this before you made the stupid claim?
Sorry, I'm just telling you what I thought. Nothing that I'm saying is binding, all right?
You're just grasping at straws, I get it.
Yeah.
No, dude, my mind is open.
So you're guessing as stated before.
Camera placed on guardrail between cafe and restroom.
I like how this guy is trying to recreate the scenario with a Google, what is it? A Google Maps
Street
or
View.
Google Earth Street View camera, which is what, hundreds, if not, dozens of times less powerful in terms of resolution than the thing.
It's just to prove that he is where he is. To prove the validity of everything.
So how do you expect to do that?
By looking at clues at what's around, so at that point I can assume that the video is authentic.
Okay, around not necessarily just the oil rigs themselves, which require high power zoom to actually.
No, I'm talking about the surroundings.
Okay.
Looking at with the video.
So, like, I guess the beach, the shape of the shore, and
making sure everything figures,
Okay.
Because if this actually proves that you said it does, then this is pretty big.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
And it's an extraordinary claim that I think requires extraordinary evidence.
Well, you go and figure out if the cameraman's where the cameraman says that he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
He also gives you the coordinates. You can see him put the camera on the tripod. You can see all of that type of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see the shops and the pier in the background. You can isolate those on Google Earth if you want to. It'll put you on the beach. We'll get there.
Well, I think it's applying the same level of scrutiny that we apply to other video evidence.
He's applying the same sort of scrutiny that we did almost 5 years ago to the video, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. But like the hardest part, I think this is just a warm up, because the hardest part will be figuring out that it's not CGI.
I don't think it's CGI. I'm just making sure it's the same place.
Well, I will insist on you as a listener here. I will insist that you demonstrate that it's not CGI.
I don't think it's CGI.
It's all right. You don't have to listen to the anti-flat earther, dude. Peter, do better. Stop being a prick. See, the thing is, he can go and recreate this image if he had the gumption to go to this location with the camera. Can't go to space, Peter. Come on.
Hey, Peter, don't you have a bicycle to ride downhill every which way that you go?
Oh, shit, he said that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Thank you for asking. I just did. So, I just did like half an hour ago. I swear. So,
you should go back.
Anyways,
for another half hour.
Let's not overdo it.
My bad.
Maybe P-Boy knows something we don't. Something that would prove the Earth's aglow.
Maybe.
Which way is down?
Perpendicular to horizontal.
Horizontal to what?
The Earth, the horizon, the plane of the horizon.
And which way would that be?
It's called down. You just said it.
No, which way? Relative to something. Anything.
So perpendicular to horizontal, which is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that.
Okay. And you're assuming a flat Earth here, correct?
No, down is where the fucking floor is.
So you're assuming. It's a yes or no question, dude.
Get to the point, dude. You just answered it. You're asking them the same question multiple ways.
They don't like it when they get answers because they think they have gotchas and they're like, damn, it didn't work. Well, maybe I'll just try it again.
You just ask it a different way. Get to the point.
Okay. So gravity acts towards the center of mass of the Earth.
What? What's gravity?
Since when?
Gravity is the curvature of space-time. This is measurable. This is demonstratable.
There we go. 2 different types of gravity in one sentence. Well done, you. That was quick.
How is that 2 different types?
Mass attracts every other body of mass to the center of the Earth, but the actual causation is the distortion of space-time. So the mass actually isn't acting upon the mass; it's the distortion of space-time between the 2 masses.
That causes that one describes the other. They're the same thing.
Different mechanics for gravity.
No, one describes the other.
No, it doesn't.
Matter curves space-time.
Excuse me.
Which causes matter to attract matter.
Excuse me. one supersedes the other.
Sure. Okay. What's your point? They still describe each other.
Supersedes.
No, they don't
the other
because one
idiot.
supersedes it. One
Okay.
replaces
Matter
the
attracts
one-
matter, which causes.
It doesn't. As you just pointed out when you said the curvature of space-time, that's not the matter attracting
which causes matter to attract
space
matter.
now, is it?
Matter curves space-time, which causes.
Okay, so, excuse me, you're not listening to what I'm saying. The matter isn't acting upon the other body of matter over a distance. It's not attracting it. That was Newtonian.
So what is it doing then?
Excuse me. That was the Newtonian physics, mass attracting mass, that you thought was the same thing as Einsteinian physics with the bendature and warpature of space-time. The two masses aren't actually acting upon each other, as the old idea said. It's the distortion of space-time between the two of the objects that creates a gravitational wave. So two different things. But I'll agree, things go down. Okay, and what?
Down. Which way is down?
Where the fucking floor is. We answered this one earlier.
Yeah, why are you asking the same question?
Okay, you're not. Okay.
You said it was to the center of a sphere, didn't you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Have you got a measurement of that sphere so I know how far away I am from the middle of it? Guess not.
He turned his mic off. He can't even hear what we saying.
Weak.
You gotta go on Wiki. Okay, guess you gotta watch a Mutoon video, you guys. It's gonna take 20 minutes.
That's right. So JF, have you figured anything out yet?
I'm making sure the number of oil rigs matches the view. Because the one that you shouldn't be able to see, I'm just making sure because there's there's 7 that you should be able to see and 1 you shouldn't be able to see. So I'm making sure there's 8 in view just to confirm this.
What would you mean by shouldn't be able to see?
Yeah.
According to the curvature of the Earth.
The horizon is behind the oil rigs. Not about the oil rigs.
Right, but
Hey, how about this? Might I suggest, sir, why don't you share your screen and we can all walk through it? No? Okay.
All right, I'll do it.
Globers don't know what down means.
it means towards the center of the Earth.
The center? Where's that?
The core of the Earth.
Like the core of a ball?
He walked right into it, that Glober. He walked right into it.
How far away is this center of a ball? How far away is this center of a ball?
The radius of the... I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head.
Okay. How do you think we measured this radius or whatever?
Because you can measure the distance around the Earth.
Can you?
Yeah.
That's what we... So how would we do that?
Get an airplane and just keep going in one direction and you'll end up back in the same place.
Direction like east or west?
It doesn't matter.
Oh boy.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
No. Yeah, keep going in one direction and you'll end up in the same place.
So if I just keep going south, I'll end up on north, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's how did you think Christopher Columbus got to America?
Christopher Columbus.
Celestial
Oh,
navigation.
wow, I hear that in a minute.
Okay.
How do you think?
That's a bad analogy.
No, but legitimately, how?
On a boat. Not an
Right.
airplane.
You said an
Right. He went
airplane,
you're missing my point here. I'm talking about the direction he went. If the Earth was flat,
You out of your
he wouldn't have wrapped back around to go to the U.S.
Who's he?
Christopher Columbus.
He went west.
Right.
And
Yeah,
west is.
you know why he went west? Because he thought he was going to get to the other side of Asia.
Hold on.
Right,
The
but there was another landmass in
Sorry,
between.
my
that.
friends, you have a misunderstanding. We're using cardinal directions here: north, south, east, and west.
Mhm.
So east and west are circular, right?
What do you mean?
Relative, yeah.
They are circles around north.
Around north?
Yes. So that's why they called the North a pole. It's like a pole that your compasses point to. And when you travel around this thing, like there's a piece of string between you and the pole, and you go west like Columbus did. Well, if you went west enough, you end up where you started from, because east and west are circles.
Yeah.
Good.
Around the pole.
You don't need a sphere to travel in a circle, dude.
What I don't get really about everything here is
want to acknowledge
why
that.
Wait a minute. Address that point.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that further? Sorry, I don't understand what your point is there.
All right, so north is a point, like magnetic north. This is an area on the Earth, right, that your compasses point to. So east and west, the circles around that point. For example, you can put a magnet on your kitchen table and get a compass. You can point the compass to the magnet and it will face north. Choose a direction, east or west. You'll end up where you started from, because it's a circle around a point.
And how does that disprove
point is in the middle.
Spherical Earth?
Sorry, it doesn't disprove spherical Earth. I'm just pointing out to you that the surface doesn't need to be curved for you to travel in a circle. It can be flat as well.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, so that is evidence for nothing then. Got it.
Yeah, Columbus is evidence for nothing. You're absolutely
No,
right.
that's not evidence.
Correct.
That's not evidence
Correct.
against or for Earth.
You got
as
it.
you just said.
You got it. Columbus is evidence for nothing. You got it.
No. Your
So
analogy.
he went west, and he went in that same direction according to you.
He was going. Okay, sorry.
According to you, he went west, and he went in that same direction.
Yeah.
You could do that on a flat Earth as well. If he's going west, that means he's going in a circle. If you put going in a circle, basically, if you were going in a circle and you just going in one direction, which would be west, you got north, south, east, and west. So it's going in a circle around the north. So it proves nothing. You're right.
What map projection are you using for your?
We're only
model
talking
of
about
flat Earth?
directions.
No, we are. We're talking about east and west.
Directions,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So
That needs projection. We
What
just need to
projection
we
are
need
you
to
using
understand what
for your
it is.
model?
We're just understanding what north, south, east, and west are. And
So
that
what projection are
He's
you
trying to
using
move.
on the model?
He trying to move the goalpost. You brought this up, going west. You brought it up.
Yeah.
So you say he went in one direction and he came back on the other side, correct?
Yes. So I'm trying to make
Going
a
in one
point here, and I
direction.
need you
Wait
to
a
answer
minute,
this so I can make the point.
No. We're not moving on to projection because your globe projection.
No. I'm not moving. I'm not moving on. I'm asking
We
you.
want to
one
stay
thing so I
right
can make a
here.
point.
We want to stay right here.
I am staying right here.
Okay.
Answer the question.
We're
and I will
staying
go
in
right
the
to my point.
direction. No, we're staying in the direction. You already made your point.
Yes, I'm.
Your point,
Oh my god!
Your point was Christopher Columbus went
You just
west.
answer the
Wait a
question
minute.
so I can make my
your
point.
No, your point was Christopher Columbus went west.
No, I haven't made my
came
point
back
yet.
on the other side. That was your point. So we're going to stay on this particular part of the point to prove
that was
to
my
you.
point.
And I'm staying
to
on
prove
that.
to you,
I need you to answer
and
the
we're going to
question.
stay on this one part of it to prove to you
One question.
that you can also
Answer
do
one
that on the
question.
flat Earth.
Answer one question for me.
What globe projection I'm using?
Yes, that's
what
all I
flat
want.
Earth projection I'm using? We're not using any projection at all.
Okay, so what map are you using then? For
We're
this?
not using any map at all. This is not our claim. This is your claim.
So what shape do you think the Earth is?
This is your claim. We don't need no shape. The Earth is flat.
So the Earth doesn't exist. If there's no shape, then it doesn't exist.
Why wouldn't it exist?
I apologize, Killer.
Nobody said nobody said a terrestrial body didn't exist.
So what shape is
Somehow
it?
It doesn't
We're
exist.
talking, sorry, my friend. We're making a surface description. You understand that flat is a surface description and horizontal is an orientation? None of those things denote a shape.
At all.
Flat implies a line.
And then you moving the goalpost again. You said Christopher Columbus.
I'm not moving goalposts.
Went in a certain direction, and now you moving on to.
Okay. Are you using the normal? Are you using the standard flat Earth like map that has?
I'm not using anything. This is your claim.
I'm using to make a point. Can you just answer yes or no fucking question, dude?
Your claim.
God.
Your claim. I know. Let's go over it again. You made a claim that Christopher Columbus proved that the Earth was a globe because he went.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain that.
Hold on.
You keep talking over him.
Let me finish. He keep talking over me.
Any questions?
I'm just trying to go over it.
Okay, go.
Over me. I don't know why.
Go.
You made a claim. You put to Jedi, right? That Christopher Columbus went in one direction, which is west. You and Jedi agreed to that. He went in one direction and came back on the other side. So that would prove exclusively that it's a globe. Jedi responded to that. There is no further questions because you made a claim. Jedi and all the flat earthers in this room responded to that by saying that it's not exclusive to the globe because it also could be done on the flat earth.
Okay, and I am asking you this question to further probe on that point. What projection would you use for your
what?
map?
For what?
For your map.
For what? A map for what?
For your map.
What map? You didn't present a map.
The
maps
flat Earth model.
This is the reason why I'm asking.
Don't have a model.
Right.
We use maps.
That's kind of a problem then.
We use
the
maps.
problem is you don't have a model.
The globe don't have a model.
Yes, it
The
does.
globe is the model.
You don't have a model.
Yes,
The globe is the model.
and it explains
model
why
is
you have something like a 24-hour, day on in Antarctica during certain seasons. It's the reason that you have a 24-hour night. Then,
JF, go and do your homework.
Yeah, the globe don't have a model. Now we're
Because
talking
the
about.
globe is the model. Oh my lord!
We're going to keep
Yes,
to
it
your little
does.
point.
So incredulous.
Okay, we're going to keep to your point about directions. You have north, south, east, and west. Do you understand Jedi's point? Before you move on, you talk about models. So your statement when you said that it's only exclusive to a globe model that you don't have.
but
is
you
wrong,
do
right?
have it.
Don't have a model.
We use it to
Yes.
make predictions every single day.
Have
No,
you ever
you
seen a
don't.
globe before? How do you think? How do you think they
Just trying to
predict when an
just trying to,
eclipse is?
because Jedi brought something to you. I just want you to respond to it.
How do you think they
So
predict when an
recent
eclipse?
statement-
Let him talk.
Wow,
Let him
wow.
talk.
Wow,
When-
your
how do you think they
recent
predict
statement? My bad, dude. Your
Don't talk
recent
over him.
my bad. Your
Sorry.
recent statement to Jedi. This is a conversation between you two. Your
Yeah.
recent statement to him when you said it was exclusive to a globe model. That
I
you
never
have.
claimed that.
But you did. You said that's how Christopher Columbus proved that the Earth was a globe. That means that it's
Well,
exclusive to a
Yes,
globe.
he
Or
knew
is
the
it
Earth
can
was
be
round,
proof of a
so
globe?
he assumed when he traveled around the Earth through the Atlantic Ocean, he didn't know that continent was there, so he hit that instead of going to the other side.
And he went in what direction?
He went west, trying to go
Right.
east
And he
because
went in one direction, right?
yeah,
So you already conceded that he went in one direction. So you understand that he could go in a
yes,
circle,
laterally
going in
around
the-
the planet.
right? And he could go in the circle, traveling around the North Point, going west.
Okay, let me make my point here. If you assume the
therefore,
standard,
it's not exclusive. Stop trying to make another point in there.
No,
because
no,
mention
no.
one
I'm
thing?
making
You're
the
trying
same
to get
point.
away from. You're trying to get away from the
I'm making the
response by
same
making
point.
another
I'm making
point.
the same fucking point, and you're not
And
listening to me. You're talking
saying
over
that-
me right
Let me make another point here. That's what you said.
now. No, you're talking over me.
Yeah, because I'm trying to keep you on the same point. to the
I am
response.
going on the same point, and you're saying I'm not.
You're not if you're making another
I
point.
am. You don't even know what my point is. What is my point then?
Your point is that Christopher Columbus went in one direction and traveled on the other side, and that proves the globe, which means him doing that would not prove the flat Earth, which means, AKA, he proved the globe. That means it's exclusive only to the globe. That's your point.
Hey, Baby Glurf, technically
if you say anything different, it will be a different point.
Baby Glurf, technically this man is correct because you're being so sloppy with your statement.
I just let Jedi say it.
You're being very sloppy with your statement.
I guess you don't like
it.
This is just semantics.
You're not qualifying your statement correctly.
So this is just a semantics argument then.
Yeah, what?
No, it's not. It's what he said.
Can you let me make my point?
What are you talking about? I'll let Jedi explain it to you.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, how do they predict something like a solar eclipse with the flat model? Because they use the round model.
I didn't know you had a PlayStation or a video, whatever that thing in your picture.
Right?
It don't sound like Jedi.
Right? You know what I mean?
It don't sound like the guy that responded.
So, do you want to predict solar and lunar eclipses, do you?
Well, yeah, they use the round Earth model for that. So
no, they don't.
But they do.
Okay, what do they do then? What do they do to predict it?
I'm just about to tell you. So, do you know what the Saros cycle is?
No, can you explain it?
Okay, so the Saros cycle was developed over 3,000 years ago by the Babylonians and Sumerians. It was predicting or making predictions of the eclipses in the sky based upon the pattern that they observed through hundreds of years of observing them. They realized that there was a predictable pattern based on 18s or 19s or something, one of those two numbers. So we've been using the Saros cycle, and NASA still uses the Saros cycle today. Nobody makes predictions of these things. They have post-dictions because these things have already happened in this repeatable nature. There's no geometry involved in this, my friend. The only geometry is how we measure.
Except for the path of totality, though. The path of totality.
Excuse me.
Right?
Excuse me. So the only thing that we've got better at doing is the timing of the events. We can say that we have an area of totality, but we kind of get it wrong pretty much every time. Also, the time when the eclipse arrives and leaves, sometimes we're a few seconds out on that as well. But the Saros cycle has always been involved. The Saros cycle, the only geometry that's involved in that is measuring the elevation angles to stars.
And I quickly
Okay, I've looked this up right now, and this is based off of the globe model.
No,
this is based off of orbits. Yes, it is.
The Babylonians, 3,000 years ago, was there a globe model then?
I don't know.
They didn't predict the area of totality. They didn't predict the area of totality, though.
Yes, it is relevant because it was 3,000 years ago before the globe model was introduced. The globe model was only introduced about 250 years ago.
That's just not true.
Right, it's before they discovered that
That is true. The Saros cycle, go look it up.
Another thing, they never predicted the area of totality.
I didn't say that they did. I said that we've got better over time, but there's no geometry in this apart from measuring the elevation angle of the stars and the moon, because that's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
You know who Eratosthenes is?
Yes, I know who Eratosthenes is. Yes.
Boy.
What I don't get is
when did he live?
Talking to some amateurs now.
2,000 years ago, 2,500.
Okay, you claimed the Earth model was 250 years ago.
Yes,
Eratosthenes was measuring the radius of the Earth 2,000 years ago.
Excuse me. You know who Huygens, Kepler, Copernicus are?
Can you explain?
Yeah, so Huygens, Kepler, and Copernicus, they're the guys that came up with the model of the things in the sky. That's originally where the model comes from.
No,
so yeah, we have. Hold on, I'll finish. We have ideas from the ancient past, if Eratosthenes even existed, but we say that he did. Yeah, we got people who thought that the Earth was a ball, but to model these things using the measurements, that didn't come around until 250 years ago. Huygens, Kepler, Copernicus, these guys.
Do you know what a model is?
Well, yeah, you don't have one.
No, we do.
No, you don't. You have a mathematical extrapolation taken from flat Earth angle measurements. You don't have a model. You don't have a science. That's correct.
Can you just give me the definition of a model?
It depends what type of model you're talking about. Are you talking about a scientific model?
Yeah, scientific model.
Awesome stuff. Have you got a scientific model?
Yeah. That's how we make predictions about
So you're using a
literally
scientific
everything we
method
look
then.
at in space.
Sorry.
So you're using a scientific method then.
Yeah.
So your model is made up from scientific experiments and made up of scientific theories then.
Yeah.
Oh, well, give me the scientific theory then.
The theory?
Yeah. You say you have a scientific model.
The model is the Earth. You just say
Is
no
it
to
a
that.
scientific model or not? If it's a scientific model, that means it's validated with a scientific theory, which is also validated with a hypothesis test using a scientific method. Do you have that?
Yes, people
would
do
shut
it
this whole
all
conversation
the
down if you
time,
shut it down.
every single day.
Awesome stuff. You know the
awesome.
size of
Please show us. Please present this scientific evidence.
Yeah.
The fact
Starting with
we
the
just
dependable
went over
variable.
this, and you said nuh-uh to
Starting with the
the
dependable
solar
variable.
eclipses.
Starting with the dependable variable, if you know what that is.
You just said nuh-uh to solar eclipses. We've just been over this, and you already denied it. So it doesn't. There's no.
No,
Deny
he hasn't denied it. He hasn't denied it. He's trying to point out to you that you don't have a model. You think that you do, but you don't. You definitely don't have a scientific model. If you
Okay,
have
so if we don't have a model, do you have a model?
For fuck's sake. No, we're not playing.
You don't know he in the category error.
Yeah. Scientific models for geometric claims. Okay, if you think that's going to happen.
So,
Okay, let's say.
I'll tell you what. Let's start
we
about
don't have
the
a model.
origins of your. Let's start with the origins of your model. How is your model?
Here, I'm giving you this for a second. Let's say we don't have a model. What do you propose?
Whatever we're going to do, if we're going to model something, we're going to have to take some measurements, aren't we?
Yeah.
Good. So first measurement we're going to be doing is the Earth. Well, that measures flat, and we can measure the angles of the stars in the sky.
How do you measure it flat?
Water.
Water is perpendicular to the Earth's curvature. It could. Water just acts in the direction of gravity, which you already say no.
Oh, really? Perpendicular to the curve?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
really.
Using what measurements?
My God.
Sorry, it's not my God.
Oh my God! Your God is measurement.
We've already been over this.
No, we haven't. This is a totally different conversation.
Gravity? No, we went over this very recently.
Gravity is taking a measurement.
My friend, we've just conceded that whatever we're going to do, we're going to be making measurements. You've just asserted that vertical goes into the center of the radius and is a tangent to a curved surface at a perpendicular. Have you got a measurement of that curved surface to make your model?
I don't, but other people do.
Okay, so the other people, how did they measure the surface of the Earth to be curving?
I just told you, Aristosthenes.
Sorry, say that again. Aristosthenes. What did Aristosthenes do?
Yeah, how you do it?
So, I mean, you're going to get to a flat Earth measurement at the end of this conversation.
Okay, sure.
Cool.
Sorry.
So what did Aristosthenes do?
My brain is just actively melting because you just.
Then fuck off.
You just say nuh-uh to everything I say.
No, actually,
actually, we agree with you. Yeah, we gonna use measurements. What did he do?
Literally agreeing with you, trying to have the conversation.
No, because every time I go in detail, you say nuh-uh. And when I speak vaguely, you say
nuh-uh.
You kind of proved
no one said nuh-uh. No one has said nuh-uh.
Yes, you directly said
no. We did. We asked you, can you show us? That's what we asked you. Can you show us? That's what we asked you, actually. We didn't say no to your scientific globe. We didn't say no to your measurements. We asked you, can you show us?
Show you what? Specifically.
How? What did Aristosthenes do?
What is the method?
The method
you should be able to demonstrate it.
Yeah, what did he do?
Okay, so here's a very simplified explanation. In two different locations, far apart, you take two sticks. One of them is directly pointing at the sun, so there's no shadow, and at the same time, there's a shadow on the other one because it is at a different angle.
Oh. At an angle.
Okay. So there's no curvature in here at the moment, dude. You're just standing underneath a light source, and then you're not standing underneath the light source, and you're measuring two angles.
In both versions, they're pointing
I
straight
thought it was our turn to
perpendicular
talk.
up.
It seems like P-Boy only want to talk when we talk.
Yeah, it's really weird.
That's just not true, first of all.
Oh, excuse me. So you haven't showed us how you've measured curvature. What you've got is 3 points on the triangle and measured angles. 3 points on those triangle. Yes. The sun.
No,
in the sky.
you're misunderstanding.
Oh, now who's saying no?
No, you're misunderstanding. That's what I'm saying. Okay. All right.
So you haven't said anything apart from this. You got 3 points on the triangle because you've measured angle. The sun, the well underneath the sun where there's no shadow, and somewhere that's not underneath the sun, there's a shadow. That's a stick. That's 3 points on your triangle. The sun, the well, and the stick. Because the stick isn't directly underneath the sun, it's casting a shadow, and you can measure the angle. It's a key word in this. You can measure the angle. Now you've given us 3 points along a triangle. Triangles have three straight sides. That means the distance between the well and the stick, that's 500 stades. That's a straight side of your triangle, isn't it?
No, because one of the sticks is at an angle relative to the other one because of the Earth's curvature.
Because of the Earth's curvature. You're supposed to be measuring curvature, not begging the fucking question that it's existing.
Right.
How's
You can't assume the Earth is a curve before you take the measurement.
Well, okay.
What other assumptions did Aristophanes make? One that the surface.
Do you assume that I have a pair of testicles?
Dude, I'm asking you about the argument that you brought up. There are two assumptions within what Aristophanes.
Begging the question. Begging the question.
I'm just going to point it out to you. One, he thinks he's on a curved surface, so begging the question. Is there anything to do with the light rays that he made an assumption about? Can you remember?
Travel straight, I guess.
Yeah, they're all parallel to each other, right?
Sure, yeah.
Cool. So these are assumptions. What did he actually measure? An angle between three straight sides. No curvature. He's measured no curvature.
Okay, then why is there a shadow?
Why is there a shadow? Because, all right, dude, if you stand underneath a light, you're not going to cast any shadow, are you?
No.
If you walk away from that light, you're going to start watching your shadow increased in front of you.
Okay, but relative distance, you're not moving.
Right.
You understand that, right?
Right.
You understand that.
You never just been behind.
Hold on. 500 steps away, not underneath the sun, there was a shadow. Well, yeah, he walked.
You know how far the sun is?
No. Do you?
93 million miles.
You like moving the goalposts, don't you?
He does, doesn't he?
No, that's relevant to the experiment because that is such a minuscule difference.
But
it does not
well, you should show the difference then. They're like, this is your claim. You kind of like moving on to another subject.
No, you're saying I'm shifting the goalposts when I'm trying to explain something.
Because he's explaining the angle measurement that you brought up.
Yes, and I'm saying the fact that you think it's like that is not like relevant because of how far the sun is.
No, it's not what we think. That's how it's done.
Sorry. Aristophanes, did he know the distance to the sun?
No.
No, that's right.
So it's irrelevant,
didn't he? He had to make an assumption, didn't he? That the light rays from the sun are coming in parallel. Even though we can measure
that angle to measure the distance.
Excuse me, still talking.
Okay.
Even though we're just measuring an angle to it. So this is the thing that Aristophanes did. He imagined that the Earth was a ball, and he was standing on the outside of that ball that can be represented by a protractor. The sticks were converging into the radial point of the Earth. To sun's light, well, that was parallel, which caused the shadow on the stick. His measurement was angles, dude. He's measured no curvature. He's made assumptions about the spherical nature of the Earth and the light rays from the sun. Now, we can do this on a flat Earth. You do this every single day when you walk out from underneath a light source. And then you can turn around and measure the elevation angle up to that light source. Like the sun. It's the same fucking thing. It's not a proof of curvature, dude. There's too many assumptions. The measurement that he took is going to require 3 straight lines, though.
Okay. Sorry, but I do have to go. Good talk.
Bye.
So no response to that.
No, because I have to go.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
Okay, sorry that I have to go eat dinner.
So no.
Okay, bye.
My bad.
No.
Listen, his mom's calling him to dinner. Let him go.
Yeah, let him go. Tell her the Murph is flat.
It's mac and cheese tonight.
Talk about Aaron Toss.
All right.
Nuh-uh.
Nice character attack.
Just go. You got dinner.
Yeah, well, you said the debate's over. You gotta go. I hope we can talk shit about you.
Okay. Well, hope you guys get better.
Who's getting cold, man?
So JF, are you ready yet? Oh, he fucking left.
Oh, that was his friend. Yeah, he told him to go.
They're having a sleepover tonight, maybe.
We gonna wreck some flat earthers. Holy shit, these guys are smart.
Fuck, man, I was hoping for those those confirmed coordinates. You know, God damn it.
Yeah, from Christopher Columbus in a plane.
You know, for a while I was getting confused because P-Boy and JF, like, they kind of sounded the same. So just by listening, I was like, JF, like, you're jumping again, bro. Like, you know. But then I looked; it's a totally other person. I was like,
yeah, I did something.
Okay. Dang it.
Yeah, he went all the way to Aaron Tosley from Christopher Columbus. I like, once he said that, I said, oh no. We talking to a youngin. I ain't hear that one in a long time.
What, Aristosthenes?
Christopher Columbus.
Oh, Christopher Columbus, yeah.
In a plane, I never heard that at all.
Guess we learn something new every day.
I swear he was about to say correlations when he said he had scientific studies. I swear he's about to say we had data and statistics and correlated statistics in our scientific study. I wanted to wait for him to say it, but Jedi jumped on him right away. It's just got rid of the whole scientific thing.
People say trigger words to me and I jump up to attention straight away. Got a few people in the chat. It's good to see you all. Welcome. If anybody's got any questions about the flat earth, please unmute yourself and feel free to do so. If you want to defend your position that the earth is a ball, then that wouldn't be a problem at all. But please unmute yourself. The last conversation's ended, so we'd like a new one. Loads of people in the chat. Give a shout out to Elijah, Big Daddy Flurf. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're keeping well. Gemsy's in the house. What's up, Gemsy? We've got somebody called Hawk Jungle. What's up, Hawk? How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Heretics around. Kembo's about. What's up, Kembo? Mick, we've heard Mick as well. What's up, man? Good to see you. Morvis is in the house. Myth is here. Peter's here. He's unmuted. Papa Bone. What's up, Papa Bone? Hello.
What's up, Jedi? What's up, OG? How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. Just, listening.
Good stuff.
Hey.
Man.
Hey, guys.
Hey. How are you?
Ichigo.
We have Vitali at the bottom of the server. Let's look at the names that I don't recognise. Shaggy, I think you might have spoken before. Runzis. Runzis.
And Dan just showed up.
No, what's up, my friend? How are you? Welcome everybody to the channel, Flat Earth 2024. Sounds stupid, right? So please unmute yourselves and troll us. That'd be great.
That's a good trap.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
And I heard car blinkers going on. I could swore it was crypto in the house.
Nah, it's me, bro. I'm actually Ubering while talking about Flat Earth at the same time.
All good. All good. Just because crypto comes in here the last few times, and he's been driving too, and all people. Like, oh shit!
That's good shit.
All good.
When I woke up this morning, I had a thought about Flat Earth, and it's like, that shit makes no sense.
Go on, Ntwanga. What thought did you have?
Well, you know how would you have like a sun just circling around the Earth like on the top for no reason, like on the top, like that wouldn't, it doesn't make sense, you know?
It depends on what the sun is, right?
Well, I mean, either way, you can't have like a ball just just rotating around above us. It doesn't make any sense physically.
Okay.
That will be because you might be missing certain variables of the mechanisms that operates the heavens above, and that will be okay to not know that kind of stuff, because some people might tell you and draw you.
Well, I have a basic understanding of physics.
Yeah, but when you say physics, you imagine that you're talking about the sun being a fireball and doing all these things that you imagine it to be, but you cannot demonstrate or verify it. And you think that's the physics that you think makes sense. But in reality, it's complete nonsense, where you actually thinking that makes sense. You're thinking that nonsense makes sense. And just because you don't comprehend the mechanisms in place of the heavenly body, you think it doesn't make sense.
Is that what you think?
You said that doesn't make sense exactly, because it's a wonder, it's an unknown. That's why
I know, but I can know how physics works right here in my house, like, right? And so when I apply how physics works, huh?
Hey, Genzi, do you believe in flat Earths?
Your house is not the celestial bodies, so your house.
Yeah. What?
Answer the question,
why?
buddy.
Well, that makes an assumption. That's an additional assumption that you're making.
Your house in a horizontal frame of reference makes sense, right? Water level, horizontal. You use a water level to establish the first brick.
Right. Why wouldn't I apply what happens here?
That makes sense, right? But then the globe that you're trying to portray doesn't make sense, because it goes against all the senses.
There's no way this guy's an actual flat earther. I've never seen an actual flat earther in person.
Wow, you're weird. You got anything better?
Does this guy really believe that the Earth is flat?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him and be polite? His name's Gemsy.
And he believes that the Earth is flat?
Like I've told you, maybe you should ask him. I've given you his name.
If he unmuted his damn mic, I asked him 12 times.
The thing is that you jump in the middle of a conversation. We were trying to.
I don't care, bro. It's a flat Earth, flat or not. Like, goddamn. Yes or no?
It measured, right? It's a horizontal frame of reference, right? So the waters don't curve. So as a description, the flatness of it with a tolerance, because we have topography, right? But there is no curvature, so it is flat because there's no curvature.
Okay, so how come when you look in the sky, you see goddamn round stars? Because if we looked in the sky and the stars were flat, which were other planets, then wouldn't we see the flat sides of them too? That as lines?
Also, when I look at the sky, I see birds, and I know we're not standing in a bird.
Space is fake, dude.
Space is fake?
That would be the preconceived idea.
So what's up, bro? What's up in the sky? What is it?
You're observing the phenomena of the sky, and you're saying that you see the phenomena, therefore you're standing on the phenomena that you're observing.
Dude, that makes no sense.
It does.
Except that's what he's saying. Go ahead.
I didn't hear him. Can you repeat that? Actually.
You said it didn't make sense. Now you're saying that you didn't hear him. Which one of those two, David?
He said another point after I said that, and I did not hear it at all.
Okay. Jamesy, just repeat your point, mate. He's got a problem hearing.
Thank you.
No, he said when he looks at the sky and he sees the phenomena of the heavenly bodies, he says, they have a certain shape, therefore what I'm standing on, it has a certain shape. Because
no, I did not say that. I said when you look up in the sky, how come you don't see lines that are bright, which would be the sides of flat planets?
Why? Sorry. No one's making the claim that planets, those things in the sky, are flat. Where'd you get that from?
Because if the Earth is flat, then all other planets would have to be flat too. Why would one planet just be flat?
No. The Earth's not a planet. Now, those things in the sky...
Wait, hold on. So the Earth's not a planet now?
Yeah, it's really hard to get a word out of you.
Explain to them that space is fake first.
Let's distinguish the planet thing first. So those things in the sky, they're spheres that move, correct?
No, those are planets.
Yeah, they're spheres that move.
Or stars.
Yeah, whatever. but the Earth...
No, it's not whatever. It's a big difference. It's not things in the sky. They're either planets or stars.
I get it. Still spheres in the sky, right? Whether it's a planet or a star, still a sphere. And it
depends on shape, but yes.
Yeah, good. So when we measure the Earth, we don't measure the surface curving. We don't measure any movement to the Earth. So measurably, the Earth isn't like those things in the sky.
No, I disagree because there's been so many like experiments done on planet Earth that we've seen. Like, have you seen like that one video where they did the light into the hole and it didn't line up? That was because of the actual curvature of the Earth. Like, there's so much proof, dude.
Really? What curvature rate did they measure with this?
Okay, so this guy's argument is when you look out in the water and it's flat, you have to understand that the Earth is so large. Of course, you're not going to see the bending of the Earth.
Really? Why can't I see the boat?
Really.
When this boat sails away, why can't I see the bottom of the boat?
Because it's not that long, dude. It's not that short to where you would see the curvature. The Earth is huge, my guy.
Okay, so when the boat goes over the horizon, it's not being obstructed by the curvature of the Earth?
No, it's just being obstructed by your vision because you can't see that far.
Okay, cool. As long as we agree on that isn't the curvature.
I can't hear him. Hold on.
As long as we agree that it's not the curvature of the Earth obstructing our view of things at distance. Yeah, we agree to that point.
It's not because it's so long. Yeah, we can agree on that 100%.
Cool, awesome stuff.
I still believe that the Earth is curved. It's just that the ocean is so long that the whole argument of seeing the water bend just doesn't make sense.
Okay, you understand that there's a curvature rate on the radius of 3,959 miles, right? Between point A and point B would have descended from the horizontal.
Yeah, but it's not enough to see. It's not that big enough of a difference to see.
Could we measure?
That's why we don't see curvature unless you're in like a plane.
Could we measure it? Sorry, what was that about being in a plane?
Yeah, sure. So in a plane, you can see the curvature of the Earth too, 100%.
Okay, is that the horizon?
No, that's the curvature of the Earth.
Depicted in what? Where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky?
Wait, say that again? My bad.
Where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Yeah, I'd assume it's that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fucking horizon, you idiot.
Okay, so would the horizon be bending then, according to you?
No, it's just a circle of 360 degrees around the observer.
Okay, so I'm genuinely curious.
Even on a sphere at an altitude of 32,000 feet, the horizon just appears as a circle 360 degrees around the observer. It wouldn't and shouldn't curve.
So, according to you, if that's possible, then how do we have seasons? And also, what do you think the Earth looks like? I'm curious. No, I'm genuinely curious because the sun, as the Earth rotates, would have to create different seasons.
Okay. So the sun moves throughout the year. You can probably notice this by its angle above the horizon in the summer and the winter.
What about revolution of planets around the sun?
What about them? That's got nothing to do with the Earth.
What do you mean? Yeah, it does, because that's how you get seasons. The Earth revolves around the sun.
Yeah, that's within your model, and it's due to the angular tilt. I've just pointed out that all you observe is an
angular tilt is a tilt of a sphere.
Sorry, my friend, he's talking through me. It's getting really, really intolerable. Trying to talk.
Boo-hoo, man. You do the same
through
thing.
Me. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Now,
shut the fuck up. I don't take no disrespect from you. Fucking flat earther. Go ahead. If you're gonna talk.
Sorry, what did you say? What did you say, David? You cut out.
I said go ahead.
Okay, so seasons, that's because of the movement of the sun. Throughout the year, you'll notice this by measuring its angular declination from summer to winter. It appears closer to the horizon in the winter and higher in the sky in the summer.
Okay, so how is that making sense? Because if the sun would go around the Earth, right? Then wouldn't the sun be getting closer to the Earth, according to you? How does the sun revolve around a smaller mass?
Sorry, what do you mean?
The Earth goes around the sun because it's a smaller mass. The sun can't go around the Earth.
It's bigger than the Earth.
No, you just said that the sun revolves around the Earth. How would the sun revolve around the Earth? I'm asking you.
How? I don't know. We just observe it.
No, you just said that you observe it. How does the sun revolve around the Earth, according to your argument?
Excuse me. I've answered this. You wasn't listening. I don't know.
Didn't.
Excuse me. I'll answer it again. I'll use different words this time. See if you understand.
Go ahead.
I don't know the mechanism that makes the sun move. I could just observe the sun move throughout the day and throughout
mechanism?
the year. Yeah, mechanism. I don't know what moves the sun.
Do you have any theory on that?
No, I don't know what the sun is.
So then why should I believe that?
Because the Earth measures flat.
The sun does not revolve around a smaller planet. It's impossible.
Sorry.
You understand that, right?
Sorry. When did I say Sorry, my friend. When did I say the Earth was a planet?
Does the sun revolve around the Earth to you? It doesn't matter what it is. If it's smaller, hold on. If it's smaller than the sun, excuse me, I'm talking. If the sun is small, excuse me, I'm talking. If the sun is smaller than the Earth,
okay, well done.
Then it would not be able to rotate around it. It doesn't matter what the Earth would be.
What? Because of the size of the sun?
No, because of the size of the Earth, and this Earth doesn't have enough gravitation around it and gravity for the sun to be rotating around it.
Okay.
And now you're interrupting me, but I thought you just had a period about when I interrupted you.
You keep saying stupid things. No, gravity doesn't affect the sun.
Okay, go ahead.
Gravity doesn't affect the sun-Earth relationship. What's gravity?
Gravity is what pulls things in.
Okay, have you got a scientific experiment that proves that?
Huh?
Have you, or do you know of, a scientific experiment
Jumping.
that proves the claim that you just made?
Jumping.
No, that's the phenomenon.
Yeah, I'm heavy in the Earth, and I get pulled down to the Earth because of its gravitational mass.
Okay. I'll try and help you. I'll try and help you. So
go ahead.
When you jump, that's just a phenomena, isn't it? You jumping up and down?
It's not.
It is.
Okay, so how is everything a phenomenon? When you don't know the answer to something, do you call it a phenomenon?
Excuse me. No, we're doing science.
Answer my question.
No, we're doing science here. You've made a claim to a cause and effect relationship. Gravity causes you to come back down after you've jumped up. Within the scientific method, you need two variables, dependent and independent.
That's cool. The gravity of the Earth pulls you down, not gravity itself.
Shut the fuck up. So
shut up.
The phenomena is you jumping. Your cause of the phenomena is gravity, correct?
No, it's the Earth. It's the Earth's gravity.
So the Earth's gravity. So gravity then. Stop being an idiot.
Nope, that's different. If it was just gravity, then it wouldn't have the Earth involved. You're trying to single that out. The Earth is included because it's the Earth's gravity that's pulling me down.
You think you are jumping up and down from?
What do you mean?
You're on the Earth when you do this, right? So the Earth's gravity. Didn't really need to mention the Earth's gravity, being it's gravity that makes you come back down to the Earth that you were standing on.
Yeah, but I do need to mention it's the Earth's gravity because the Earth is what's pulling me down because of its weight in the planet. Excuse me, I'm talking, mate.
You're not going to be talking much.
Thank you. I'm talking, but you guys don't stop me now, right? Mate. Okay.
Shut up, David. You don't get to talk here anymore. Well, I'm trying to point out to you that if you're making a claim... Oh, he's fucked off. Bye.
I knew he was going to...
Yeah, maybe Callie had something to say since he was interrupting you guys' conversation the whole time.
My bad, I know.
Callie L.
Oh, man. Did he leave?
No, I'm right here.
My bad, Callie. I thought you were trying to help him out or something.
I just find it kind of hilarious that they kind of resort to what is the term you'd use?
Childish tactics,
Semantics.
childish behavior.
Yeah, like egotistic, like targeting somebody else instead of the argument. Yeah.
Fallacious reasoning.
Yeah. Lack of logic and yelling.
Great job as usual, Jedi.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. My patience has been tested this evening.
I see. I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm talking, mate.
I like it when they mock my accent. That's hilarious.
Oh, he was mocking you. Oh, he's a prick. I thought he really got mad.
I'm surprised he lasted that long with Jedi.
Made a few people quit today.
I mean, honestly, he one been cutting Jedi off the whole time. So,
Triggered.
he getting angry because it's Jedi's turn to talk.
He's saying stupid shit, and he's getting called out on it, and he's starting to panic and spiral.
Hey, like what? I noticed that. Don't you notice that whenever it's the flat earthers' turn to talk, they get angry and say they're getting cut off?
Yep.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Don't let you bring it up first. They'll project it right onto you as soon as you say it.
Yeah, now go. Yeah, so the Earth is measured. Yeah, and excuse me, I'm talking. Actually, you cutting me off. No, you cutting me off. You're so rude.
He was waiting for the other person to speak, and he was like, "Yeah, go ahead, yeah, go ahead."
And they be quiet too and wait for you to talk. Soon like at the end of the point, you about to make the point. Yeah, so excuse me.
I used to think it was
Go ahead,
unintentional.
like I need.
I
No,
used to
it's
think
like
it was.
he's giving you permission to speak. He's the one letting you speak in your house while he's putting his boots on the table, on the dinner table.
That too.
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding that sentence he put in chat. I think it's a question.
So you still haven't figured out what gravity is? We're referencing something, right? So we're referencing this flat Earth geometry. That would be vertical, plumb. You know, ever heard of it? That's perpendicular to horizontal. Did that just go in one ear and out the other? I bet it did. David, you're trying to prove a flat Earth, and we got it covered. Just sit back, stop spiraling, it's okay.
Oh, is he back in the chat?
I hope so. Oh, he's chat skanking.
Usually what happens. He left the VC so he wouldn't hear us so he could chat skank.
I was gonna say it's like when you get beat up in that street fight and you go home to your girlfriend and like, yeah, I'm gonna see him again. You just tell her about it, what happened, your version of it, and then you come back. How did David start out? Did he ask some questions or did he just interrupt us? I'm just asking for myself.
I think he started out triggered.
There was two people, myself and someone else, talking and replying to conversations, and he just jumped in the middle. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I figured. It's just I knew as soon as I got here exactly what type of conversation it was going to be here, and I was only here for a minute.
Very educational.
It's like you can hear it in their voice sometimes as soon as you start speaking to them.
He's telling me it's a force that pulls two objects toward each other. Where have I heard that before?
Every day in this channel because people don't understand what the current scientific retrogravity is.
I mean, I was amazed by magnets when I went to school because I really wanted to understand why I was learning what I was learning and how it was true. So when other objects didn't do that, I just knew. I got on a plane, I just knew. Oh.
Hey, Heretic, since it's quiet, maybe you and I can have a little back and forth.
What do you need?
So, I know you're like in the chat, you're talking about gravity. I was thinking, not directly related to gravity, but if you were in just indulge me in this line of inquiry. If you were in a dark room, let's say, a large room, you don't see the walls, but there's a little, let's say, light bulb above your head. Could you establish the horizontal plane of reference?
If there's what? Sorry, what?
How would you establish a horizontal plane of reference?
I would drop a plumb bob and then I would measure an angle to a light in my room.
No. That light was just so you could see. Disregard the light. How would you? So you would establish the horizontal plane of reference by using a plumb bob?
No, I'm just being an idiot.
Okay. How would you do it?
I wouldn't.
It's not doable?
I just said I wouldn't.
No. It was a figure of speech. Is it doable? Could a human being?
Establish level?
Yeah.
Pretty sure they do that all the time, don't they?
Right.
Using levels, leveling instruments.
Yeah, so how does that, since we talk about, cause and effect a lot here, how does that occur?
I don't know. I'm not really interested in the line of questioning.
Oh, okay.
I'll put something to you, Peter, really fast. Have you ever seen those documentaries?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen those documentaries or those stories about the guys who were stuck in the snow and they figured out that they were upside down or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, is that what you're trying to ask about? Establishing level when you have no direction. You don't know what direction you're facing, or like that's why you said the dark room. Maybe.
I mean, it's somewhat, not necessarily. My father told me similar stories from aviation. Then you can get the name for it is spatial disorientation. You can actually, when you fly an airplane, you can actually not be sure if you're upside down. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Right.
It sounds ridiculous, but
yeah. No. Right. Like before the gyros and stuff. Yeah. I know what you mean.
Spiraling. Yeah. Pilots swear by it that it's true, but it sounds counterintuitive. But that's what they say.
Oh, I see. I wouldn't know. I see what you're saying, though.
People have died because of this.
Have that disequilibrium.
Yeah, right.
So that's why, in normal flying conditions, you don't get lost as to whether or not you're upside down or not.
Yeah, and otherwise you're okay, right? So, but that's why pilots are trained to actually disregard their senses and look at the artificial horizon when confused. When spatially confused, they're trained to identify that kind of weird feeling, and then they look at the artificial horizon for it to tell them which way is down. But that leads us to the previous line of inquiry, the one that Heretic's not interested in, which is how does the instrument, forget your senses, but how does the instrument, such as the spirit level or an artificial horizon, how does it know which way is down? Or, not to feed the answer to you, how does it know which way is horizontal? How does the spirit level know? Right? How does it know? What mechanism in nature? What is the causal, the cause that causes it to find horizontal? Right? Does it have little eyeballs and it just looks outside and goes like, "Well, it looks horizontal to me"?
I see what you're saying.
What a level does.
Is it because of the reference for everyone? The reference being level for everyone? Is that the answer?
But does the spirit level have a little radio and it says, "Hey everybody, where is horizontal?" And then somebody tells
No,
it.
he's asking a deeper question. Do inanimate objects have minds? That's his question.
Well, that could be one possible answer, right? That it calls, Samuel Robotham, and it asks which way is horizontal, and Samuel tells it, right? Oh, that way. Orient yourself that way, buddy. Right? Is that what happens? Or but it's a serious scientific question, or you guys' definition of science, which is what is the cause?
Is that mind
relationship
science?
here?
That's the mind science.
No,
Let's be
dude,
specific.
you're just tripping. But I was having a somewhat real conversation. Now you come in and you do your thing. So, what is the cause effect? We know the effect. The effect is a tool such as a spirit level can identify the horizontal plane of reference. What is the cause for that? That's my question.
I think I stick by the same answer. It's because that plane of reference that is referencing is the same plane of reference for everyone. So but
how does it detect it? You go into a dark room. It doesn't see the outside. It doesn't see the horizon. What is it? Does it emit like some kind of radio waves and they bounce off the horizontal plane of reference?
Like in the device itself,
Yeah.
You're saying, like how you said, like the device. You're seriously asking that? Oh, I don't know.
I mean, it has to use something in reality, something in nature, some mechanism to figure out
everyone
to orient itself, right? And you could say, I don't know, it's electromagnetic waves. It sends a radar signal into the ground. It bounces off the ground, and that's how it knows which way is horizontal. You could say something like that. I don't know, but I'm like, what is it? And we should know because we built the tool, right? We didn't discover it in a cave 5,000 years ago, the Holy Spirit level, and we only have one. No, we make them. You can buy them at Home Depot, at Lowe's even. Huh? So we make them. So maybe we do know what the cause is.
Yeah, probably that reference we can all rely on, going outside or using the sea, that sea level. Maybe that's what it is.
So when they make a spirit level, they, when Home Depot makes a spirit level and brands it under their brand Husky, do they like encode in it like, hey, little buddy, this way is horizontal, don't forget it. When somebody buys you, don't forget it. It's a horizontal reference frame.
So like
is that how they do it?
So like in that example, if it were a bubble level, it's because you set that
a bubble level. Yeah.
You made it level based off the reference that everyone has. You just build it off of level, off of the reference. I guess.
So when they build it, do they take it into some kind of calibration center where they have the perfect level, and they
don't have to. Maybe they just make sure that.
What do they do with it?
It's getting crazy. I see what you're saying.
Do they teach it like this way is level? A serious question. You're just having fun with me, but like,
the answer is programmed. It'd be programmed.
Oh, it's programmed into it. So what kind of mechanics does if I were to take apart my plastic?
No, like within you, like we've programmed into you. There's a term called horizontal.
I get it.
Humanity, the system that you were born into, we have already established these terms. We've already done a lot of the legwork.
The term, I understand. You're absolutely correct. The terms we have established. Now, how does the piece of plastic with a little bubble, it doesn't know the term.
A lot of the legwork's been done for you.
Well, the piece of plastic doesn't speak any language. It doesn't even know what words are. So it couldn't care less.
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
You're silly.
And those giants were flat earthers.
I think you should be server muted because you're a poor troll. I'm trying to have a serious conversation. It's okay if nobody wants to talk, but you're just trolling.
Serious conversation about if inanimate objects have minds. I've already covered it at the beginning. You thought that was a troll as well.
I was just being funny. Like, but what is
trolling?
Okay, I apologize.
It's funny. It is funny.
I apologize. Let me scratch it from the record. Scratch it from the record. In all seriousness, what is the cause behind the effect?
Man is the cause.
Okay.
The effect of the level you were talking about, maybe?
The effect of the level being able to predictably identify the horizontal plane of reference.
Man is the cause. He designed it.
Yeah, you're an idiot. So, what is
you're an idiot, Peter. You're an idiot, Peter.
Okay,
we don't have to do that, Peter. We don't have to do that. But all right, cool. Maybe no one gets it, so maybe we can move on, Peter.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. I'll try some other time.
Peter, are you saying that it will be one thing? Or it wouldn't be like within a construct, within a design, there's many variables in place, and you wouldn't be able to point one thing to be the cause of the effect?
Well, you're welcome to enumerate as many as you think are responsible for that effect.
Well, you have the ground that you're standing on, the medium that you're in, the waters across, the pressure system, the container, the heavenly body, the input into the system. So you have a bunch of variables that are happening at the same time, and that's where we are.
And that's it. You landed it. You nailed it.
Well, it's a construct. It's a design environment. So that's the way it is.
So when I buy that $5 level at Home Depot, the really cheap one. So whoever built
it made in China, you're gonna have to ask the Chinese. Do you speak Chinese?
Okay. No, not yet. But whoever built it had to like encode it in it, all those things that you were hallucinating about.
Okay, Peter, I see. But I think I agree with Into the Break was saying now. Or actually what both of them are saying, because it's a construct, it's just the way it is. We built off of the construct. We came up with a definition for the horizon. We call it horizontal. We call it the horizon, and we build based off of those references, and that's just what it is. I don't believe we have to.
But when I asked you for the causal mechanism, your answer is
right. I was getting there. But I understand. But I mean, it's too much for me either way. But I understand at least. I don't want you to feel bad.
To clarify, when I asked you what is the causal mechanism, your answer is it's a construct.
No. I was just saying it's too much for me, but I was just, trying to elaborate on what those guys were saying Into the Break-in.
It's okay to tap out. It's okay to tap out.
Yeah. It's too much for me. I was just trying to,
Can you isolate the one cause of the effect that you call?
I don't know. Can you? I asked you. Do you know do you agree that human beings build spirit levels? Or do we discover them? Do we go into a forest and we find one? It grew on a tree.
People put the pieces together, and it will show that phenomena, right? The water, because people didn't build the water inside of it, or people didn't build the materials that are in the environment in place already, right?
That's correct. In that sense, people have not built anything. They always use materials that exist. Even when they synthesize
the water, what the water is doing inside the container, it's doing what it does.
Okay, so
why?
So we don't know. We don't have a scientific way of like. So is your answer, Gemsy, that humankind has not identified the cause-effect relationship between for the behavior of a spirit level?
We maybe like the frame of reference, like an outside perspective of the whole construct in place to be able to say, hey, this is why. Maybe you have to be next to the creator and say, how do you do this?
Could be. And ultimately, that is actually the correct answer. Well, ultimately, that is the correct answer.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, and you make it fun of it.
Okay. So just answer maybe yes or no. Has humankind so far been able to identify, using the scientific method, the cause-effect relationship for the spirit level? Yes or no?
It's not a natural phenomenon.
Okay.
Just a
What a
reference.
natural
A
phenomenon.
man-made tool.
My bad.
Just a reference.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What's the
Spirit
natural
level.
phenomenon again?
No, man didn't make water do what it do.
It do what it
why?
do. That's the scientific method says. Spirit level, do what it do.
What's the natural observed phenomenon for a spirit level?
The water does what it does. It do what it do.
Holy, this guy.
Absolutely.
He just wants to feel like a flat earther, guys. Just let him feel like a flat earther for a little bit. He's been here longer than me and everyone else on the panel, studying. You gotta give him a chance.
It's not very hard.
Let him feel what it's like to have a W for a change,
I know,
Not
right?
very hard to play this game.
Yeah, I know, because we're winning.
You see how I did that?
But you're also asking a question that you don't have the answer. You're asking people like, "Do you guys know?" But you don't know, and
now you guys.
Nobody really
He always does this. He ends like
it wasn't the right answer. So what?
What you guys know?
Questions he doesn't have the
Jedi
answers
here?
to.
What you guys know is how. What you guys know is how English people feel because they invented football and then other people took it from them and got better at it.
Random.
They were.
But we also know that water is doing that effect and showing the horizontal frame of reference because it's not in a vacuum that will cause the water to evaporate. I'm going to show you the reference.
When did the vacuum enter the chat in the discussion of a spirit level?
If you put that water inside the vacuum and the pressure gets lower like that, right, and the pressure is taken out of the container, then the water won't do what it do.
Ooh, so a spirit level.
Why, Jemsy? Why?
No. Wow. I didn't know.
But I need to know why.
I didn't realize I'm holding a piece of vacuum when I'm operating my spirit level.
So if you use the water in a cup on top of the table, you can see the horizontal based on the water, right? But if you put that cup inside a vacuum chamber, then the water will evaporate and you won't be able to see that level.
Wow. Could I use a different tool that does not contain water to achieve the same result?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, so now what cause-effect relationship would operate that?
But the thing is that since we live in a contained environment and the parameters are established that water do what it do, and the contained environment has the gas pressure and the pressure built in the construct that allows for all the variables to be in place. That's why the Chinese guy can build the spirit level and say, look, water do what it do.
You have this reference that never changes.
Yeah, the
reference that never changes.
The Chinese guy didn't invent the horizontal frame of reference. He just put some pieces together and said, look, water, do what it do.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
You probably said that in Chinese. Yeah. I'm sure there's a Chinese language. There are multiples that sounds exactly like that.
Facts.
So yeah, but then other people, smarter people than that guy, like truth seekers, came about and they were trying to figure out the cause-effect relationship. Have they all failed?
How can you science the whole construct? Can you remove the whole construct to science the whole construct?
Ooh.
Maybe you have an independent variable, a dependent variable.
That maybe doesn't sound like something that you can manipulate.
I don't know.
Exactly. If you don't know what you're going to manipulate, how are you going to manipulate it?
I'm not an expert on the scientific method. You are.
Facts.
James, you hold the keys to the scientific method. So walk us through it.
He's not making a claim.
You're asking a question that will require to...
Let's see if we can make Jamesy make a claim.
All of the system.
How do we do that?
Hey, Jamesy, Are spirit levels able to identify the horizontal plane of reference?
Who's asking?
Spirit level.
I am asking.
They will.
Yeah.
They will show
Can they-
you. They will show you the
what?
reference now.
Okay, that's a claim.
Yeah,
You
why?
just made a
Look at
claim. You just made a claim.
Made
You
a
just
claim?
made a claim.
I mean,
You
when
made
you
a
put
claim.
the-
You said
when you
spirit
put the-
levels can
when
show
you
you a horizontal plane of reference. That's a claim.
No, you said the spirit level. You look at the water and you see the horizontal, right? The
No, I
level.
didn't. I just asked you, can they be used to identify the horizontal plane of reference? And you said spirit levels can show you the horizontal plane of reference. That's a claim. It's a positive claim. So now a claim has been made, so we can continue our conversation. Thank you for calling that out. Whoever did that, thank you for making that point of order. So you made a positive claim, Jemsy. Now walk us through it. How do you know that your claim
I'll
is
walk
true?
you through it. I'll walk you through it. Water do what it do.
They do what it do, bro.
Okay. Okay. And?
Doesn't matter your opinion or mine. It will do what it do before you and after me.
What does
it do? Bro. Yeah, what does it do?
That's you. That's you. Just substantiated your claim. That's it. That was it.
That's not my claim. That's water.
I don't want to strawman you. No, you just made a claim.
That's how it is.
You just made a claim, and your answer, how do you know it's true, is water do what it do.
Does water not do what it do?
You're asking why water does what it does, and I'm telling you, it does what it does.
Okay.
That is what it is.
Can
What's
a
it do,
plumbo,
Peter?
Can a plumbo be used to identify the horizontal plane of reference?
It will give you a vertical, right? Perpendicular to the horizontal.
Can a plumbo be used to identify the horizontal plane of reference? Yes or no?
As a perpendicular to the horizontal, a vertical.
I didn't ask you what it was. I asked you, can a plumbo identify the horizontal plane of reference?
How are you gonna use the? How are you gonna be able to hold?
Why are you answering my question with a question? What is this?
So you will first need to be on the ground.
I didn't ask you what I will need to be. I asked you, does a plumbo
to
identify a horizontal plane of reference?
You need the environment in the first place.
I didn't ask you any of this.
You're asking if you need the plumb to establish the horizontal. You already have the horizontal.
No, that's not what I asked you. Are you playing dumb or you're just struggling?
No, it's perpendicular to the horizon. Plumb is perpendicular to the horizon.
What?
Same thing with horizontal is parallel to the horizon. You get it? See, not right at your feet.
The same.
Yeah, wow, the same. Like it's like how many flat Earth references do you need, Peter?
I just need a simple answer to a simple question. I've been ignoring everything you guys have been spiraling on about because I'm waiting for the answer.
No one's.
If I had the mute button power, you guys all would be on server mute. Usually you answer the question.
Oh, well, that's cool. You got $1 million.
You guys would all be on mute until you answer the question.
Cool.
You don't dictate, Peter.
Yeah.
There is a fine line between sadist and masochist.
Yeah, facts.
I'm just a humble truth seeker.
Like
that's what all the sadists say. It's a fine line.
He just has a hate boner, guys.
Spoken like a true masochist.
You guys.
He's bored.
He's bored. Are you?
He is bored. You're bored, bro.
Yeah, you're bored.
Let the flat
Telling
earthers
somebody
know.
that they're bored is kind of tricky.
Well, we were having a nice conversation, and now you guys started
It's not
spouting
nice.
out. So
Are
you
you
have become a soundtrack.
I would mute you. I would mute you. That's
Are
a nice
you sure
conversation.
that's what happened?
Yeah, you guys are just now a soundtrack of nonsense.
All right, your accent is annoying. so-
What changed the soundtrack? What happened?
Well, we were having a conversation, and then Jamesy kind of chickened out and stopped answering questions, and now you guys are providing moral support.
But you said
emotional support to your fallen hero.
But
No,
you
just
said
talking
you
me,
were
bro.
having the conversation. Now we're having the conversation?
No, this is not a conversation. You guys are just vibing right now to cover up for the fact that one of your soldiers
vibing?
is just fallen.
So vibing is not a
Oh, just
conversation.
falling for what?
Interesting.
You're
Didn't James
vibing
answer the
to.
question. You guys ultimately agreed.
I
No,
don't
came to
recall
a
agreeing to
conclusion.
anything.
He was trying to.
Who's he?
He was. Oh my God, Jamesy.
Peter. Who is
Peter,
he?
you're in your toilet taking shots in the dark and saying, I took out a soldier.
Holy shit. I walked in late. Let's go.
A fallen soldier of the flat earth.
Not really.
Fallen hero.
You guys just agreed.
Maybe it was just a video game. Who knows?
No, he didn't.
Not like
Yeah,
a
you
real
did.
fallen soldier.
You
Like
said that was
just
the
asked
right
him a
answer.
question.
He said the answer. You said that was the right answer. I
Yeah,
heard
that
you
was a
say
long
it.
time ago. You're like
Long
a
time
child
ago.
who wanders
We've been on the phone.
into the middle of a movie. You don't have no,
I've been
no
here
point
listening this
of
whole
reference.
time.
Oh, it was a movie. Okay, now I get it.
Bro. And then you try to make him make a claim.
White knighting for Jamesy, huh?
What claim did he make?
What do you mean white knighting? Yo, just go on mute, bro. Just mute your mic, bro.
Yeah, you're white knighting. White knighting.
Just
Let
mute
him
your mic,
speak.
bro.
No wonder this room has
Speak
been
for
around for
himself.
so long.
Let him
Mute
speak.
your mic, bro.
Let him speak.
Okay.
Mute
Let
your
him
mic,
hold
bro.
his own. He's a grown-up man.
Okay.
Is the water on your toilet level?
I don't know.
Wait, my
This is how grown men speak.
Do you build a Chinese spirit level to be able to establish the horizontal?
Also, how
to
grown
your
men
toilet
speak.
friendly?
Did I buy a Chinese toilet to know it's horizontal?
This is how
Yeah,
grown
Peter
men
was
speak.
asking if you guys buy spirit levels.
Agreed. Nobody was
create a
asking that.
horizontal, and why is that the case? Why does spirit levels create?
Nobody
the
was
horizontal
asking.
of reference?
Jamesy,
Did any of you guys
you're a coward. You're a coward. If you don't have a script for the answer, you don't know what to say, buddy.
I didn't ask that either.
I told you the creator made a construct, and that's the way it is.
Which creator?
And you
You're
agreed.
so
You agreed
smart,
with
man.
that.
You're so smart.
Yo,
Yeah,
Pete, put your hate boner away, man.
You guys are really smart. I could tell. The competition escalates.
Discord has trained you well, has taught you well, Jamesy.
Bro, put your hate boner away, dude.
What the fuck is hate boomer?
Peter has a hate boner for half the flat earthers in
Wait,
here.
Oh, Pete boner. Got it.
What?
I totally know what a Pete boner is. I get it.
That sounds mean.
The things you're going to learn here, man, you don't know half of it.
Oh, I've been here before. I'm just seeing how it's evolving.
Wait, I've never heard this boner thing.
Yeah. Well,
This is not my first rodeo, man. It's all good.
Oh, do you know how to ride like cows?
So it's your first rodeo. Okay.
What? I've never been into a rodeo.
That nobody suggested you have been.
This is awesome.
yeah, Jedi save us, bro. Jedi save us, please.
I don't know whether I can.
Here comes the Jedi to the rescue.
Who is this guy? I'm sorry, I'm still working.
This 40, remember this 42-ounce guy like a couple years ago on 24/7?
That's me. Same guy.
Fortes or whatever.
No, this is a different one. Another similar name to that guy.
You guys have been doing this for too long.
Not the same guy. I'm a different guy.
You sound like the same guy though.
I'm the new upgraded 2-year-old version of the guy that you remembered 2 years ago.
So you're like the guy from 2 years ago, but he aged.
But
2
aside
years.
from that, I'm completely different. Don't believe me. Believe him.
Oh. Okay. Why are you here? What do you want?
Dude, I just popped in to see what you guys were chatting about.
Ah. Okay.
I mean, after all, it's 24/7 flat Earth. Do you guys not want me here?
Wait, I was here once and it wasn't on, so it's not quite 24/7.
Since you're here, tell Peter why God created the construct and it works.
I am here, and I don't want to kill anybody. I'm just hanging out on Discord.
Wait, you want to kill someone?
Tell us why.
That's what he said.
No, you've got a hearing problem, dude. That's not what he said.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either.
Well, that's how it came. That's how it came across to me.
Like the third, fourth time you've misunderstood what somebody said. It's a bit weird.
Maybe
That is a
the
bit
6th or
weird.
7th time. Who knows?
Yeah, let's see if Gemsy can try again.
Let's test it out. Let's see if I misunderstand things up to 12 or 13. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Peter wants to know why water does what it does.
Okay.
Not
What does it
specifically
do?
water. You introduced water into this discussion.
I don't even know who Peter is.
Could be something else
Peter's,
in water.
Peter's the guy with the Peter profile picture. He's the blue one.
Could be another liquid. Could be no liquid at all. Could just be solids.
Or it could be just some rando changing his Discord nickname on Discord. Who knows?
I didn't think that.
Peter wants to know why.
I'm just
why
using
liquid
Occam's
does what
razor
it
here.
does.
I'm not trying to create a fuss.
Wait, what's water?
Any tool that is commonly used to establish the horizontal plane of reference. My question is about any of those tools.
Yeah,
Are
you need the
Are
environment.
you talking about the plumb? Or are you talking about the measuring tape?
Could be a plum. Could be artificial
Could be
horizon on the
anything.
airplane.
Like the fruit?
Anyways, go ahead, guys.
You guys are still at it 2 years later. Awesome.
You guys are still at it 2 years later.
Oh.
1,000 years later.
And when I say you guys, I use that term very loosely.
Why? Are there girls here too?
Who knows, man? Every once in a
maybe
while,
you getting
a
at?
chick pops up in here.
Are you getting at something?
I've already made my
dude,
point.
If there's any baddies in here, I'm down.
Even the 24/7 Earthers like baddies? I never knew.
Bro, everyone likes baddies.
If you say so. They probably like plums too. I totally get it.
I don't know. Like the fruit?
Haha.
Yeah, like the fruit, dude. You got it.
Fire.
You don't have to apologize.
I didn't. Do you want me to?
My bad. I thought you said you were sorry. I misunderstood.
No, I said fire.
Fire. Okay, fire.
Yeah, like a Gen Z. term.
Now I totally get it.
Fire.
Fire. Baddies. Fire.
Please save us, please. Somebody save us.
From what? What do you? Do you need a savior? What's happening?
This. Yes.
You
Matrix.
You need a savior from this.
We should talk about the guy who's talking about water.
Can you not
and,
save
what it
yourself
does.
from this? Are you stuck here? Has
You
somebody
need God to save
somebody
you.
coerced you into the 24/7 flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm stuck here with you. Yes.
No, you're not. You can leave anytime you like. Who convinced it? Who convinced you of this? Oh my God! He almost said, "Oh my God."
Dude, don't say that. You just ended up saying it by saying you almost
Well,
said
he
it.
almost said it. I just completed his sentence.
Oh, I thought you had said it. My bad.
But you thought wrong. He almost said it. I just finished his sentence.
I have high hopes for this conversation.
How's it working out for you?
It's not good.
Are we going to talk about the water?
Not good.
The water doing what it does?
What does the water do?
I don't know. I heard people talking about it earlier, but then like somebody-
Oh, I'll tell you what.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the water does either.
It lays horizontally on the surface when contained and at rest.
So the water never lies vertically. Okay, got it.
Yeah, when contained and at rest, water is horizontal on the surface.
So
that's what I said. It does.
Yeah. So horizontal on the surface.
So rain doesn't count because it's in movement. It's in motion.
Yeah, because we're talking about a body
Vertically.
of water.
Vertically.
Yeah,
Or even
a body
diagonally.
of water. A body of water, not raindrops to fill up the body of water.
Of course not. Raindrops are moving, and they're also vertical. I got it.
So we agree that when at rest and contained, water is level.
Could you imagine if water droplets in like rain traveled horizontally, like completely?
Sometimes it does. Dude. Boondog, wind. Have you not had wind before?
I'm expanding my mind.
Just so we understand that you're expanding your mind, you do agree that water lays horizontally.
Who is we? Who is we?
You. So do you agree?
We is me. Interesting.
Do you agree?
So I'm the only person that agrees. Let's see. Way to go, dude.
Agree? I'm asking you a question. Shush, so you can understand.
But you just said that
we you can understand it. So
take it easy, man.
My friend, thank you. Do you agree with us that water lays horizontal on the surface?
Who is us?
The people in this room, dude.
Yeah, all of us as a community.
But I'm one of the people in this room, and you just told me that I don't agree.
Sorry, Boondog. Dog, this conversation is going to end very swiftly if you don't partake like a fucking adult.
What's going to happen?
I'm just going to remove you because you're boring me.
Well, that's all you had to say in the first place.
Good.
I'm not trying to be boring. Go ahead, remove me.
No, I don't want to. I want you to agree or
But you just told me you were going to remove me.
I would if you were going to continue being a dickhead, and being as you continue to be a dickhead, I don't know what
threat?
Was that you the fuck up? There you go.
So Jedi, I have a question for you. 59 past the hour. There's a video of water at rest and contained. What's going on there?
It's boiling.
I'll have to look at the water. Hold on. Give me a minute.
Okay.
You can water in space. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's fabricated.
Yeah, it is fabricated, but the water is real.
Okay. What, real CGI?
Unless, the Jedi is welcome to say it's CGI. We all agree the space claim is fabricated. But is the entire video fabricated or just a claim about its location?
I'd have to look at the video
Wait,
more.
It could be on one of the
They claim that they're making some sort of sci-fi demonstration of water's behavior, which goes counter to how you experience it all the time in your entire life from a location such as Narnia. And you're like, oh, but should we just discard all of it?
It's possible, but
it's like, here's this demonstration of water from Narnia, and you're like, well, I mean, maybe we can take the rest seriously, just ignore the Narnia part.
I think as a truth seeker, it's worth considering.
Wow.
What truth can you garner from Narnia?
Well,
you can learn
considering whether the entire video is fake or just the
Who cares? It's claimed to be taking place. It's claimed to be taking place.
That is fake. That is absolutely fake. Yes.
So
that part is fake.
So who cares?
Well, maybe it was made on Earth, right?
Who cares?
So Alex, I'll treat you seriously.
We know how
I will answer your question. I will answer your question. As long as, then this is an assumption, we trust that the man and the water are real. Everything else could be fake. The claim about the location, all of that can be fake. But as long as the man and the water are real, then it's an interesting thing to consider for a truth seeker because there's water at rest, contained, it's in a room, and it's not laying horizontally within the container.
So surface tension's not a force? Awesome.
It's a pretty large volume of water.
With these old tricks again. Thanks for trying. Come again tomorrow.
Okay. So water does not always fill the hot container horizontally when at rest and contained.
Yeah, especially not on Krypton. I'm pretty sure it's sort of like...
Wait, what about on a zero-G plane?
So never, don't say this, regardless of the location, is the claim that water fills the container horizontally when at rest and contained specific to a particular location, or is this a universal claim?
Are you able to verify your video?
No.
Okay.
It's not proof of anything, it's just something for us to discuss because we're truth seekers.
Case dismissed.
Case for
What
what?
about zero G planes?
Don't care about your planes, baby Glurf.
What?
Don't interrupt, baby Glurf. Don't interrupt. Is the claim that Jedi made specific conditional to a specific location, specific circumstances, or is it a universal claim that works everywhere?
Universal.
Are you Jedi? Did you make the claim? So you don't know. Maybe he meant under specific circumstances and he needs to qualify it a bit more.
I did. I said when contained and at rest.
The water in the video being real or fake, is it contained?
Well, if it's fake, it's of no use to us.
All right. Well, we're
Is it
just
at rest?
discussing.
No, Peter,
Is it
at rest?
Wait,
Is
that's
the
the
water
next
at
question.
rest?
Shut up. Is it contained?
Is it at rest?
Is it contained first?
Is it at rest?
Yes, no forces are acting on it.
Really? So what about the atmospheric pressure that I suppose is in the ISS?
Well, that's the same in your claim, right?
Okay, so the atmospheric pressure, okay.
Okay, well, which is the same as when you say that it lays flat, it also experiences atmospheric pressure. So, sure, good point, yes. There are forces acting on it.
We're not making a claim of... We're not making a claim of what happens on the International Space Station.
No, I'm not talking about the space station.
Okay, but you have to remember that the body of water is on the Earth.
Okay, Jedi, so I'll do to you what you're doing to me. Is water in a lake at rest?
No, it's constantly moving, yeah.
Can you show me any example of water at rest?
Yeah, in my cup.
Is there atmospheric pressure acting on the water?
Yep.
Is that a force?
Yep.
So is it at rest?
It's resting underneath the pressure.
Can you define the difference between resting and at rest?
It's reached an equilibrium, dude.
So it's at an equilibrium?
Mm-hmm.
Objection. What's the
What
relevance
does that
of the
mean?
question?
Well, because I asked the same question and this was done to me, so we're going to calibrate our terminology.
What,
That's
it was
the
done to you? Is it tay to tay? That's what it is? Overruled.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. The purpose is to identify that we're using the same terminology so we can continue our conversation productively.
What's the relevance of water being at rest in a lake or not?
If the water is at rest in a lake with air pressure acting on it, then it is equally at rest in the example that I provided, where there's air surrounding it.
It's
not
not
the
at
example
rest
that you
on
couldn't verify. The cartoon Hollywood
The
sci-fi
location
film
of
tricks movie thing,
yes.
Peter, it's not even at rest in that case either, though, because globes claim that the space station is constantly falling. It's constantly free.
We're
That's at rest.
We're not talking about space station. This video was faked, and it was made on Earth.
Well, then it's just CGI. How do you know it's made on Earth?
Because where else could it be? We cannot leave Earth.
It could be made on a computer, CGI.
Well, you're slowly getting there.
That's fair enough to say that the entire thing is computer generated. Jedi, is that are you going to in that direction?
I've never seen anything like this before, so yes.
Okay, fair enough. Well, disregard it.
Well, that took 10 minutes.
You can
Truth
easily
seeking has been
fabricate it
terminated. Truth
on
seeking
a zero
terminated.
G plane.
Truth seeking terminated? No, I haven't seen this. I've never seen it.
You could see this on a zero G plane commercially. Any person could go afford and buy one. I don't know why Peter's not bringing up a zero G free fall plane because it's the same.
Because, dude, I've been doing this longer than you do, and adding additional things does not help. You have to remove things to succeed here.
Yeah, we're removing the can't be in space.
I'd have taken that. So you can observe this phenomena when you're falling inside an airplane.
Yeah, because we can actually go on airplanes. We can't go on the space.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's all I wanted because I said I've never seen this. But if you can point to a circumstance on the Earth where this can be achieved, I'm not really going to say, "Oh no, that's not true." If you say
Okay,
that,
fair enough.
Okay.
So this video was faked on an airplane.
Not me. Can't even finish my point. Sorry, Peter. What?
Let's assume going forward that this video certainly did not occur in space. It occurred on a zero-G airplane.
All right.
Okay, so is the water at rest?
Technically,
No,
no.
it's falling.
Why is it not at rest?
Because it's falling.
Okay, so it should fall to the ground, no?
Well, it's falling to the ground, but the aircrafts around it are falling at the same speed, so it gives you the illusion that it's not falling, but it is. We're going to crash into the Earth if we don't change the arc of the aircraft.
And why is it not flat?
It's not a rest. I don't understand his questioning here. It's a bit weird.
It's not flat because of cohesion.
So are we? Well, I could provide a hint. So are we qualifying our statement that for water to do what you claimed it does, the additional qualification needs to be there needs to be some sort of obstruction, actually the opposite of rest, some sort of force acting from below that causes it to flatten?
That doesn't make any sense.
Dude, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Just wait a little bit. So
make your point.
This is my point. This is a conversation. So do we need to qualify it and say that water at rest, when contained, will lay horizontally and flat, provided that there's a force acting on it from below that forces it to spread out over the surface area? Suggesting that it's the opposite of at rest, it's actually being accelerated or pressed into some kind of surface.
So, like, what's the point of all this? Are you just trying to delay and kind of derail from the fact that nobody can show water resting with a curve over its surface?
I just showed water resting
in a movie. In that movie thing you couldn't verify, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you something cool. Just one sec.
Okay.
I'll show you King Kong scaling the Eiffel Tower.
Okay.
Check it out, dude.
Thank you. I'm gonna have a look.
Awesome.
Oh, cool. It's a
not
gift.
sure if that's
I
the
didn't
Eiffel
even
Tower.
have to.
Yeah.
It does not look like an Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, but either way, that's pretty cool and true.
Well, you don't know your own evidence apparently because you claimed an Eiffel Tower. That was a claim.
It's a video. I mean, it's an image. I mean,
I'll let you off the hook with this one.
It's got to be true.
I'm in
Those
good
are the
mood.
standards we've applied, right? So, I mean,
Sure. So, can I go and see it?
No.
There, you're seeing it right now.
Could I go on a commercial zero-G plane?
Is that really zero G?
Yeah, it's
a simulation, right? Everything's just falling, right?
Can I go on a commercial plane that flies in a certain
how does stuff fall in zero G? How does stuff fall in zero G?
Can I go on a? I retract my question. I retract my question. My new question is: could I go on a commercial plane that flies in a certain parabolic path and experience water behaving in ways demonstrated in this video?
No.
So your whole point is about cohesion. Jesus, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you just show a video from a vomit comet if it could instead of this?
Well, that's what it is.
I thought it was the ISS. Space.
Space does not exist, so it has to be the plane. There's no other way to do it.
You're just saying that. Well, it could just be a film. It just could be a studio, in somebody's house.
Oh, if it's a studio, you're in even more trouble than I
thought.
Could
be my basement, for all I know.
Well, can you make water behave this way in your basement?
With a computer?
In augmented reality, you can.
Okay, so now, if you guys conclusively say the entire...
I think I could probably do it on Final Cut. Just give me a couple days.
Okay. How many days do you need?
Well, I said a couple. Except I don't want to, so can
days.
Someone else?
So you're not... When you said I could, you didn't
I think I
mean
could.
That you would, but you won't.
I don't use Blender.
Okay, why don't you substantiate your claim and do it?
No.
Okay. I can't do it.
I'll just use the same standards you do and just say, no.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. That's your final card to play, right? CGI, and it cannot be done.
Well, I don't want to waste my time doing that, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. You're just a humble
I'm trying
truth
to figure
seeker.
out what's it proving, though?
It's proven that water behaves in ways that go beyond what your statement described.
Okay. But we're talking about water that's contained at rest, not water that's free falling in an airplane.
But you need to.
We're talking about the surface of the. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. That's what it's relevant to. I don't understand what this is even achieving. Is it your own? Is it? I'm going to get this up. Is it your own mental masturbation that is on show for us? Is that what's going on?
No.
It fucking feels like it, dude.
I know that it does, but I am calling you out on your imprecise claim.
You're not calling us out on anything. I've explained the parameters, and they don't involve falling from an aeroplane.
I think Peter's pretty bad at this.
You made an imprecise claim, and I'm calling you out on it.
What, when contained and at rest, like I've cited in the chat, with regards to what water does on the surface of the Earth? Okay.
That's right.
Is
That's
the aeroplane on the
incorrect.
surface? Is the aeroplane on the surface of the Earth?
No.
Right then, shut up.
Well, neither am I right now. I'm on the couch and I'm holding a cup,
Shut
and
up,
water
Peter.
does what you do.
Shut up, Peter. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, the water that's on it, which has been cited in the chat. You probably don't want to read it because you're too busy wanking yourself on your fucking couch. But we're talking about that, not water falling in an aeroplane. You understand that. You haven't caught anybody out on anything. You're just a pedantic little prick.
Okay, so as long as you say water, when at rest and contained, pressing on the surface of the Earth, lays flat or horizontal, whatever word you want to use, then that's okay.
Well, I don't need you to tell me what's fucking okay or not, so you can fuck off.
All right,
Off you go. Off you go.
Okay.
Bye. Actually, leaving the conversation. Remove yourself. Fuck off.
Bro, man, the Yappuccino overload was just getting too much.
He's still here. The mute's not helping you, Peter. Fuck off. Ugh, I'll do it. So if you actually want to have a conversation, Peter, then we'll have it. But if you're just talking bollocks, man, what's the point?
Yeah, it's just straight Yappuccino.
And he wasn't even going anywhere with it.
He never does.
It's the same thing every time.
Just a bunch of leading questions leading to nowhere.
Leads nowhere. It's like letting a woman lead you. She'll lead you to destruction.
Whoa. Okay, dude.
When he started, I just really wasn't even listening. Just not interested.
I know. It's weird because he'll be like, yeah, I'm asking questions that no one may have the answer to.
He was asking a question. It was, do inanimate objects have minds? And absurd on its face.
Successfully wasting our time.
He's good at that.
Yeah, it's come on, bro. We got a lot of people in the panel. We could be cooking right now, but instead we're listening to straight Yappuccino. No thanks.
He said that it was in a vomit comet, and he's like, oh, because space doesn't exist, so it must be. That doesn't work. It's just saying random shit.
Yep.
Yeah, and that water would be at tension, so not at rest. So it's over. No reason to even have any of that discussion at all. But I mean, it was an amusing, introspective look into the mind of somebody who thinks they're a brain in the vat.
Wait, into the break. It would be under tension if it were lying on the ground.
No, I was talking about Peter's little thingy, but your little thingy, yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's tension. But now we're talking about the tension forces, not anything else. So
It's
Okay,
not at
when
rest.
when it, when
It's
it's
not
like
at
at
rest.
rest,
There's an actual force acting on it. That would be the surface tension. So any of those, oh, it's not flat. I mean, that's because it's seeking. Like, wow, a waterfall isn't flat, but you'd measure it to be from flat horizontal. So
I thought rest meant
you just keep needing more and more references to flat Earth, and at no point is it ever not a flat Earth proof.
tension is at rest though because the net force is 0 and the water's not moving. In that case, where it's the puddles clumping up on the floor.
Puddles clumping up on the floor. Okay.
Yeah,
I like the way you described that.
No, it may. I try. Like, I'll put the image inside chat. It kind of does look like puddles, like clumping on the
floor. Droplet.
That is a better word for sure.
Yeah, contained water would be a body of water, not droplets.
See, a lot of the legwork's been done. We have a lexicon we use to communicate.
Also,
Lexicon.
using water is a great way to level something on like your wall, like a picture frame. You can use it as a level on that. Yeah, it's great.
Like with the bubbles, like this, the level tool, whatever.
You can use that, or you can use like a container of water to level it out. Either way, you're going to get it level.
Yeah, the true test of magnitude would be the deviation.
Test for what?
Test for level.
Oh. Deviation
Yeah,
from what?
it would be within the magnitude of your deviation from level.
Oh, okay. I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
the whole
Earth
point is to find out what
curves up
level
and down from horizontal. Yeah. You ever heard the saying degrees of separation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what level are you on?
Yeah.
Like the rungs of the ladder, one after the other. Well, I guess Peter was trying to say at some point this regularity of nature breaks down. That's why he didn't understand that a water droplet is not at rest. Like you didn't understand.
Well, water droplet is at rest because it has no net force causing an acceleration.
No, it's the tent. Now we're talking about other force. We're talking about actual forces. The tension of the water. Surface tension, right? So,
yeah. Well, if it's flat, there's normal force from the ground acting on it, right?
So what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that. I thought you were trying to say that, like, our definition of at rest means no force acting on it. And I'm just saying, like, even when it lies out flat, there's still a force acting on it.
Is it under tension?
No. Okay. So you're just saying like our definition of at rest just means no tension, but other forces are okay. Just the tension force is bad.
What other? I guess that's the question. What other force?
The normal force from the ground pushing up.
Normal force.
Yeah.
On the ground pushing up.
Yeah, like an equinoperable, like you know when you stand on like a weighing machine, whatever. Yeah. It pushes you up, you push it down. That's how it knows how much you weigh.
Yeah, up and down. Okay. So what's the question?
I was just getting at, like, you said that when there's tension, it's not at rest. And I think we just have different definitions for at rest. For me, at rest is like no net force.
Well, why would? What are you trying to say about a water droplet?
That water droplets are at rest. I thought I just heard you say they weren't at rest. That's the only thing I'm getting at. I'm not getting at anything.
Are they at rest or aren't they at rest?
They are at rest. Water droplets that are not moving or accelerating.
So a water droplet, it's condensed on the underside of a leaf, a blade of grass. Is it under tension or not?
It's at rest because it's not moving. It is. I think under tension, you mean like with itself. So I'd say yes. Like usually I think of ropes with tension, but I think I know what you mean by this.
So not at rest.
No, because here we just define at rest. What does that mean?
Well, you said the forces would be acting on it, so
I said no net force.
I'm asking what other force other than that there's tension, and then you're saying the water droplet at the bottom of the leaf or on a blade of grass. It's
The answer is wind.
Yeah, say wind.
What? That's not at all. I mean, like, at rest means it's not moving.
I wouldn't.
If I hang from a rope, I'm at rest.
I wouldn't say that water's at rest. I don't think a water droplet like hanging about to drip off of a leaf is like at rest.
But if it's like stuck on a ceiling.
It seeks to be at rest, and given like containment without any outside forces, like such as wind, water will be at rest on its surface, flat.
Coheat. It'll bubble up if it's small enough.
If it's small, but we're talking about bodies of water, not droplets of water. So water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted upon by another force, like wind, as Flatsy just pointed out.
I think alcohol has like less surface tension than water. So like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be like a cooler example.
Yeah, different fluids have different surface tensions, right?
But they mean this.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you.
So there's still no naturally occurring phenomena for gravity, whatever that is supposed to be.
Would you say there's a naturally occurring phenomenon though for like a force that always pushes in the downward direction? I know gravity has a different definition. Gravity is like some weird like masses, radiuses,
Not
whatever.
everything
I'm just
goes
saying,
down. Not everything goes down. What are you talking
not
about?
everything goes down, but everything has a force down, and it might
Where's
have a
the
greater
evidence for
force
that?
up.
Where's the evidence for that?
I think like
Forcing down and forcing up is a flat Earth referent anyway. So I mean, you're just talking about the what level of you are in a density tower. You know, you've seen that density tower like GIF. It has the grape sitting in the oil and like all the different degrees of So up or down, wherever you are in that gradient is relative, but it's still you're
as long as it's
referencing
not
a horizontal you're referencing perpendicular to horizontal. Gravity is a flat Earth claim. Like that's flat Earth only. That's a geometric referent for the real true globe Earth. That is a flat Earth model. It's a armillary sphere that has the ground positions of the map corresponding with the celestial zeniths of the stars, and it's placed on two celestial domes using flat Earth elevation angles. So the globe is a flat Earth model.
So the globe and flat Earth
and you de facto are a flat Earther.
So do flat Earth and globe Earth agree that there's always a force pointing down? Globe Earth just disagrees that the down direction can change, while flat Earth says it's always down because it's flat and not a sphere.
Yeah,
No. You're not even knowing what you're saying, really. It's wherever you are. So, like, if you're in the water, the balloon goes up, right? The pumice stone goes up. If you're in the air, the pumice stone goes down. It's not going left to right, unless there's wind.
Well, wouldn't it?
Is this like your conundrum that you're having? I don't get where is your
Here's
problem
where I have a conundrum. This idea that there's no force that's pulling everything down, and that it's just like some buoyancy rule, doesn't hold if you put liquids at different densities in a container and drop the container in free fall. The liquids no longer assume, the less dense ones are at the top and the more dense ones are at the bottom. Because the gravity force is no longer applicable because it's free falling, and from their frame of reference, it's almost like there isn't gravity because they're in the container that also is falling. I don't think gravity.
All right, do you have that video? Is it the fish tanks with the objects on the springs, and they drop them? Is that what you're talking about? I like that one.
I just mean like if you were to fill up your water bottle right now, like a see-through one, and like put some air in it, and then drop it as it's free falling, the air won't stay at the top. It'll like bubble around in it. You don't even have to like shake it to make that happen. You can like quickly turn it upside down and then drop it.
And what is that? Something Einstein did or something?
Oh no, I'm saying that this would even work on a flat Earth model. Like I don't think this idea that there's a force that points down like destroys flat Earth.
I have a question for you, Cupcake. When the sun heats up the surface of water and breaks the hydrogen bonds, what way does that water vapor go?
Wait, what do you mean breaks hydrogen bonds?
Yeah, of the surface of the water.
Oh, it's breaking. I don't remember what they're called, but it's intermolecular forces. So the H2O still stays together.
Yeah,
but it becomes less.
Which way does it go?
It goes up.
Oh, so where's gravity?
I'll tell you the explanation for it. But I'll just say, because it's less dense.
It doesn't matter what you explain. I'd like a demonstration of where is gravity when that's going up.
Okay, So the direction you move depends on your net acceleration. So like if someone was pushing me to the left while someone was also pushing me to the right, I wouldn't move at all if they were pushing with the same force. So gravity is acting on everything, pushing it downward. And I don't mean like a globe earth gravity. I just mean pretend there's a force that's always down. I'm just like inventing a model that is good at like predicting how things will act. If you take your air molecules that used to be water, they're now water vapor. Because they are less dense, they still have the gravity force pointing them down, but all of the other heavier air molecules are now pushing them up with a greater force than gravity, and that's why the water vapor goes up.
Well, that's great. Can you demonstrate that?
Well, it would just look like water vapor going up.
It's not at rest. That wouldn't be at
No
rest,
gravity.
though, right?
Thanks.
It would not be at rest because it's accelerating, correct? Because there's a net force.
So it's not a net force when the water droplet is dangling off the bottom of a leaf, but it is net force when it's going up. Okay.
No,
I don't even know what you're talking about now.
It's literally like when it's hanging on the leaf, gravity is pushing it down, but the leaf is sticking it up, and the forces are equal. Like the stick up equals the push down. But when water vapor is hot enough for it to bounce around so quick that it's less dense than the other molecules around it, then all the other molecules have a force upon it upwards, like a normal force, because they keep bumping into it, and that is stronger than gravity. And so if you were to add the negative gravity to the positive upward bouncy force, then the bouncy force would be stronger and override gravity.
What's gravity?
My definition of gravity right now is just a force that points downwards, and it's just a good model for like what we observe around us. I don't know like where gravity
By
comes
model,
from.
he means imagination.
When you say bouncy force, when you say bouncy force, are you saying elastic collisions like gas particles?
Yeah.
Elastic collisions. That's what you're searching for.
Yes.
And that's temperature. Yeah, temperature will tell you all the answers there. There's no gravity in that. Entropy of gas has nothing to do with gravity. It has everything to do with temperature pressure game.
Well, I think it explains why the water behaves the way it does in those two scenarios.
How can it? It didn't explain any of that.
Yeah, you can't give us an explanation without a demonstration.
My demonstration would look the same if you were to say that there's only buoyancy and there's no gravity.
Oh.
Except
Okay.
if we were to put it in a container and drop it,
buddy. You just
then only my model would work.
Point. Dude.
Well, we're both making up like models to explain Well, we make up a model to explain the reality, and then we test to make sure it's what we observe.
We don't make stuff up here.
Well, when I mean make up, I mean like we propose an idea, and we see if that idea matches what we observe in reality.
That's not what we're doing here.
I think that's what everybody does always. You guys think when I say make up, I mean like that in a bad way. I don't mean it in a bad way.
Humanity's already made it up.
Just like we make up words, and just like we. Yeah.
We're not trying to make our reality fit into, or make our ideas fit into reality. We're just taking the reality as it is.
That's
going
classic affirmative consequence fallacy.
I think we mean the same thing. We're just communicating it differently.
No.
Yours requires imagination.
Well, I think you have to imagine pretty much everything you think about. Like that's how you think.
That's a great epistemology. I want you to imagine what you would do if a black bear was near you.
Okay. When do you think buoyancy is real, Flatsy?
Here we go.
I know that buoyancy is a force upwards.
And do you believe that net forces cause acceleration? If there's no net force, something wouldn't move.
Maybe you need to further explain that.
Like, something only moves if the sum of all the forces acting on it don't sum to zero. So, like, if someone's pushing on me from the left and the right at the same time, as long as one of those is stronger than the other, then I will move. But if they equal each other and they're pointing in the opposite direction on me, then I'm not going to move. I might just get smushed a little.
What if I told you where you're sitting right now or standing, nothing's happening? There's no force pulling you down and no force trying to make you go up either. You're just at rest.
Well, I would say that that's not what I observe. Especially, like, if I were to like start planking on the floor right now, my floor is like really hard, and I would eventually get bruises on my elbows as I'm planking because gravity, this force I'm making up, is pushing me down.
Okay, maybe you didn't hear his point.
His point was that there are no forces acting on me when I sit down, and I said that's not true.
Yeah, you were at rest.
I'm at rest. I'm saying that net force is zero.
A resting position for a human being either. That's an exercise, right?
Okay.
So sitting, resting, or laying down or standing, being at rest, I would say that's not the same as planking. That's a nice try though.
Yeah, because you
planking.
Remember what you put to her was something was acting upon.
Okay. Maybe planking was a bad example.
Okay,
because it requires muscles.
Yeah.
What if you just
that's the analogy that you gave to her. That something was acting upon it. That something was pushing or moving. You may get smushed. That's something acting upon an object. So that's not gravity, right? That's not gravity. Gravity would be making things go down, the downward vector. And you're trying to equate that to buoyancy, which is pretty much buoyancy is.
I wasn't trying to equate it to buoyancy.
Wait a minute, gravity. Okay, buoyancy is part of the definition of the assumption of gravity that you have not proven yet. That's why you said downward acceleration.
Yeah, I would say that gravity causes buoyancy.
Yeah,
I would say that gravity, the topic of gravity is irrelevant because globe Earth needs gravity to have formed the Earth into a ball in a vacuum. So I just would say that it's irrelevant.
Keep in mind, I'm not saying that
it's definitely irrelevant to your imagination claim that you made earlier. That's the reason why you start talking about it. Remember, how's that relevant to your imagination claim?
All models for a reality we make up. That's all I was saying. Like, we made up the periodic table.
No, they're not.
But then
all models that
when I mean made up, I mean like we gave a name to it.
What do you mean? All models have to resemble reality. That's what miniature models is. Miniature models comes from. Listen, hold up. Miniature models comes from. Great.
I don't think we're disagreeing.
Yes, miniature models comes from prototypes. That's things that's already been built. The model is only going to explain how they will continue to be built. Scientific models come from scientific experiments that's already repeated and verified from a scientific theory. The globe is not neither one of those.
100%.
So it's not no imagination at all. The imagination actually comes from reality, things that you already see and observe. All of it
I meant like we made the words name.
All of it is observational. Things that we observe and see or build.
Do you really think that we just make these things up? There's not laws that govern this?
I just want to make it really clear.
Do you know the laws? Do you know the laws?
But you do know that what you put to her is that these things is just things that people make up, and then they make predictions about it. And if their predictions come true, therefore the model is true. That's
we
not how
actually
models
think
work.
the same thing. You just don't understand how I was trying to communicate it. I just communicated it poorly. It was bad word choice. We actually think the same thing.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, you think so? You think that the globe model is a miniature model then?
What do you mean by miniature model?
Which means that there's something that the globe, we somehow observed the globe in its totality or whatever, and we made a model about it. Or you believe the globe model is a scientific model. made up a scientific experiment, and they have a scientific theory about it, which means that model is verified through the scientific method.
Yeah, in the same way that you can't see electrons flying around a nucleus, you can't see a globe Earth. But I'm not making an argument for globe Earth right now. I'm making an argument for in flat Earth. It makes sense for there to always be a force pointing downward.
Fly around the nucleus first and foremost, and that's not science either.
That was just. I know the model for like how electrons move around isn't like entirely accurate. I know it's under like a lot of theories. I was just giving it like a dumbed down name. I don't actually know all how that works.
I worry that you think that these things are just made up willy nilly without laws governing the way that. Okay, good. I would hope that you know the principles of logic and how that's played the role in developing languages, symbols, mathematics, and syllogisms.
Yeah, I definitely think the models we create are based off things we observe, 100%. But I think it also takes a little creativity when you don't have all the pieces and when you're trying to model things you can't see, like an atom and how the electrons are moving around it. So in that way, that model is made up.
We don't make up these laws. These are just laws that are and always have been, always will be. As in something that happens all the time. Like, say...
I'm saying we make up theories and then they turn into law when we know that they're true. It's literally just like semantics at this point. It's not even...
Well, semantics isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing. And if you throw out semantics, you throw out the Socratic method.
No, that's not right though. But because when you validate a hypothesis through scientific experiment, and then you have multiple valid hypotheses, then you have a scientific theory. It doesn't become a law.
Did he say that that's what happens?
Oh wait, I think he is right that like the Pythagorean theorem, like that's still a theory, even though like we think of it as a law.
It's something that we observe in nature all the time. That's a law.
Yeah. See, it's semantics. I think it's a law too. I think it's
that's math. He was talking about science.
I was talking about logic, so I feel like we're all crossing wires here.
Yeah.
W panel.
Maggie, come back.
You can blame it on CB. Go ahead, Eric.
Why isn't he online?
Maggie.
Come on, it's my birthday. I want to do an X face.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Wait, if you build it, then you come. Happy birthday, yes.
Thank you, guys. Very kind of you.
Sorry to hear that.
Happy birthday.
It's all downhill from here, Flatty.
Yeah, I'm 33. Illuminati confirmed.
Oh shit!
Wait a minute. Third eye.
Oh, to any conspiratards in here, I was just kidding.
No, she wasn't. Yeah. All right, who's next?
Into the break, you said that there's two celestial hemispheres on a flat Earth. How is that possible with the observations we have in reality? Where's this pole for the southern sphere?
What, bro?
It seems like it's nothing but question proofs. Is anybody going to present any evidence for their globe?
Yeah, it's question proofs.
Yeah, because east and west is cardinal direction,
Can
and that there's a
present any
southern
evidence
pole
for
on
the
the
globe, or
circumference
we
as
just
well.
going to have just question proofs?
That doesn't mean east and west are points, dog. Is he robotic?
He is for me.
He's robotic.
So east and west are cardinal directions, creation pair, but on your
the gravity of the situation isn't that we can't really hear what you're saying.
They're not points on a map. Like you can't mark X on the map where east or west or south is.
It's not hidden.
Yeah, but east and west are always going to be east and west, right?
What? What are you? Blue is going to be blue, right?
If I'm in the northern hemisphere, if I'm in the northern hemisphere and I want to go east, I'll always be traveling in the same sort of cardinal direction. I'll be facing north, and then I'll turn to my right. And if I'm in the southern hemisphere and I want to go east, I face north, and then I turn to my right. So it's always the same. Whereas on the flat Earth, you'd have to constantly curve to go east on the horizontal axis. And I don't see how you can do that. Like the needle would move constantly. You'd have to constantly bank in one direction to go east.
Hey, do you think east is east? I think east is east.
Yeah, you're going in the same direction. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, I'm saying that it can't be done on a flat Earth unless you're constantly turning. Are you guys constantly turning when you go east?
You're not going, okay, if they're around, you're not going in a straight line. You're going around in a circle. Holy shit.
Yeah, is my compass ever wrong?
Yeah, but you're going circle vertically, not horizontally. Whereas on the flat Earth, you have to be on the horizontal axis.
Oh, so you're going to just beg
Is
the
there
question?
magnetic declination?
What question am I begging, Flatsy?
You
Yeah,
begging
the
the question that we have
curvature
a
of the
northern.
Earth is
Well, you
sphere.
you beg the question that we have a northern and southern hemisphere.
So, what curvature of the Earth am I begging?
You beg that you
In
had
that
a northern
observation.
and southern hemisphere, which is an oxymoron.
Where do you think I live, mate?
Supposed to be proven. It's the thing.
Where do you think I live?
Oh wow! Every
Not
time
on a
I talk, he's
hemisphere.
gonna talk.
Where do you think I live? I live in Australia. That's in the south. I can see the rotational southern hemisphere of the celestial bodies. You're in the north. You can see a northern rotational hemisphere. They have different stars. We have live streams. We have videos of both. We have time lapses of both. So why are you saying there isn't a southern hemisphere? Why do you have to lie about that? Your belief.
Well, nobody's lying about your belief.
So you're saying that there isn't a southern hemisphere, or there is? Which one? Which one?
Every time I pause, right? It's just every time I pause.
Oh, he's insufferable that way. You're not going to get a word in with
Yeah.
him.
So when you're talking
So are
about
you-
when you're talking about hemisphere, I'm assuming you're talking about the sky.
A center of rotation. I'm specifically critiquing into the
rotation in the sky, right?
Correct. Yes.
Correct. So you're talking about the sky that is moving, right?
Yes.
So that's what you're talking about. You're saying, and you're saying how? And you're saying, how
Ask the
is it
same question
possible-
4 more times, and let's see if I
You're
answer
saying,
yes.
how
It's
is
going to be yes every time.
Yes. And you're
Relax
saying,
yourself.
how is it possible? You're saying, how is it possible on a flat Earth? After you
Correct. Yes.
After you already gave us an example of what the sky is doing on the globe. That's impossible.
Yes. So it works on a globe because the globe has the two hemispheres that come together to form a sphere, which
No,
means
it
when
works
you're at
on
the
a globe
equator,
because
you go a
got
little bit north and you can see the center of rotation north.
Yes, you guys assume that the globe is rotating.
That doesn't have anything to do with it. It could be a celestial sphere that's rotating, but you're just running away from the fact it can't work on
I'm
a
not
flat Earth.
running away
It's an
from anything.
observation in nature that doesn't work on a flat Earth, and you're running away from it.
I don't understand how can you address his point directly and even ask him to clarify how is it running away. You assuming that
So it's running away because I'm saying this isn't about the rotation. I'm saying
here we go. Now I gotta be rude.
I'm saying if you map this out on a flat Earth, you can't put that southern pole anywhere.
You're assuming the globe is rotating.
I'm saying if you map this out on either, you can't put the southern pole on the flat. It doesn't work. Where do you put the southern pole for the flat?
There is no pole.
There isn't.
There isn't. So I'm in the south. What am I doing? Just smoking crack every day and hallucinating? Like everyone I know here does the same? Is that what you think?
You can get on a plane and fly out of here, but you can't fly out of here.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's like there's no East Pole, there's no West Pole, there's no South Pole.
How many times do I have to tell you? I know there's no East or West Pole. Those are cardinal directions. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, with the program, there's no South Pole either.
There is a South Pole, yeah. Yeah, I live in the Southern Hemisphere. Are you saying that I'm lying about living in a country with 30 million people that all see the same Southern Hemisphere?
Appealing to living in Australia when you know we've got flat earthers that live in Australia. Come on, dude.
Yeah, they're probably in this call right now, and they'll tell you guys that there's a southern rotational pole for the stars that's different to the north.
There is no rotation.
How's it different to the north?
There is no rotation.
Well, how's it different?
The star patterns are different. There's no Polaris in the south. Those are two big ones. But, yeah, great.
It's a big-ass Earth.
But all of this is you guys just running away from the fact that you can't put that southern celestial pole anywhere on a flat Earth. It won't fit.
Show a rotation.
No, you realize the issue.
It doesn't have to be the Earth rotating for this to still be true. It debunks flat Earth. Even if the Earth isn't rotating, it's a celestial sphere rotating.
Debunks a sloppy rotation.
That's how it debunks anything.
Because you cannot have a celestial hemisphere for the outside edge of a disk.
The Earth, see, that's what I'm saying. Your version, your sloppy version of flat Earth, no one in here thinks the Earth is like that. So you're only debunking.
You have to. It's the only way you can make those shapes fit together.
We're not saying the Earth is any shape in particular. So the fact that
you're saying it's flat,
but that doesn't mean a disk.
Yeah, that gives it a shape. That means that of that surface of whatever the Earth is, it is planar, it is flat, which means that there's a northern hemisphere of celestial rotation, and everything must radiate outwards in constantly expanding lines of longitude, which you cannot do.
Okay, dummy. It doesn't mean that the Earth is a disk. You're just bringing your own
dummy, mate.
Earth. Because you are dumb. You're saying, yeah.
Okay, what did I say that was dumb? What did I say that was incorrect?
Flat's not a shape, my friend.
A flat is a portion of a shape. It doesn't matter. It's something that indicates some property of geometry that you guys can't fit two celestial spheres onto.
So you're saying one dimension is a shape? Like you can have shapes in one dimension?
Oh, my fault.
You can have a part of a three-dimensional shape?
We're not saying the Earth is a three-dimensional object like the globe is.
I mean, keep running away from this as much as you want, but you cannot fit that southern pole anywhere.
I don't know why you think he got some type of argument. What argument?
Because it debunks flat Earth, buddy. It's so fucking. Where do you put the southern?
You're only debunking your own ideas.
Nothing in the sky debunks flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Yeah, how can
where do you put the southern point of rotation for the stars? Anyone just tell me that.
Who cares? The Earth's measured flat. Who cares what the sky's doing, man? Fuck, you keep coming.
The Earth isn't measured flat. You're begging the question. What's the measurement of flat for the Earth? Go ahead.
No. Elevation.
Yeah, all you're going to do is give the same semantic argument you always do, which is you think that water finds its level and you think level is flat. That's all you guys have. You've got no measurements. That's not a measurement. That's just a... Oh, how does latitude do it? Because latitude...
Elevation angles to Polaris, mate. You need a flat baseline for that.
No, you don't.
Yes,
because
you do.
the baseline is between the observer and a portion on the horizon. It's not the shape of the Earth. The Earth isn't the baseline. You fucking imbecile.
It's above what though? The person standing in an the person standing on the ground with an object above horizontal, correct? Yes, that's correct. The object above the horizontal that the observer is standing on. I don't get why you keep going on about a southern pole. What was this southern pole visible for? Just people in Australia? Am I roboted?
If the baseline isn't along the surface of Earth, then how does it get to the GP of the star properly?
I'm not from Australia. I'm from Britain, bro.
From where?
Britain.
Greenwich?
Britain.
Britain?
Yeah, England, America. Come on.
Oh.
Where you
England,
from?
America?
Yeah.
Wait, so you're from New England?
No,
in America?
Nah. England's like basically America at this point, but I'm also from America, but I'm in England.
Is it a globe over there?
Sorry to hear that. Sorry, Heretic, what was that?
I just asked him if it was a globe over there.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Well, if you're in England, it's still dark out for you right now, right?
Yeah, it's 4 a.m.
Right. So we can go both outside and look at the at Polaris together.
Okay. Yeah.
When you're in Australia,
it's cloudy though. It's pretty
when you're in Australia, what other countries can you go outside and look at the Southern Cross simultaneously? If you're in Australia and if you're in Santiago, can you see the Southern Cross at the same time? No.
I mean, I can't see Polaris or any stars because there's clouds, so it's peak. But
I could go to a part of China right now and see Polaris simultaneously as I'm seeing it now, just like you're seeing it. When you're in Australia, you can't do that. You can only see it if you're in Australia. But if you're in Australia, you can't go out and see the Southern Cross at the same time someone in South Africa or the same time someone in Santiago or the same time someone in Peru can. It doesn't work the same. Nighttime observations do not work the same in the south as they do in the north.
Isn't that cool though? That's cool as hell.
Yeah, like if you're in the northern hemisphere, if you're on the same meridian, everyone on that same meridian can see the stars simultaneously.
I mean, we
I
see
could
the
be in
northern
Boston.
lights. We see the northern lights a lot.
I've never seen the northern lights. I missed them like this whole past summer when they were happening. I never saw. From what I was told, I guess you needed to use a camera.
Nah, you don't. They pulse in the sky for like minutes. Great.
I got a big. It sucks, dude. I live in the middle of the woods, but I have a gigantic street lamp in the middle of my property that I can't shut off, so I get a lot of light pollution.
If you have organites, you can clear clouds above you. By the way,
if you have a what?
If you have a thing called organite, like those little pyramids with copper in them, like if you make a little a copper, thing that's pointing up to the sky, it clears the clouds above you, so you can see it. Like you don't have to worry about any street lights or anything.
Oh, cool. Now it just sucks because where I used to live, it was pitch black at night. Like there was the only lights I would see is if someone that lived, about 500 yards away from me had their porch light on or something. Everything was very sparse. It was very flat. I loved it because I could see the east horizon and the western horizon perfectly. Here, I'm at the bottom of what's called a holler. It's at the very bottom of a bunch of hills. So I'm way below. I'm a good bit below horizontal. I'm still on a horizontal, but I'm below sea level where I'm sitting.
So are you a globe earther or a flat earther, or are you something in between, like a holographic earther, hollow earther? Which earth are you?
No, Earth is measured flat. It's navigated flat. It's aviated flat. It's traveled flat.
And all those would have been.
Everything requires a horizontal baseline. Huh?
Yeah, everything he said.
No, Earth is just literally has to be flat.
It would all be flat.
I really wasn't understanding how he was trying to lay that.
One person at a time, please.
My bad. I
Please
really want to understand how he was trying to lay that point out. He talking about the Southern Cross. Was that why he was trying to ask all them questions?
That's all they have is the Southern Cross. They don't have the equivalent of Polaris where they live. They see things going around their sky east to west, but I mean, in China and Russia and the United States and England, we also see everything go east to west across the sky too.
Look at the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. Oh, it's not globe proof at all.
Well, he's saying he's got a southern pole. Like, magnets don't point south, bro. Everything points north.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't understand. And then he was going north, south, east, and west. I said all of those is cardinal direction. So it's like,
How many directions
excuse me,
what is you doing, bro? Like, are you? You measure that on, if you're going to have that as direct evidence to the terrestrial body, they would be proving a flat Earth because all of that would be horizontal. In order for you to
all
do
about knowing how the southern, how the stars in the south work. For instance, it's nighttime in New Zealand first. And then you move west, it becomes nighttime in Australia. You move further west, it becomes nighttime in Africa. You move further west, it becomes America. It's never nighttime simultaneously for any of those places. Everything's moving east to west around Polaris. It is what it is.
I don't know. They try to say that like it's moving differently in the south or something. Like,
no, if they're honest, they'll tell you everything moves east to west. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west in Australia. All the star trails go east to west in Australia. Just like everywhere else, everything's east to west.
The sun doesn't set in Antarctica.
Well, have you been there to prove that?
You could look at Alaska too. You'll have days where the sun pretty much never sets.
Oh, that's why Jaron and all those goofballs are going to there, because you guys are, doing the final experiment when really you're just going to see if there's a naturally observed phenomenon to conduct science with, which you can't do with the sky anyway.
Oh. Yeah.
So you can just tell Duffy he can cancel his trip. Excuse me. Oh, it's vape. Ugh.
Yeah, go to Alaska.
Yeah, what do you need your trip for if you already know what's going to happen?
To Alaska.
Hey, I want to go to Argentina so bad. That place looks so beautiful.
Argentina's cool.
Yes,
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Yeah, they can't have the Falklands though. That's ours. That's ours forever.
My neighbor was from Argentina. He was a friend of mine growing up. Well, he wasn't. He was from fucking Massachusetts, but his parents from Argentina.
Well, is he really from Argentina? If he's like from a settler colony, like.
Well, no, he's American. He was born in the United States, but I think his dad was from Argentina and his mom was from Uruguay. And I remember he had a deep hatred for people from Uruguay because he told me one day, he goes, "Yeah, people from Uruguay have small penises." I'm like, oh, okay. Because that's why I hate Uruguay.
He might like the small penises. I don't know. Oh, that's a bad joke. I apologize. How did he know people from Argentina have small penises? That's what I want to know.
I'm from Argentina and I measured myself. It's small.
Well, my bad. Well,
what? I'm just here to provide evidence.
Steroids because they'll only get smaller.
Well, that's just your testicles. I don't think that's your actual Johnson.
Yeah, your length is fine.
Where'd the Australian guy go? Did he leave?
He might be silent. He's just like...
He's probably fashing away in his keyboard trying to find something.
It's more refreshing when he's not talking, though. So
yeah, he He want to talk. He want to come with some more, I guess, Professor Dave arguments about the Southern Hemisphere and all that.
Hey, I love all.
I mean, the one that's not visible for everybody on the same meridian simultaneously, like it is in the north. That Southern Hemisphere. He's just beyond the equator. That's all it is. Southern Hemisphere. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Yeah, I seen Jaren on there talking about that nonsense with a Glober and just agreeing with everything the Glober is saying. Like, oh, it's so relevant. All the flat earthers that believe is irrelevant, that he's being so dishonest and just bashing us is like, wow, Jaren.
All these globe offers don't realize.
What a shocker, though.
The ice wall. We got to go to the ice wall, bro. That's the real goal.
That's what Jared thinks. It's baffling how everyone's shocked about Jared's behavior. You mean the guy that went on Netflix, made a documentary, and got made fun of for the last, almost 8 years now, is now doing the same thing again?
Hey, look, Rob. There's land beyond the ice wall. That's the real goal.
Hey, there could be. I've never been there to see an ice wall. The thing is, though, if you type in Antarctica ice wall, you get plenty of photos of it. You get videos of it.
Yeah, you can't even go.
Ice wall, ice shelves. I mean, I don't know. Just something I don't concern myself with because I have no way of verifying it.
That's one way to look at it. I mean, curiosity did kill the cat, you know. You don't want to die. Someone's got his soundboard on. Please ban this motherfucker.
It's warm out tonight.
It is.
Well, I mean, I'm in the south. It was cold. It was like 20. It's been like
in the North Pole,
mid-20s.
Hey, we need to.
I've been in Australia for about 8 years.
Oh, proof.
We need to evacuate Phoenix, Arizona, because I went there in 2022. That place is a rebellion against God. You could cook a fry like an egg on the sidewalk. Crazy, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know how to do it.
Australia. I feel like Alabama's worse than Arizona, though. I had a buddy. He was in he moved to Arizona the first year I moved down here, and we're both from Massachusetts, and so we were both really fucking shocked about like the summer times. Which I mean, it gets hot in Mass. It does like you'll get like in the high 90s, very high, not the high 90s, the mid 90s, low 80s, every day from June to pretty much from June to September, the very first day of September. That's it. Whereas where I live, you get those temperatures every day from Easter all the way to Thanksgiving almost. But he was in Arizona, and it's super dry. And the temperatures in Arizona were an average like 10 degrees hotter than where I'm at. But the thing is, his humidity level was 0%, whereas my humidity level would be like 75. It's like 80% humidity and like 94 degrees outside. Ugh. It's like you walk outside, it's like someone just takes wet saran wrap and wraps it around your fucking head. Like you can cut the air with a knife.
You should go to Japan in the summer, like August, because it's even more humid. Bro,
I don't know if it's more humid.
No, you literally get boiled like you're cured fish, man. It's terrible.
Yeah, but Japan also has a lot of cold weather too in the wintertime.
Yeah, I was in like Hiroshima, and I was like, this looks like Animal Crossing or something like this. But I can't even focus on the beauty of the place because I'm just like melting. And I've been to like India, like Kenya, and these places. Nothing was as hot as Japan in summer because it was so humid. It made you sweat. You had to stay hydrated, and you were just soaked by the end of it. And people around you, they'd be walking around in puffer jackets and like 2-layer suits, and you think, oh, how are these people doing it? Like, there's something wrong with them. I don't know. I'm too British.
Is it pronounced Hiroshima or Hiroshima? Like, what's the correct? Because like, when I say it out loud, Hiroshima.
Just say it like a white guy. It's all right.
You know what I like about Japanese? Yeah. That's what's cool about the Japanese language is every word you see in Japanese is it's pronounced exactly how it looks. Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Arasaka, like.
Just don't use the word des, because that's not spelled like it sounds.
Dis.
Like Korowan Deska.
Desu.
I used to have like cringy homeschool neighbors that were really obsessed with like anime back in like the early 2000s, and they had a bunch of like homeschool friends that would come over, and they would be like calling each other sensei and shit.
Oh my god!
And I swear to God, like the
that's so crazy.
But like, I remember this one girl used to come over there because I used to live across the street, and they, we were just friends. Like I used to go over there. I was never into like anime and shit, but like this one girl did not like me. She couldn't stand me, and she would always call me a baka. And for some reason, like I thought that was like a fucking scumbag piece of like the worst curse word in Japanese ever. But I'm pretty sure it just means like dummy or something. It's not even a swear.
It's actually a lighter version of idiot. It's like if you want to be mean, you would say aho.
Right.
Because I watch a lot of anime. But I'm not.
Yeah, but like they would like
God forgive you for what
they would like bump their funny bone or something. They would say baka, baka, because they thought they were Japanese.
Bakana.
Funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on holiday to Djibouti. Backing on to Djibouti, bro.
Bakana means impossible, or how could this be?
I mean, don't they have like 3 whole different languages? One is like a kanji, and like the other 2, like they're simplified, and there's like complex Japanese.
Yeah.
You guys ever see what the indigenous like people of Japan look like? They're crazy looking. They look Asian, but they have like blonde beards.
No, they got like hunter eyes. That like you see the Chinese, they're like the agriculture kind, or like Japanese, and like the Japanese, they're like the hunter kind because they were like hunter gatherers. So they had like the different shaped skulls because of their diet over time.
But they still had the same, like their eye shape was the same. Like you could obviously tell they were Southeast Asian.
No, seriously, like Japanese have like a hunter eye. They still have like the I think it's like the monolid or like the double. I don't know what the hell they call like the little skin flap they have on their eyes that makes it look like slinted, but they still have like bone structure wise like hunter eyes.
Yeah. The thing is though, if you get a 100% full-blooded Japanese person, Korean person, Chinese person, and you mix them all up, you can't tell who's who. Just like if you got like a pure 100% Irish person, a 100% Serbian person, and a 100% English person and mix them up, you can't really tell. If they were all just wearing the exact same outfit and they weren't speaking, you can't. No, you can't. Not really.
I promise you right now, you put a Serbian in front of me, I'd know. Promise you. And I know
that's the thing.
I know the difference between English and Celt as well. Like it's pretty clear. Like they have different phenotypes. I mean,
they all just look like white people to me.
If you had like an English person and a French person and a German person, they would look very similar. But there's different phenotypes around them, which have like they've risen up because of like genetic diversity and like the mixing of 2 or more groups. So it's like it's pretty easy to tell. Like the Serbs, they mixed with Turk a little bit, and they mixed with some other groups. So they have like
some do, but not 100% Serbian people didn't.
They have darker eyes, and they have a slightly different like facial structure. It's more like long, rectangular looking face.
I guess. But whoever's statement earlier.
Yeah, I have a long rectangular-looking face and dark eyes. I ain't Serbian.
Yeah, so unless you're on the outside looking
Yeah,
in,
but you're American. You don't know where you're from, like fully.
No, not that. That's true. I don't know what any of my nationalities are. The only one I know for sure is I think I had a Portuguese great grandmother because she had a stroke when my mom was little, and she would like speak Portuguese and English at this like in the same sentence because her brain was like flipping, like she didn't know what language she was trying to speak. Other than that, I don't know. I also heard some bullshit that was related to Anne Frank. I don't believe that shit.
Yeah, I'm Native American.
I was told I was Native American too. Yeah, every white person from America has a claim to be Native American. Although that was on my father's side, I saw a picture of his grandmother, and she was a big, tall, dark, ugly lady. Like
Yeah,
she
but
didn't look European at all. So there might be some
That's
truth
the-
to that.
That's the American strategy to stay when they start deporting the Europeans, you know, the natives. You know, they just say, "Oh, I'm half of Native American. Keep me here, please."
Just never
It's just
trust the
strategy.
narrative.
Well, no, I mean there were a bunch of Indians here at one point, and the white people that came here started fucking them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how
So,
you
I
get.
mean, there's
Mexicans.
definitely-
That's how you get the Mexicans, though. You know.
Yo, I've seen a couple Mexicans where I thought they were like Asian. Like I was
Yeah.
pretty sure they were from Laos or something.
That's because the Native Americans.
That's
were
because they got a
from
lot of Indian.
Asia. They were from Asia. The Native Americans were from Asia, but the ones on like the California side of the continent, they're from Europe. But yeah, the ones on like the
Why would
East
Native
Coast,
Americans be from
they're
Asia?
because they
So
came
they're
over
Native
here on
Asians. They're not Native Americans.
boats. They came over here on boats.
They came over here on boats from Asia?
Yeah, because the human species came from Africa, so they had to have come. They had to have come some point, you know.
Assuming that we evolved from monkeys or something.
What?
If you think we were created by God, then you probably think we came from the Middle East or some bullshit like that.
Well, that's basically Africa, man.
So all Norwegians came from Africa.
All right, so we're having a debate between Mesopotamia, Iraq, and Ethiopia. They're not that far away. It's all right.
Iraq is in Mesopotamia, right?
The hell are you guys talking about?
The origin of the human species.
It's
Wait,
only
aren't you the guy
tangentially
that was trying
related
to
the topic.
try to say something about Southern Star Trails earlier? Wasn't that? No, that wasn't you. You said you were British. My bad.
I was talking about the Northern Lights.
Yeah. So what are you? Are you a Glober?
Me, I'm undecided.
Yeah.
But personally, I haven't seen a curve, so I'd probably lean more on flat Earth.
That's cool.
No, hold on.
Bless you. Oh my god.
There we go.
I want to get on one of them like Jeff Bezos rockets and like go up and see for myself.
No. But like, if you went up
Don't do
there,
that. They'll make fun of you. Don't do
if
that.
you went up there and then you saw, curvature, everyone in this room would call you a liar.
Probably. Well, I wouldn't care.
Where is there? Where is there to see this supposed curve?
See, they're already starting.
That's the question.
They're already
right?
starting.
Where would there?
Got them wound up.
Huh? Why are you shouting? Stop shouting.
Sorry.
No, it's just a question. Where would there? Where would there be?
Well, look, I mean, I think if the world is round, we definitely can't leave the Van Allen radiation belt because we just die of cancer, like everything will blow up.
I'm not familiar with that.
The what?
I just searched
Yeah,
up
what is
Van
that?
Allen. Van Allen radiation.
Van Allen radiation belt.
I'm gonna Google this. I want to learn more.
Yeah, we can't leave that. If
Okay,
the Earth
where's
is
the
round.
VAB at? Where's the VAB?
All right, I'm looking up on the Google right now. All right, Van Allen radiation belt is a zone of. Give me a second. I'm sorry, Google's loading.
Pretty sure that guy could explain it himself.
You can explain if you want.
It's like just thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of just radiation, non-ionizing, ionizing, everything. It's varied though. Like it's worse in certain spots, but it's meant to go like sort of along the lines of our magnetic poles, like and their eminence. But it apparently protects us
Is
from
this
radiation
now-
from the sun. I don't know.
If I may ask, the VAB, the Van Allen, is it in Egypt
No, it's in space apparently.
or is it in like Minnesota? It's where?
It says here on the Wikipedia, whatever that's worth, the Van Allen radiation belt is a zone of energetic charged particles, most of which originate from the solar wind, that are captured by and held around a planet.
I
by
find it funny that you're trying to like help them debunk
Earth
your
has
own
two such belts, and
going to
sometimes
the
others
moon
may be temporarily created.
Like, why are you trying to help? Right, he can explain it himself. It's his claim.
I heard him explain. I waited for him to finish, and then I elaborated more.
And go to the moon or something.
No, we're not having a debate. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, like what's wrong with looking at more information?
Wait, so the Van Allen radiation belt is over Minnesota, right? Like it's in Minnesota?
No, I don't think. I think. Look, if the globe is round, then it's over everything.
That's true.
But where would I have to go to get to the Van Allen radiation belts?
I'll post the.
He's saying he's saying in the sky.
Yeah, obviously you have to be the sky. Like no shit.
Yeah, like when God created the heavens and the earth. Well, the Van Allen radio belt is in the heavens.
Yeah.
Wait a second, it's in the sky. How do people get there?
They were supposed to have flown through it when they went to the moon.
Yeah, they definitely went to the moon. They definitely didn't just go to Hollywood.
I think they went to the. I think they went to the moon.
They did.
Okay, so if you think they went to the moon, then they must have gone through the radiation belts, which means that the astronauts would have died.
That's what I'm trying to say. That was my point. I was trying to get across. You guys, you put the dots together. I'm very proud of you guys.
That's good.
Well, wait a second. You talk about that bright white thing in the sky?
Well, I kind of said that from the very beginning. You will be debunking the moon landing.
Wait a second.
I mean, Stanley Kubrick himself debunked the moon landing on his deathbed.
Wait a second. I just looked it up on the.
Oh, you thought that buddy was helping you? What didn't you teach kids?
I just looked it up on the.
Remember the first thing I asked you? I said, "Why is you helping this guy debunk the moon landing?"
I don't think the solar belt. I don't think the Van Allen radiation belt does.
Well,
moon landing.
That's one of the things that
it was originally hypothesized to be like incredibly big. Like, I don't know the exact number, but it's been reduced recently in the scientific consensus. But when it was first like hypothesized and like sort of.
But you said earlier.
Huge, unescapable.
I'm sorry.
What happened to the golf ball?
Wait, I know. Yeah, this is important.
Wait, let us go. What happened to the golf ball? The Freemason hit him.
Wait.
You said earlier that if the Van Halen radiation belt was real, that would stop astronauts from getting to the moon.
Yeah, it would be. If it was real and it was along the lines of the original hypothesized amount, like the wetsuit was hypothesized to be originally, it would be an unescapable belt of radiation around our supposed globe.
That's not true, though. It says here...
Van Halen hadn't even come out yet.
It says here, the belt endangers satellites, but the Apollo astronauts going through the Van Halen belts receive a very low and
also radiation only attack particular things.
I'm going to keep saying Van Halen because it's funnier, okay?
It only affects particular things. It doesn't affect human bodies.
Just to be clear, these Van Halen radiation belts are at the moon?
Between the Earth and the moon.
It's between. It's between.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's that place called? Between the Earth and the moon? Like, what do you guys? I don't get what the claim is.
The vacuum of space.
Yeah.
The what?
The vacuum of space.
Somehow it's staying there.
Can you explain the vacuum of space to me, please?
It's an
what are you talking about?
It's an area with very little gas in it. Described as an almost perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
Next to hold on. Okay, so it's an area with no gas.
Air is a gas.
Next to the sky.
Yes.
And the radiation belt is like in between.
Yeah.
Before you get to the moon, when you leave the Earth atmosphere.
So entropy just decided to take a vacation when it comes to the vacuum of space.
Well, we're not there yet. We going with their little paradigm that they making up.
Yeah. You'd have to explain why entropy debunks anything.
Entropy.
I mean,
you know
what I was originally.
Yeah, well, we might as well destroy it now, I guess.
Might as well destroy it.
Well, can you show me an example of no entropy?
I'll give you an example.
Well, entropy definitely exists. That's not in contention.
Okay, what is entropy?
Well, what does entropy do?
Oh, it's like a gradual breakdown of the. Actually, let me Google the exact definition.
Yeah, that's what he have to do, because he don't know what he's talking about.
No, I didn't. I think you need to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about.
Okay, so what's the
thermodynamic quantity represent the unavailability of the system's thermal energy. Conversion into mechanical work, often interpreted as the degree of disorder or randomness in the system. Or, second definition, lack of order or predictability, gradual decline into disorder.
Cool.
Would you like to a constantly pressurized system that we live in, called Earth, is adjacent to this endless vacuum, and entropy is not taking place.
Exactly.
Entropy might be taking place, yeah.
Exactly.
It's not taking place, because if it was taking place, we would all be dead. There would be no gas for us to enjoy.
We would.
Honestly, where did you read that? Where did you read that definition anyway? You just Googled that?
I Googled it, yeah. Wait, we would be able to.
I like the definitions. I thought they were spot on.
We are.
He read the mechanical version of it. He didn't read like.
If you have a better definition, please provide it to me so I can go by that.
Yeah, entropy is a scientific concept that is mostly commonly associated with the state of disorder and randomness and uncertainty that terms and a concept, and it's all off the top of my head, are used in the diverse fields from classical thermodynamics, which is the central study of the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will always increase in the isolated system. Left to spontaneous evolutions cannot be decreased with time. That will be the natural study or natural observation of it, because entropy is organic. You only talking about how it's actually used and manipulated in mechanical studies.
Got it.
So I didn't know what I was talking about according to you, but I didn't know what I was talking about.
I didn't say anything wrong though.
Good.
Yeah. Anyways, maybe I said something wrong, but it hasn't.
Yeah, you did, because it wasn't relevant to the topic that we was discussing.
No, well, wait a second. Hold on. No. I can't let you get away with that. You said that entropy was the reason that the space, the vacuum of space, can't exist. And then I said that's not true. And you said what is entropy? And then you said what is entropy? And you're gonna interrupt. I'll just stop talking. Fuck, I don't care anymore.
Thanks, because
well, no, it is true.
If you understand it naturally,
I don't know. I don't think you've demonstrated your point at all.
Right, because if you ain't let me make it yet. Because if you understand it naturally, you will understand that we breathe gas pressure, which is air, and since entropy will always increase, gas pressure will be the necessary antecedent of a container. Oh, now he took the ball. You little bastard, you.
Yeah.
Is he done yet?
You a little bastard. Right, when I get to the point.
Right when he undeafens himself, I'm going to take him out of the conversation.
Who deafened themselves?
I'm eating tuna right now. Thank God for making tuna.
You're making tuna?
I like tuna.
No, I'm eating tuna. I didn't have to make it, bro.
Okay, good. I was going to say that's a fish. It makes itself.
Yeah, no, I thought that too.
How do you make tuna in Europe? I bet it's weird. I bet you guys put like fucking mustard and like smear it on like.
I put like mayo and sweet corn and get like a big old potato and just put that in with like a.
Yeah, that's weird. See, I don't find that. I was watching a guy in the UK. He had like a potato.
Thanks for that.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Are you back? Sorry, take you back.
I'm back for now. No guarantees of where I'm going for.
It's going. Jedi, I think you nicer than me or something. Go ahead, Jedi.
You deafened yourself while somebody was answering your question. That was fucking rude, dude. I'm going to give you one chance to say sorry, otherwise I'm just going to kick you out of the channel. Don't deafen yourself halfway through a conversation. Didn't your parents bring you up better?
I think if people interrupt me, I'm just going to leave.
But then just go then, mate. Bye.
After he interrupted me multiple times and want me to finish the point.
Yeah, we said the same.
I don't like that because they always go to that mechanical part on how they use it in engines and all that kind of stuff. But they don't understand. We're talking about like the natural study of it. Like,
yeah. Oh well.
Little bastard. Even though he was totally supporting the Van Allen belt, and the Van Allen belt is one of the reasons why people believe they didn't go to the moon. Because the radiation, I guess, humans can't just fly in radiation like that, they'll die.
Well, no, it's more like you can enclose yourself in a Faraday cage, which is supposedly what the spacesuits were. It's just like it would be so attritional that, like, the little tin box the Apollo rockets are made of, like little metal box they basically are. They wouldn't survive the attrition on the journey to the moon. It just wouldn't happen. It would just like attrition it down and destroy it.
Yeah, you kind of like to say what I said, but you just
Yeah. No, because it wouldn't kill you. You would just be sure, it would kill you, but it wouldn't kill you with radiation. But what's interesting is the size of the Van Allen radiation belt has been retconned to be smaller because people they obviously put two and two together and they said, well, we can't go to the moon if the Van Allen radiation belt is as powerful and as big as they say. It would just destroy it. So they retconned it.
So you admitting that they're just making shit up on the fly?
Yeah, bro, that's life. We're in a big science experiment, and we're the social experiment.
At least you was brave enough to admit that. Unlike your friend over there that was totally gonna try to defend it.
I was just bringing it up, because it's interesting. Wanted to see if people could put the dots together. One of those little clues you got to leave for people.
I ain't hear that Van Allen belt in a long time. I remember conspiracy theorists used to say that the government was trying to shoot lasers through the Van Allen belt so they could get into space. I don't know if anybody heard that one before. They were trying to use the heart to shoot through the Van Allen belt so that because they never went to space, they trying to figure out how to get to space.
Hey, bro, I can't lie. I'll mute this guy. I'm sorry for making him go on a rant about tuna, man. Just unmute him.
Thank you. Jeez, that was just a conversation. He mentioned tuna. He said he put fucking corn and
No
potatoes
more
in it. That's
tuna.
gross.
I've already eaten the tuna, bro. It's already gone. Don't worry.
Oh, he left. Yeah.
I had Alfredo tonight. It was pretty bomb. But anyway, Van Allen radiation belts, space, it all violates second law of thermodynamics. These globers are claiming that entropy is not taking place in this specific instance, and they can't show it ever happening. It's just a just-so story that we have to believe. Oh, but if you go up on top of a mountain, the air pressure could be like 2 degrees lower. Well, there's already gas there. There's not an absence of fucking gas. The gas is existing in that area, and you're able to breathe on that mountain.
Oh man, you will never be able to get that they would never hear that argument, Vax. They would just put their microphone or They would turn off their microphone, mute themselves, or put their hands on their ear and go la 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 la.
Hey, you have to remember, these are the guys who stuck their arm out for a free COVID vaccine and a donut. You know. Sorry.
More of that shit.
I thought about going into Krispy Kreme and being like, "Hey, can I get that free donut?" Oh, well, I'm not showing you my vaccine receipt. It was free. Some dude in a blood van gave it to me. I didn't get any paperwork.
Man, I was like 14 in school, and they all lined us up in this big old hall and made us all take the vaccine.
Hush! Shut the fuck up! That's not the purpose of this room.
They just get distracted immediately. Straight into the weeds, like right away. It's like, ooh, what's the shiny thing? Embarrassing.
Yeah, proof of curvature with a measurement, and then they want to tell you about Stanford Prison experiment. It's like, you're off base, buddy.
Oh, here we go.
Ski, have you have any evidence of the Earth being a glob?
Got a tuna sandwich.
What's the purpose of these guys running out of here? Mythbusters.
Oh. Oh shit. I'm literally going to push your button to unmute, jump out. Pansy, hold still. Alright. You kept jumping out and your mute unmute button kept disappearing. It's like, damn it, man, hold still.
My bad. Dude, why do I keep getting muted? I'm not swearing or being rude to anybody.
No, but the V word and the things that happened in 2019 don't get talked about. And then it
that's
caused
fair
the
enough.
other ADD. It caused the other ADD child to start trying to talk about it also. So that's why.
I didn't bring it up. I was just commenting on what somebody else said. But no, if you guys, that's cool. Discord's weird, man, because there's some rooms where they just say whatever. In VC, they do. I mean, shoot, we do on FED. We can say whatever in FED. They're just strict in the text chats.
Yeah.
But I mean, I didn't even bring that topic up. I was just making a comment.
I know, but this room gets put to YouTube. So
I got you. Okay, no,
Plus,
that's
we want
fair.
the
I didn't.
content focused.
Yeah, but there's no one in here debating anything. Anytime a Glober's brought something up,
There's going to be even less if we just keep going off topic.
Well, you got to lure them in somehow.
He was already here. No need to go off topic.
Is he gone? He hasn't rebutted anything about. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Okay. Well, off with his head.
We'll get another one. It's fine.
Yeah. So.
Meanwhile, Van Allen
Say
Bell
anything
going to
now. I got muted for mentioning tuna.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Well, I mean, it went on for a while. You know, we gave you some rope.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Van Allen Bell going to the moon.
Violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Violates the second law of thermodynamics. Period. That was the moral of that story.
Next. The second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with science. It's outside of science. Science is just a silly method. Well, it's not silly, but it's a natural law. Think about like the natural law of human dignity, right? That's not science. Neither is thermodynamics.
I see it's a tough crowd right now for the.
My headphone fell out. What did you say?
It's a tough crowd for the topic right now. I get that.
Apparently. It's like trying to do stand-up comedy in a funeral home. I got a little laugh. Hey guys, what's the deal with pallbearers? Their name's not Paul. Sorry, I'm just watching Seinfeld.
It's the worst when you got a Glober and then like the topic just keeps going off track.
They were incapable of rebutting. Thing is, there's no sense on beating them to a bloody pulp over the second law. They don't. What was that one guy that said he was going to go Google it? He said it was. He said something. His definitions were fine. I had no problem with his definitions. But before he gave the definitions, he tried to just like freelance what he thought it was, and he had no idea. So he's gonna like those Globers. They're gonna leave, and it's gonna. Maybe the penny will drop. You never know. That one guy from England that likes tuna and his potatoes, he said he's never seen curvature before. He's on the once you're on the fence, you're hooked. The thing I got to learn to do, and I'm trying to get better at it, is every single Glober that you come in contact with, you can't think they're a bacon or a Ruhif, you know? Like, they might be honest people. That shit, I was a Glober, and I was seeing Flat Earth for probably 2 years. It was, like, on my radar. But I didn't get it. I didn't know, like, oh, these people are Flat Earthers. I couldn't, like, mentally picture what they meant by that. You know, because you start thinking about pizza, pizza pies in the solar system. And that's silly. Why would anybody think that? And I'm like, oh, I see what the thing is. They're saying that outer space is fake. And then once I realized that's really what they're claiming, that the stuff in the sky is not what our textbooks say it is, then I'm like, oh, okay, I get what flat Earth is. But then it wasn't until I realized that it violates natural law that I'm like, it's not even physically possible for what they claim the sky is to even exist anyway. And it's super obvious.
They pretty much replaced the old stories about the gods coming from the skies, and they made it more of a, well, this is a factual thing. This is about science. This isn't a religion. These are exactly what they are. Although I never went there. I never measured the distance. I only assumed.
Yeah, but that's astronomy, though. Anything when you tilt your head up and look at the sky, you're dealing with astronomy, and that has nothing to do with science.
Exactly.
I got into a really heated debate with my buddy who, I went on a 2-year hiatus from talking with him. He's someone I grew up with. We live on opposite ends of the country. And we got into an argument about 5 years ago about certain things. He had his view on it. I had my view. And then we stopped talking. But before that, he was telling me about flat Earth before I ever even looked into it. Like, he was talking about, I remember this one video that he sent me, and an astronaut was doing a flip, and he had an iPad like strapped to his thigh, like facing outward, like it was like on the same like vertical as like his chest, like just iPad sticking, strapped to his thigh. And I'm guessing so he could like lift his thigh up while he's floating around, and like he could see his iPad, because if you're in constant free fall, you're not going to get tired lifting your leg up for 5 hours straight. So, but the thing is though, when he did his flip, you could see a camera and you could see a man with what was it? Eyes Wide Shut. You guys know that movie? Like how they wore those masks with the big long noses, or like Mardi Gras, like one of those like medieval looking masks.
Right.
You can see the reflection of that in the iPad. And that's when he started telling me he thinks the Earth is flat because they're faking. Clearly, this scene was being staged and recorded, and some dude with that mask on was caught in the reflection of the iPad. And why is he behind the camera? A couple of years ago, I just got back in contact with him in July, this past July or whatever. And he was telling me, he goes, he was 60-40 flat. Like, he goes, dude, it's 60-40. And we got into this huge argument, and this is why we no longer talk anymore, because I told him astronomy's not science. And like, he rage quit on me and blocked me on Facebook.
Damn.
It's whatever. That's the dynamics of our relationship. I've known this dude since 2006. Like, we went to high school together, and we were in the same band for a while. But what's funny though? It's like the last time I spoke to him, he was about to like enter the Catholic Church, and now, like, once I got back in contact with him, he was all about Aleister Crowley. Insane, this kid. I don't know. I hope he's doing okay. He's got a lot of problems. But anyway, I don't want to get off topic. Is there any Globers in here that have globe proof?
Bueller.
Oh, shit. So it's really Flatsy's birthday today? Happy birthday, if you can hear us, if you're paying attention.
Thank you.
Oh, there you are. You're welcome. So you got second place in that contest?
I did, and I've got legendary status in the politics server.
Because really, there was only 3. I'm not trying to be rude, but there was like 70 people that sang. It's probably because it was a whole day. But really, there was only 3 that could actually. I remember it was a guy, it was you, and then everybody was saying it was some other girl, but I don't think I actually heard her. So who came? Was it the guy that came in first, or the other girl?
The Castle King came first, so the guy came first.
Okay.
And the girl with the circus tent came third.
Ah. No, because that one guy, he was good.
He was good, and he was stinking precious too.
But the thing is, though, there were so many people. Like, I started laughing when all of these, like, Arabian guys came in and started singing. It was so funny.
Yeah, singing Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, what song was it, though? Like, he kept... I can't remember what the song was, but it, like, his accent was so thick, and, like, when he was singing, like, I was on mute, and I was just laughing. Like, it was hilarious. But I couldn't tell if he was being authentic or if he was trolling. And if he was being authentic, I felt bad because I wasn't trying to make fun of him, but it was super funny. I mean, it was so funny, it had to have been on purpose. And if not, then he's a comical genius. But anyway, well, that's cool. That was the last time I played my guitar. That, like, when that whole thing was going, started feeling super inspired. I took my guitar out for the first time in like 2 months. Ah. Mhm.
Good.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies. So there's no 2025 moon mission. It got scrubbed.
Uh-oh.
Remember, like 3 or 4 years ago, that's like a lot of governments saying, wait till 2025. Oh, it got pushed to like 2030.
Remember when your grandparents were told that they would have hotels on the moon?
Nah, I never heard any of that. But like in 1969, when it happened, or whenever, I don't remember the date of Apollo 11, but like when they first went to the moon, like there was a gigantic portion of the people that were like, yeah, this is stupid. And they shut their TVs off. And like, man, they'll tell us anything. Apparently that was a big sentiment of the population, like worldwide. Like a lot of people just did not buy it.
Well, the RIDE report published in 1987 said it would take at least 25 years to return to the moon.
And that came out what year?
87.
87.
And
Oh,
we're
shit,
in
that's a lot.
2025 already?
Yeah. Well, God willing, we still have a couple more days, but I feel like we'll all see it.
No, we're 12 years overdue.
Yeah. Man, just like in my heart of hearts, I don't think the whole final experiment thing's going to happen.
Probably going to be cloudy that day and they won't see shit.
Well, they're going there for, I think, like 11 days, right? It's from like the 13th to the 27th. Oh my God, dude, that's coming up. Holy crap. That's coming up like under 2 weeks, like a week and a half.
If they're going there by boat, hopefully the boat won't sink.
It's under a week. No, I don't wish ill will on anybody. Hopefully everything goes good. But yeah, no, if they do go, it's going to be cloudy the whole time and craft weather and can't see 50 feet, past the bow of their boat and stuff.
Like, you look at some of the other 24-hour sun videos captured, there's always clouds in the sky. It's never a cloudless day.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there's enough clouds to even hide the sun briefly.
Something interesting that I think should be taken into consideration is in Antarctica, it's said to be so clear that way that you can see so much further, like at up to 300 miles away because the air is so clear. So they should be doing like long distance observations. If anything, that's what they should be doing.
Yeah, if the humidity is very low, it'll be clearer air, and you could certainly see further.
Dude, I noticed on my weather app the other day, because it was super clear last night. I looked at my weather app to check the temperature because my thermometer on my porch it's not accurate. And it said visibility unlimited. I'm like, oh, that's so funny.
Well, usually you can get visibility in that on if you look at the MEDAR reports from airports. You always have to tell how good the visibility is so the aircraft know how close to the airport they'll see the airport.
Right. Plus, the consumer has all the rights to know about like the weather conditions and stuff as far as the airport's concerned too.
If they did a long distance observation so far that at least some people could concede that it's not refraction, that'd be pretty cool. So I'm looking on the positive side of things, but only if somebody even thinks to do that.
I can picture if Mick Toon's going there, he's gonna be like, "All right, guys, we're like," if he's like doing his little like he's making a live stream. Today we're in Antarctica with Jaron, and we're gonna take an elevation angle to the sun for 24 hours. It's just funny. Hey.
Yeah, you couldn't make me go because I'd want to strangle him.
I will say I was surprised when I found out he was not a staunch atheist and that he's he very well could be a Christian. I don't know. But just the fact that he claims, and I'm taking his word for it, that he believes in God and stuff. Like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. I'm of the mind if someone makes that claim that they are, then I don't question it. It's not my place to. I mean, FDFT isn't. So I thought that was a little odd. I'm like, oh, it just kind of took me aback a little bit. I'm like, oh, this guy's claims to be a Christian. That's funny. I was not expecting that. And I can't gauge his age either. I can't tell if he's like 38 or like 59.
Who?
Mick Toon.
Yeah, he looks like he's at least 50.
Is he? I didn't really watch a lot of his content though. I think I'm subscribed to him somehow. I don't get notifications, but like I'll see him pop up in like when I'm scrolling on YouTube. And you know how it is if you watch a live stream of something for like 20 minutes or so, next thing you know, you'll start seeing it a lot. But I think flat earthers have to tighten up on the southern star rotation argument.
So you saw
it's not that hard.
In the sky, big deal. Doesn't mean.
Well, the thing is, right? But if you want to get like in the mud with them over it, which sometimes that will bring people to the other side once you get down with it. It doesn't behave the same as it does up in the north.
Yeah, and here's the
if
thing.
You're in Australia, only other Australians can look at the sky at the same time and see everything. South Africans and Australians can't do that. People from Argentina and New Zealand can't do that. People from New Zealand and Australia don't have nighttime at the same time. It goes east to west. New Zealand first. Everything in the sky moves west. Australia, everything in the sky. It's just.
The people in Northern America, the people in Northern America and in Europe and in Asia see the night at the same time too?
Yep. Yeah.
They do.
Yes. Like where I live in the deep south of the United States, like right at the bottom near Florida and stuff. Like I'm at the very bottom of the continental United States, and I can see stars in the sky at the exact same time as somebody in Moscow.
What is what is the time for you right now? Like approximately
11:02 p.m.
11:02 p.m.
Yep.
Oh, it's 6 a.m. for me right now. So the sun is going to be rising very soon. So like in an hour or two, you will be seeing the stars, and I will not be seeing stars in Europe.
Oh.
You're either very heavily robotic or I have some problems with connection. Can someone confirm if he's roboting or not?
So, right. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No problem.
I apologize. I got this one dead spot in my drive that my Wi-Fi doesn't pick up, and I just ran out of high-speed data the other day. Okay, so it's 6 a.m. for you right now, and it's 11 p.m. for me.
Yes, and then in Europe.
Okay, now what if we were having this conversation 3 hours ago? What time would it be for you?
3 hours ago.
3 a.m.
Yeah, 3 a.m.
It's 6 minus 3 is 3, bro. So it would be 8 p.m. for me, and it got dark at 4:40. Like at 4:40, I could see Venus, I could see Saturn, everything. So yes, we can totally see the night sky simultaneously.
Okay, so there are moments when you can see simultaneously and moments where you cannot. There are the periods when the night
so what?
There and there, because the same thing happens in the south. There are periods when there is night at the same time in Australia and South America, or in Australia and in South Africa.
Really? Okay. What are those times? What are the dates? Because we already figured out our date was just a couple hours ago. Was probably literally like 45 minutes ago. We'd both be able to go outside and look at stars. In fact, we could probably go outside and look at stars right now.
Yeah,
Where's the sun on your horizon? How many degrees in the sky is the sun?
For me?
I mean, if this, yeah.
For me,
when I take my daughter to school, we leave the house at 7, and it's
for me it's minus. For me, it's minus 12 degrees under the horizon.
The sun is minus 12 degrees below your horizon?
Yes. So it's still dark here.
So can you go outside and see stars at this very moment?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so we can see stars simultaneously right now.
Yes, but it's very close to the sun rising. And in like an hour or two, I wouldn't anymore, and you still would be able to do that.
Dude, it's 11:06. It gets dark at 4:40. At 4:40, it's dark out, and I need to use a flashlight if I'm walking down the street I live on because I'm in the middle of the woods. Yeah, so we have massive chunks of time where we're both looking at pitch black night sky.
Do it. See which stars you can see. Do it. It's cloudy for me.
What am I supposed to do?
Don't go outside, man. It's probably cold.
Yes, it is.
Fuck it. All you gotta Just poke your head out the front door and look up.
Wait a second, am I talking to Embo?
What's the problem?
Yes.
Man, I've been talking to you the whole time. Damn it, how you been?
Yeah.
I got my bow. Sound cold, Embo. Sounds like you're shivering.
So right now there's like winter here, and there's summer in the southern hemisphere. But when there's a reverse and there's winter there and summer here, then they have the longer nights and the shorter days. So they have more periods when the night is at the same time at different continents.
Keep telling us that, Mr. Wizard.
Right now it's the longest nights are here in the north. That's why it's easy for the night to have a big extent.
Right.
Well, the sun worshippers would be having parties right now to try and help the sun stay alive as it traverses to the longest night. And then afterwards, they would celebrate that it returned.
Man. Embo, are you in the UK? I thought you were in like Belgium or something.
Who? Me?
You, Embo. Yeah, I thought you were like in like Austria or Belgium. Like, no, maybe not Belgium, because you have a German-sounding accent. I thought you were from that way.
No, I'm from Poland.
Oh, you're Polish. No, you know what? I feel like you told me that already. Okay. Well, shit, I gotta work on my accents then.
So I just posted the range of the nights in the southern hemisphere today, and you can see that in Western Australia and in Eastern South Africa, you can have the night at the same time. But it's wider in the north because right now the winter is in the north.
Where'd you? Oh, is this? Oh, I see. Okay, you just posted it now. That's what you're going with?
Yes, I think it's a reliable source.
Right. And the people in... Hold on. I'm trying to this. Oh. Yeah, they both have to look southwest and southeast to see the Southern Cross.
That's probably true, but they both have to look south to see the constellation Octans. That's the constellation that is always in the south. The same way as Ursa Minor is in the north.
Constellations. If I'm in North America and somebody else is in China, we both look directly north to see all our constellations.
Same as there. You also look directly south and you see the same constellation.
Opposite directions. One has to look southeast, one has to look southwest.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
That's absolutely false. You can place a camera with long exposure that will show you the so-called star shapes, and you will have a center of rotation in the south. It will be always perfectly in the south. That will be the same center of rotation for all of the people. The same constellation will be there.
No, the night sky moves. It's all moving east to west.
That doesn't contradict that fact, right? It moves east to west.
It literally does, because in the north... No, because in the north, Polaris doesn't move. It's always dead north, no matter where you are. You're changing your direction east to west to look at the rotation, which there isn't even a rotation. It's literally just moving east to west.
It's absolutely moving, though. It's moving around the North Celestial Pole, the same as the stars in the
east
south
to
move
west.
around the South Celestial Pole. East to west, exactly. And the ones
No,
in the
they're
south also
moving
move
east to
east to
west
west.
as well. No, they are literally moving east to west as well, Embo.
Yes, that's true, but the word east-west doesn't contradict the fact that they appear to move in a sphere around an axis. And the axis has 2 points where it intersects the sphere. That's the North Pole and the South Pole.
A sphere? You haven't shown any evidence of having an antipole.
Well, that's kind of already directly from the observation. You can measure the angle separation between the North Celestial Pole and the South Celestial Pole. It would be 180 degrees, which is antipodal.
Who said it was 180 degrees? It's beyond the equator. The equator is zero elevation to Polaris.
Yes, so on the equator, both of them appear fairly at the horizon. So the separation between them is 180 degrees. And that's why you can know that they are antipodal.
Yeah, it's 180 degrees at the equator between. Let's just say that the north, the Ursa Minor, is completely vertical of Polaris from your location, and let's just say the southern. He said 180 degrees, though. He doesn't know what he just said.
Yes, and if it's directly under your head, which means you're at the geographic North Pole, then you measure 180 degrees to the South Celestial Pole, then it would be basically under your feet. That's where 180 degrees from that would be. Because
so 180 degrees is under your feet now. You're standing in the middle. You have a line that's 180 degrees, and you're in the middle of that line. The end of that 180 degree line is now under the observer's feet in the middle of that 180 degree line?
Absolutely. If you take a protractor, right, and you want
to show that.
Yes, I'm going to show how you can demonstrate that. If you take a protractor at the North Pole, where the North Celestial Pole is overhead, and you place the one side of the protractor to face the North Pole, and then the other side would be directly under your feet. You would basically holding it sideways.
No, because once you get to the equator, Polaris is at a 0 degree of elevation. It's the minimum angle you can make to Polaris.
But there are also negative angles, but that's true.
There's negative angles. So
yes,
how do we do
absolutely.
celestial navigation then with negative angles?
You don't, because you only use the stars that you're going to see.
The thing is, you can sail beyond the equator and use stars until you start getting to the north and continue navigating. All those stars you were using to navigate have been on the same 180 degree plane.
Not really. It's
literally. How else would it work then? If something's below my feet, how am I taking an elevation angle to it?
You don't, because you don't use the stars that are currently under your feet, but because you don't use them, it doesn't mean they aren't there.
If you're 700 miles south of the equator, and then you go 900 miles north of the equator, you're using stars that aren't visible once you pass that equator, yet you're still on the same horizontal plane, as you said, 180 degrees. And I'm sorry, there was someone else I was trying to speak up a second ago, so I'll be quiet.
Okay. So again, you can go to equator, where you can see the North and South Celestial Poles at the same time, and you can directly measure their separation, because they are at the other side of the horizon, 180 degrees. And then, keeping in mind the separation that you already got, you can go to the North Pole, where the North Celestial Pole is straight overhead, is in the zenith, and you can point one side of the protractor to face that North Pole, and keeping in mind that the South Celestial Pole has to be 180 degrees apart, it will be under the ground, straight under your feet, because that's where the other side of the protractor will be pointing in that case.
How could two spots at one location be 180 degrees away from each other, and then simultaneously be 90 degrees and negative 90 degrees? You're just literally begging that you're on a ball. And like I said, when you're using stars in the south, 500 miles from the equator, and then you travel 500 miles north of that equator, you're still on the same horizontal. Oh, I thought I was on mute. You're still on the same horizontal plane. So, like, what you're saying is literally, it doesn't add up. That's not how celestial navigation works. You're literally just begging that there is something under your feet.
Isn't 90 degrees and other 90 degrees added up together 180 degrees in total? When you said that you have 90 degrees and negative 90 degrees, wouldn't they add up together to 180 degrees?
When Polaris is at 90 degrees, that, for one, what are we taking a measurement to that's 180 degrees? What did you say is, when we're on the equator and Polaris is at 0 degrees, and what else is at 0 degrees?
What else? The South Celestial Pole is also at 0 degrees.
What South Celestial Pole? What are you talking about?
Is the southern center rotation of the sky.
Are you claiming that there's a Polaris equivalent in the south?
Absolutely.
What's it called?
Polaris Australis.
And that's used for navigation?
No, it isn't. But again, this doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Why is it not used for navigation? Why is it why is it not used for navigation?
It's not used for navigation because you only use the brightest stars for navigation that you can easily see and spot and detect which one is which.
It's because it's not fucking visible.
It is visible under very dark
No,
skies,
it is
but
not
it's
visible. If it was visible, it would be used for navigation. You can't see it with your fucking eye. You can't see it with the fucking with the telescope. What are you talking about?
You absolutely can see it with a telescope.
No, you cannot.
In fact, you do use it in a telescope to align your telescope with an equatorial mount to align it with the axis of the Earth.
How do you line up your equatorial mount with a telescope if your telescope that's magnifying isn't lined up to it, and you're using a finder scope which isn't strong enough to see it, but then you're claiming it's strong enough to be seen in your main telescope? No, that's wrong.
So you have a telescope, like a smaller telescope, mounted on the mount that is specially designed to fix it to the axis, and it has like a little drawing on its glass with the star patterns in the northern pole and in the southern pole, and you can basically align the stars that you see with these patterns, and then it's aligned. In the north, it's Polaris, and in the south, it's the Sigma Octantis star.
Oh, okay, so in the south, in order to get your Newtonian telescope to line up with Polaris Australis, you have to use the constellations and not the actual star itself to line up to it?
In both of the cases, you have to do that.
In one of the cases, or in every single fucking case ever? You have to line your telescope up with the Southern Cross. No, you don't use the Southern Cross. Yes, you do. You use the Southern Cross, and then you angle yourself so you're 180 degrees away from Polaris, because Polaris is beyond the equator and you can't see it anymore. Everything's pointing towards Polaris. You're not using Polaris Australis to sight in your telescope.
So now I'm going to post a photo from a telescope that is used for that, for you to not make baseless claims. Okay, just posted it. Can you see this little constellation right there?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I want you to circle, highlight something, underline Polaris Australis in what you posted. It looks like you're using Octantis, and you're trying to do weird shit to point it at something that's not actually there.
It has two different names, bro. Sigma Octantis is the same as Polaris Australis. Hey,
no, it's not.
Do a better job. Use the names consistently, bro. You're confusing this guy. Dude, Sigma Octantis is the star he's talking about. Polaris Australis, whatever, it's its alternative name. It is in the constellation called Octans, right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay,
You can
now
see
stop
Octans in his little
spazzing.
picture
Stop
that he sent.
spazzing. You nut job. Are you a
This
new
guy's
Flurf?
back.
Like, are you new to this game?
This guy's back. This is the
Are you denying the
Australian guy from a
existence of
couple
a
hours
It
star
isn't.
that everyone can see?
It isn't like he's new to it. It's that he's so heavily brainwashed by the Oakley's crew that he just denies the thing that our song
You
easily
deny the
demonstrated.
existence of a star that every person in the South
Well,
can
just
see if they look for it? You're grasping for straws here, right? Aren't you?
Notice how he didn't post a picture of the star that everybody can see.
This today is the first time you've heard of Sigma Octantis. Today is the first time you've ever heard of Sigma Octantis.
Oh, dude,
In
you're
all
late to
the
the party,
years
bro.
you've been doing your research and truth seeking, tonight is the first time you've heard of Sigma Octantis. We know that's true because we heard your voice. We heard your genuine surprise that there's a star in the south that is close to the southern celestial pole that's called Sigma Octantis. Today is the first time you've ever heard this. And you are a truth seeker, aren't you? You've been doing this for years.
Lima.
Probably, yeah?
Is this just going to be a long ad hom? Hold on.
What a nut job.
Just so you just crept out of the shadows after you got spanked earlier about the second law of thermodynamics.
You're an idiot.
And you're just creeping out of the shadows and just throwing ad hom grenades at me?
You're a flat Earth liability. You are a flat Earth liability. You're a liability to the flat Earth movement. You should be ashamed of you.
So I have a question.
I'm still waiting for the picture of Sigma Octantis.
I have a question.
Dude, you posted a cardboard cutout of how you align a telescope. And then it has little drawings of Octantis, which looks like a trapezoid. And there's no picture of Sigma Octantis, or what you're trying to claim is Australis Borealis, or whatever the fuck you were saying. No,
Jesus Christ on a motorbike. Jesus Christ on a motorbike.
Not from the south. You got the name mixed up. Where's the picture of the star?
Sigma. Fucking on Google.
It's in the.
It's on Google.
Yeah.
It's in the bottom right of the constellation. The little letter there is the letter Sigma, which means it's a star Sigma Octantis.
Kind of looks like a little mushroom.
Yeah, you're a mushroom. Your head is a mushroom.
Now this constellation,
even for a flat earther, there's a limit of stupidity.
Quiet. I'm not. Listen, dude, you don't want I haven't sworn at anybody. I haven't tossed out any insults. I've been pretty lighthearted.
Let's give him a chance. Let's not insult him.
So, where's the pole star in this black and white diagram? Exactly.
It's in the bottom right of the constellation.
So everything. Okay, so the center crosshairs are where?
The center crosshair is the pole. Is the south celestial pole.
So you have a very non-stationary pulsar, is what you're claiming?
Yes, if you zoom closely, which is what the telescope does, then you will see the discrepancy between the star and the actual pole.
Right. So there's sometimes in Lima, Peru.
The first time you've learned that Polaris is not perfectly aligned with the celestial North Pole. Is tonight the first time?
No, I already were on Oakley server and we were discussing with him.
Let me respond to that. When was Polaris cataloged?
This is the answer to my question. Is tonight the first time you've heard that Polaris is not perfectly aligned with the celestial North Pole?
When did I make a claim about it being aligned perfectly to the celestial North Pole?
You expressed amazement and amusement at the fact that he suggested that it's not perfectly aligned.
I'm sorry. What company went to the celestial North Pole and took it up to an angle? McDonald's. So non-response. You're just gonna chant McDonald's. What about Wendy's?
Carry on, Embo. You're doing a great job, by the way.
Right. So so Embo is showing me a star that is not aligned to the center of anything, because he's claiming Sigma Octantis. How many degrees is that away from the center?
I believe like a half of degree, something like that. A little bit more
of a
than
degree?
that. No, half of degree.
1,000th of a degree?
No, I said half of degree.
degrees away
Half,
a degree,
50% of a degree, you
Yeah,
flat Earth
0.5.
liability.
Okay. What is your accent? You have a funny accent. I can't place you either. You kind of sound like
I'll let you figure it out.
Australian Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, you got to work. You got to think
When I
about
said
it.
Australian, I meant to say Irish.
No. If he figures out where
You
Peter
wouldn't
is
know
from,
an
he's going
Irish
to
if she said
Australia.
on your face.
Peter's kind of a dick, isn't he?
Thank you.
Who is?
I said Peter's kind of a dick.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, I don't.
So,
I'm looking at dude, Embo. You think this is the first time Embo has pulled this out?
It looks like it based on your reactions. Unless you have goldfish
Well, let's put
memory,
it
then
this
it
way.
does seem like the first time. 0.73 degrees of the celestial pole. 0.73.
0.73.
Okay, thank you for the correction.
Yeah, that's roughly three
Right.
quarters.
So it's 1 degree off.
Yeah.
So therefore, it has.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What are you doing? The
One.
math now in your head?
That
Yeah.
means it's
One,
moving
2.
2 degrees east to west. Are you going to let me?
No.
If it's 1 degree off the
1.5
center.
degree. 1.5.
Oh, it's 1.5 degrees off the center. Oh,
No, if you're trying to look at the extremes, you nuts. 3 quarters times 2 is 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
That's the math you were trying to do in your head, right? 3 quarters times
So it's
2,
how many
1.5.
degrees off center? What?
0.73.
Okay, so it's it's 1.5 degrees from the center.
Yeah, give or take.
Okay.
Well, is it give or take or? Wait, hold on.
0.73 times 2
Okay.
is 1.46.
So it's 0.7. It's 0.7. It's 0.73 degrees off from the center point. That's what you're saying. Which means it's moving almost 2 degrees per night every single night, which means it's going to make a big ass circle.
1.46 degrees. Yes, and you can see pictures of that circle.
Yeah.
If you listen to Embo, he was trying to tell you. Yeah, you
well,
can.
Embo didn't show pictures. I asked. So, see, originally, but when Embo sent this diagram on paper,
yeah,
is that a photograph of Polaris Australis? I keep saying Polaris Australis.
Yeah, you
I can give you a photograph. You can.
Is that what's the proper name for it? Is it Polaris Australis? Is that
Sigma
correct?
Octantis.
AKA
Sigma
Polaris Australis.
Well, you guys are contradicting. Is Polaris Australis and Sigma Octantis claimed to be the same thing or not?
Same thing.
It is.
Yes, it's the same star.
So let's just call it Sigma Octantis. Okay.
Okay, so
now what?
So you use Sigma Octantis to line up your telescope. That little black and white chart that he has, which is on Octantis at the very bottom right, you don't need that. You could just
that's how you find it because it's a very faint. He was trying to tell you it's a faint star. It doesn't. We don't receive much light.
So you can't line up a red dot sight on it. You can't line up a laser sight.
It's just harder to find. You know that there are like
hard is it to
millions
find?
of
Is it
stars in
possible?
this sky.
So you can wait a second. So you can put a red dot sight on Sigma Octantis.
A red dot sight. Yeah, sure. Why not?
You don't sound very confident that you can.
Because you say retarded things, so I chuckle. But you can point your
put
telescope
a
at it.
red dot finder sight on Sigma Octantis?
Yes.
Do you have any videos of somebody doing this?
Why would anyone do that? Do you think people are retarded?
Why would
This is
anybody?
absolutely
Okay, so
right.
yeah, why
Well,
would I
you
ever
want
line
to
up
do
my
it for some
telescope to
reason.
Polaris?
Yeah, you
Why
want
would
to
I
for some
ever not
reason.
line up my telescope to Polaris? Right?
Well,
Yeah.
then
I must be
line it
retarded.
up. Do line it up.
If you want, then you can fly to Australia and point out your red dot or whatever to Sigma Octantis yourself.
Yeah.
You guys have
Send
pictures
us
of
a
Sigma
postcard.
Octantis?
Yes.
Okay, let's see them. Because that's what I asked for like 30 minutes ago, and fucking Embo sent me a black and white diagram on
No,
a piece
he
of
was
fucking printer
answering
paper.
your other prompt. Your other prompt was how do people find it? First, you claimed it's invisible. So he was trying to tell you how
you guys
people.
haven't said it isn't invisible. I'm waiting on the fucking photograph of
Well,
it.
he did say it's visible, and then you said, "Nuh-uh, it's invisible," and then you
He
said
said
people
it was, so I
cannot
just have to
find
take
it.
Embo's word for gold.
Yeah, you
He
sent
sent
him on a
zero
wild.
pictures or zero videos of Sigma
because
Octantis, but he sent me a black and white cutout on a piece of
Hey,
printer
I
paper.
was there. I was listening. In your retardation, you sent him on a wild goose chase. You were like first claiming that it's invisible. Then you asked him to tell you how people find it. Then he showed you how people find it. Now you're claiming he never showed you a picture of it. While he's
Polaris
posting a picture of it
Australis
in the chat.
basing it off of Octantis.
Listen, dumb fuck. In the chat, there's a photo
You can
of the
also use
star.
the Southern Cross too. The Southern Cross is also quite
The Southern
popular
Cross
to use to
is
line up your
nowhere
telescope.
near the celestial South Pole. The Southern Cross is only a hint how to find the celestial South Pole, but it's nowhere near.
Why would you need a hint if it's visible? Why would you need a hint
Because you
if it's
need to
fucking
look
visible?
for a reference point. It's faint.
Why would you need to use a reference point to find the fucking Southern Pole star if it's visible?
Because the people in the South were not blessed with a bright star that's very close to the celestial pole.
So
they have a
Sigma
faint star.
Octantis, Australis Borealis, or whatever, isn't visible with the naked eye. You can't see. You can't put a red dot sight on it.
Star. You don't point.
Is it visible?
You can't look at.
It doesn't matter if it's
visible.
faint. If it's so, it is visible.
It does matter if it's faint because when you use things for navigation, you want them to be visible under many atmospheric conditions.
Yo, I'm just talking about pointing a telescope at it. There's Sigma
You can
Octantis.
point. He posted the photo for you. He posted the photo for you. Just look at it.
He posted a photo where? Timestamp.
Yes, in the
Timestamp.
chat.
Where?
At the bottom of the chat, you idiot.
Yeah, I think you're trying to make a very insane loop of logic that if the star isn't the one of like 50.
Who is this guy? Who fried his brain so bad? I don't even care that he's a
You're
prepper.
claiming. Hold on.
You're not
you're
tracking
claiming
anything.
that we can physically.
At the very bottom of the chat, there's a photo. Look at it. At the
he
last
posted it
post
3
in the
minutes
chat.
ago, bro. He just now posted it.
Yeah, and you've been asking for it for 10 minutes.
Before
You've
that
been asking for it for 10 minutes, and he posted it 3 minutes ago, and you still haven't looked at it.
I've been asking for it for about 45 minutes.
Then look at the fucking photo. It's in the chat.
Okay, so let's see some time lapse.
Now he wants a fucking time lapse. Hey, let's go look for a time. Let's go. Kurwa, jego mać.
Robimy to. Szukamy timelapse.
Kurwa, jego mać. Let's do it.
Chop shop, Embo.
First YouTube video is titled Sigma Octantis Timelapse Not Possible on a Flat Earth. How epic is this shit?
Okay. So celestial pole timelapse. This one seems very good.
Jesus Christ.
11 years ago.
Christ. Let's see it. Did you post
Do not drop the name of the Lord.
Okay, here's your time lapse.
Oh, this one?
No, this one's not good enough. This one's not good enough. Sorry.
This one doesn't have Sigma Octantis in the video, you.
Yeah, it doesn't. I know it doesn't, right?
No, it literally doesn't.
Yeah, did you count all the stars there and make sure one of them is not Sigma Octantis?
Oh, so Sigma Octantis. Again. It might be Sigma Octantis, it might not be. We don't know.
How about this
Listen
one?
to you, bro.
How about this video? It has a little drawing that says.
Yeah, a little cartoon. Hold on, I'm watching the video that Embo posted.
A little cartoon. It's a cartoon now. It's a cartoon.
It's absolutely deranged.
Who is this guy? Who fried his brain? QE or Nathan Oki?
He's watching both of them with Manuel.
Sorry, dude. I don't see.
No, he's getting
a
double
stationary
teamed
star
by
in the
Belton.
center.
Yeah, and when you said that this is the first time I'm exposing him to that knowledge, that wasn't true because I already tried to tell him that many times on the OP server. He's just so stubborn that he reacts like it's something new every time I present it.
I'm sorry, bro. All I saw was a video that doesn't have a pulsar in it.
Well, like
There's
that.
literally nothing in the center. The center's completely vacant.
I think we give up. I give up.
It's literally vacant, man. You can't say that you're sending me a video of Sigma Octantis and then Sigma Octantis.
Embo, you failed.
I'm roboting.
Embo, you failed. Embo.
Quite literally failed.
Sorry. Yeah. Game over. GG.
Really so over for us.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I was roboting. No. You guys are right. He quite literally failed. He sent a video that does not have a pulsar in it.
No, it's not there.
Doesn't Peter's time-lapse literally show which star is Sigma Octantis?
I know, right? It has a little arrow.
Guys,
Sigma Octantis right here.
Take a screenshot of the video. Zoom in on your picture and circle Sigma Octantis for all of us to see.
Okay, so I did this for you already in the second video. You want to click the one below? That's exactly what's there. Like literally what you're.
One?
Yes, literally. Yeah. Maybe you should be tracked. Literally, what you just said is done by some other guy.
I just got done watching
in
the video, you fucking goofball.
Yeah, why don't you have a look-see? Have a gander.
Yeah, we're watching right now. Hold on. I just saw the other video just ended 20.
I know, right? I'm sorry, it's 4 minutes long. It's unacceptable compared to a good Flat Earth video, which is 4 hours and 35 minutes long. I know.
So fun. There's literally like a giant red circle in that video.
Yeah. He's resisting hard, you know. He's fighting for his life. He's like a drowning man who's gonna take the lifeguard down with him.
Yeah, and every time he moves the goalpost, his requirements are instantly
already met. Yes,
presented to him.
No, I'm
preemptively
literally
met. Yeah.
Guys, I'm watching the video now. Hold on.
Yeah,
You
it's
said
4 minutes.
Sigma
50 seconds.
Octantis.
I threw an elephant at you.
Damn it, started over.
I don't think you've ever seen a video this long in one sitting.
Hold on, you guys. Let's see it.
Oh my god, towards the end has a nice circle.
Oh, look how beautiful. Oh, the red circle. And a non-photograph of a computer graphics. Okay, hold on.
It's a video,
Hold
right?
on, guys.
Mhm.
Hold on.
I'm sorry,
33
digital
seconds
videos are
in.
not allowed. I forgot. Digital videos not allowed.
36 seconds in.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. And?
That's Sigma Octantis.
Well, keep going. Keep going. It gets better.
Oh, hold on. Oh, dude, look at Sigma Octantis move.
Yeah.
That's a tighter circle than the second to last star. Dude, the second to last star in Ursa Minor moves less than this.
Well, they're not the same stars,
How
are
is that
they?
equivalent to Polaris? So all you're
not.
showing me is a star. Okay, so where's the fucking equivalent to Polaris in the south?
There is no equivalent.
Say that again. Hold on. Say that
not-
again for the room.
By
There's
equivalent,
no equivalent for Polaris in the south.
no. Stars are not mirror images of one another. They're all
So
different.
there's no stationary pole star in the south.
Polaris
is
is
that
not
what you're telling me?
stationary. We talked about
There's
it
no-
15 minutes ago.
There's no stationary pulsar in the north or
And
in
then I
the south.
asked, right, you say
Okay.
Polaris isn't stationary. When was
No, it's not
Polaris
stationary.
cataloged? Who cataloged
I
Polaris?
don't care. It's not stationary.
Was
we
it
went over
Claudius
this. You asked
Ptolemy?
us.
Does the name Claudius Ptolemy ring a bell
Oh, I
to
think
anybody?
that's your porn star name. Look, you asked us how many degrees
okay,
off
Claudius
the pole
Ptolemy
it
is my porn
was.
star name.
Listen, idiot. You asked us
Embo,
how many
Embo,
degrees.
tell me about Claudius Ptolemy.
Hey, goldfish. You asked us. By how many degrees it was off the proper celestial pole? We told you it was 0.73. We spent an entire ordeal. We went through an entire ordeal. You trying to do the math in your goldfish brain over how to double that number.
We haven't done
right?
any math.
We did all
I haven't
this.
done any math.
Yes, you did. You were just trying to say that 0.73 is 2 when you multiply it by 2. We went through all of that. And now you're back to claiming that it's stationary, and now you're also hallucinating that we ever claimed that Sigma Octantis is some kind of mirror image of Polaris. No, we told you people look for stars that are closest to the proper celestial poles and hopefully bright. In the north, there's a good enough star today called Polaris that is close enough to approximate the celestial pole today, yes, to approximate the north celestial pole. Even people who want to do precise measurements, they even correct for the discrepancy. But it's good enough for an approximation since it's only 0.73 degrees off. In the south, there's a completely different star. It has
you have literally no equivalent.
Yes, you're an equivalence. It has nothing to do with Polaris. The only thing that it has in common with Polaris, that it is also a star that is relatively close to the southern celestial pole. Unfortunately for the Aussies, it is not very bright. Therefore, they use the Southern Cross, which is a very prominent
takes a big circuit every
constellation, and they eyeball it, and then they try to find the southern celestial pole. Okay, now you can spiral.
Polaris is stationary, my friend.
It isn't.
Octantis, by your own video, is not stationary.
Polaris is not stationary.
Bro, Embo told you.
It absolutely is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Absolutely isn't.
Okay, so you guys don't know what the precession of equinoxes is.
Jesus Christ on a skateboard. Have you never seen star trails from the north? You've never seen star trails? You've never seen star trails. Tonight is the first time you're going to see star trails.
You're going to show me.
Okay.
You're going to show me.
Yes.
You're not going to show me nothing, bro.
Yes.
I've never looked at star trails. I've never made my own star trails.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you ask and you shall receive. Here's Polaris spinning like a motherfucker.
You're going to show me a little smiley face that can literally do anything.
Yes, here you go. Here you go.
Out of nowhere.
A time lapse video. Time lapse of Polaris spinning like a motherfucker.
Spinning like a motherfucker. Let's see.
Yes.
Oh my lord.
You've been doing this for how long? How many years have you been seeking the truth?
You think this isn't the 58th time I've seen this exact fucking video? I probably have comments in it.
Goldfish, huh?
So you're just bragging about how deep in denial you are. Because that isn't a better alternative for you if you've seen this video many times but still make claims that contradict it.
It's truth seeking.
Oh, my little stationary Polaris.
Yeah.
The video cut out. Oh crap! Hold on, the video just cut out. Okay, there we go. Oh look.
The only thing that is stationary is your thumb that you're nursing with your arsehole right now. And that's a quote from Generation Kill, okay? From General Mattis, I believe.
So, I'm going to add something to this. This is a contribution from one of our Globe astrophotographers, Seaphone.
Oh, Mr. Seaphone. Where's he been? I haven't seen him in a minute either.
He's on Earth Awakenings and on Globe Gangsters.
Hold on. We'll get to Seafoam in a second. You guys know the video you just showed me, right? Everything else is making tight concentric circles. And what did Polaris do? It had a little flat. It didn't move at the same rate as nothing else. In fact, every time Polaris started trailing creep, there was a cut, words, and then it went back, and oh god, it's just smidge, just a smudgy little bit. Come on now.
It's kind of like,
Embo, hold on. Because the other guy's stupid. He doesn't know. When did Claudius Ptolemy live?
Yesterday. Ptolemy?
Oh, no, it was not.
What did you say? Ptolemy? Let me see, a Russian guy?
You just Googled him. Oh, I semi-mispronounced his last name.
Vladimir Ptolemy, yes? A Soviet astronomer?
Vladimir?
Yeah, what's his
Vladimir?
name? I don't know.
Wasn't it
Boris?
Claudius?
Claudius Ptolemy? Ptolemy? Tilemchik?
Well, yeah, okay, I may have mispronounced his last name with my American accent, but you got his first name completely wrong and you called him Vlad.
He knew what you meant. He's just being a dick. It's his signature.
Oh, you slightly
what's his claim?
mispronounced
Hey, he
his
made a
Greek
claim.
last name.
Made a claim.
Let me get the first name completely incorrect.
Yeah, Ptolemaeus.
You know who he was 30 seconds ago. You Googled him just now and figured out this guy. When was he born?
I think on Tuesday.
Very well. What year was Polaris cataloged by him?
This is the first time ever we've ever heard about Ptolemy. 100% sure.
The first time who's ever heard of Ptolemy?
Ptolemy, you. No, me.
It's my first time.
It's the first time I've ever heard of Ptolemy.
Yeah, when was he like, when was he in his prime? Like, when was he
in
famous
1978. 1978 in Chelyabinsk, Russia.
Oh, so he was famous after Black Sabbath broke up.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
he was born. His father was Ozzy Osbourne, and his mother was a Russian groupie for the Sabbath.
Could be. Russian women are beautiful.
Did you know that Ptolemy was a globetrotter?
Maybe for you.
When did Ptolemy? When was what did he do? What is Ptolemy's claim to fame?
He was a homosexual.
He very well could have been. He was Greek, right?
Like all Greeks, yeah. That's all I know about him.
Yeah, not really that much homosexuality in Greeks.
No, I just mean back, like, take history, the history that they say that these people lived.
Back in the day. They had different standards.
Well, back in the day, like the 70s?
Yeah, in Russia.
1974 in Russia, so he was probably...
In Chelyabinsk. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Dude, come on now. What was Ptolemy like?
Do you think this is my first rodeo when a Flurf is avoiding an actual conversation and is deflecting to like some absurd things? I'm not going to answer your question because you're playing a game that I've seen played 1,000 times. What are you going to tell me about next? The Jesuits? Ask me about the Jesuits next.
That's a straw man, but okay.
Is the coming the Pharaoh Tutankhamun? Is this the next source we're going to talk about? Pharaoh Tutankhamun?
Like, when did Ptolemy in?
Yeah.
When was he walking around? When was he, taking a dump?
He was walking around in the 80s
when was he
in Chelyabinsk. In the 80s in Chelyabinsk.
Non-response, duly noted. It's weird.
Yeah. No response for a silly question.
Quite literally no response. When was Claudius Ptolemy alive?
In the 80s in Chelyabinsk Oblast.
Non-answer again. Check.
There is an answer. You may disagree with it, but it's an answer.
Embo. Well, let's talk to Embo since clearly you're not a grown-up. Can't answer simple questions.
Nie bierz tego. Nie bierz tej przynęty.
Okay. So what do you want from me?
Embo, when was Claudius Ptolemy?
You left it for me, didn't you? I got this one that doesn't work.
Alive.
When do you want to go shopping?
Yesterday, I texted him and he was still alive.
So, Ptolemy was a famous worker of the Chernobyl.
Why are you
He was a
stuttering?
famous worker of the Chernobyl power plant. So he lived in like
color?
19 pink probably because he was gay.
So Claudius Ptolemy was gay. His favorite color was purple, and he was born in
1974.
You said 19, Embo. 1974.
Yes, precisely. What made him gay was the nuclear fallout from the Chernobyl explosion.
And he is still alive today. I checked in with him just now over WhatsApp here. He's okay. He's in the gulag.
So that's 5 more non-answers from you two.
Dude, how many more specifics? We're being so specific. We told you everything about
you guys are being super specific. I just said specific. Oh my god.
How much more specific do we need to be? Jesus. That's a lot of burden.
Well, Ptolemy was a gay man alive in the 70s.
Chiliadis and today.
Purple.
Still alive today.
And he
in the gulag.
He's still. What gulag?
One of the gulags. The Gulag archipelago.
One of the gulags.
And he's in his gulag in the town.
Главное управление Lagrav. Oh shit. I forgot.
Did you just say saliva zucchini?
No. Hold on. I forgot.
I thought I heard
no.
Saliva Ukraina, but
okay.
I heard saliva zucchini.
Главное управление исправительно-трудовых лагерей.
Yes, exactly. So he's in a group in
correctional labor camps.
And that's where Claudius Ptolemy lives right now.
Yes.
He's in a gulag in a famous town called Mukhosransk.
Yes.
Right.
His exact location remains undisclosed.
I would have rather talked about fucking tuna on potatoes.
Okay. It's a much more reasonable topic than what you have been.
You guys want to talk about Inuits? You guys know what the Inuits are? Or not what they are, I'm sorry. Who they are.
I do. I know who they are. They live right next to me.
Right, yeah. Well, okay, no, let's be real. Like, Inuits, they're from...
They are from North America.
No.
Originally, they say Asia.
Well, originally, they're from Africa.
Didn't they find older bones than the shitty Lucy bones that they found in Africa? Didn't they find better ones or older ones in Europe?
Not for Homo sapiens. That's Neanderthal.
Hey, dude, the guy that just said something about Neanderthals. Hold on. The guy that just talked about Neanderthals a second ago, are you Ukrainian? Because I have a cool, like... Oh, because I thought I heard saliva, zucchini, blah, 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 Russia's evil.
Well, that was Russian language. Главное управление.
Right. That's why I asked if you were Ukrainian.
Исправительно-трудовых лагерей.
So are you Russian?
No.
So you speak... Okay. So you're fluent in like... So what? You're like fluent in like 3 languages?
I didn't say I was fluent, but I can carry my weight.
The thing is, if you got like just like parachuted in the middle of Russia, you would be able to find a restaurant and a bathroom with no problem.
And probably get laid, but I don't like white women. So.
Peter, it's funny how you have.
Okay.
Peter, it's funny how you have a knack for languages, but you still can't work out what horizontal means. I mean, that's pretty funny.
Because I know so many languages, I keep mixing up it's different words in every language, right?
No doubt, baby, no doubt.
What's horizontal in Russian?
I don't know.
Google it.
It's probably going to be the same word, just pronounced in a Slav accent. You know?
They don't say H, right? They say G. They don't say Hitler. They say Gitler. So it's probably something.
Really?
Yes. So it's probably something hilarious like Gorizont.
They don't say gypsy. They say gypsy.
It's horizontally.
Hold on. So there's no H sound in Slavic, like Russian, Ukrainian.
In Russian, they don't.
There's no huh.
Stop spazzing out. In Russian, stop. Dude, you don't speak Russian, so why the fuck are you telling me what it is?
No, that's why. Well, I'm very interested in the language. I would like to learn.
You're in luck today. You're in luck. It's a much better topic than flat Earth. In Russian, many words
Well, I mean, you don't have anything on.
Can you listen? Can you listen? Can you listen? In Russian, many words that have H. Many words that have H in other languages, other Slavic languages, have a G sound. So Hitler, helicopter, not helicopter. Vertolot is their proper word, but yeah.
But they still have a huh sound, right? Like in English.
Yeah, like hui, for example. Hui.
Right. So there's still the
Хороший hui.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I was thinking I was trying to think of a H sounding Russian word, but
yeah, well, I give you next time you meet a Russian girl, say "У меня хороший хуй." That's the
Ukraine pretty much doesn't have like swear words. They have to use Russian words for swearing.
Oh, really? Do you speak Ukrainian much?
I work with many.
Well, I was married to a Ukrainian woman, and she swore at me in Ukrainian. So what would you know?
There's very few Ukrainian swear words.
У меня, remember this. У меня хороший хуй.
No, I'm not saying there's zero. There's almost none.
This is going to work miracles for you, okay? If you remember what I just taught you.
I will not.
Trust me.
I mean, most of them are kind of copied from Russian. They just changed the Ukrainian accent. Like Blyat.
Blyat.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Горизонтальный, yeah? Horizontal.
Горизонтальный.
Yeah. What a mouthful.
Japan.
Yeah, what is flat in Russian? Flat.
Plosky.
Oh,
yeah, как по-польски,
just for the room, real quick. Hold on. Ptolemy was born in 180. Just
Well, that's your claim. Substantiate your claim.
Just going off what what
just made a positive claim. You just made a positive claim. Substantiate it. We're not even sure if Eratosthenes was alive, real person. How do you know that Ptolemy? How do you know that Ptolemy is a real person? Substantiate your claim.
Okay. Hey, fair.
Yeah, go for it. We'll wait.
Notice though,
go for it.
Like you Globers are terrified.
Do you have a video a time lapse of Ptolemy?
I'll tell you one thing. I have just as much chance of having a time lapse of Ptolemy as you do showing me fucking Sigma Australis.
Yeah, Sigma Australis that we just showed you multiple times.
Look, we have a pole star. It makes a big giant circle in the sky every night, and sometimes it's not visible in Peru.
Spoiler, it was all CGI, so the joke is on you.
Polaris. We are resetting again. We've already explained that Polaris also makes a circle.
But that was all CGI and
Ptolemy, and now this is your timeline. This isn't my timeline. Because you gotta think, dude, from 1900 to like 1950, how many millions of people got decimated? It doesn't matter. This is your timeline. Okay, yeah, let's speak gibberish and just pretend. Yeah, let's just speak gibberish and pretend Ptolemy's not real. And
he just mispronounced Ptolemy.
I'm making him up. Like, it's a boogeyman for your nightmares that I'm inventing right now.
Dude, it's your claim.
Just come up with yeah. Ptolemy is someone that I created.
Yeah, it is. It literally is.
Right. Yeah.
It's an effect of your schizophrenia.
The cope level is really high.
This is some of the best content on this channel in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, because you guys are just like saying.
Are you a regular? Are you going to come back? I'll probably get banned for like a few days for this. So, but I'll be back. So if you're back, I do want to hang out with you more.
Why are you leaving?
No. I'll just get banned by one of the mods. They're just
You know
asleep
who
or
else?
something.
Dude, I was thinking about writing a book, right? Like a novel, like a fantasy novel.
Yeah, like a memoir.
No, not a memoir. That's a journal. That's something. No, I'm writing like a novel. It's fiction. Something that I created.
A CGI then.
No, it's a book, you moron. It's paper and letters on. Like I use a pen
Like
and I write
Narnia,
words
like
down.
Narnia, yeah, like Narnia.
Well, yeah, that was probably a book. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Dude, that movie was playing on my TV the other day. Like I had it on Amazon Prime, and like one movie ended, and immediately started playing that. Then my wife goes,
You have
"What the hell is
Amazon
this
Prime?
movie?"
Do you have the one with ads, or did you pay extra for no ads?
Dude, I don't know if there's ads or not. I'm really pissed off because like there was this one movie I wanted to watch.
You fall asleep 10 minutes into the movie, right? So you never make it to the first ad.
Oh no, I don't fall asleep watching TV.
Oh.
I tried watching.
I don't.
Sorry. My girlfriends have tried making me watch The Notebook probably 3 times. And
how many girlfriends do you have?
No, I just mean different like throughout my life.
Oh,
you know?
not at the same time.
No.
Okay.
Not props. If you had like 3 girlfriends, book in bed together,
they've all tried, and it's been at least 3 times that I've watched it, and I haven't made it past 20 minutes.
Dude, if I were in bed with like 3 girlfriends and they asked me to watch, I would watch anything they asked me to watch.
I wouldn't watch shit.
Anything.
Yeah,
I do want to get late after, but I
would watch the paint dry. I would watch the paint dry. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't be. If I had 3 females in my bed and we wouldn't be watching anything, I'd be calling all the
you gotta
shots.
take a break.
That
You gotta
TV
take a break every now and then.
Peter, what about gay porn? Are you going to watch that?
Spoken like a true virgin.
If I am with 3 hot women in bed and they condition them staying in bed with me for me watching gay porn, hell yeah, I'm watching that shit.
What about if one of them uses a strap on as well in the stipulations?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I do recommend that.
There you go. Credibility down.
Peter, you're worrying us.
That's why Europe doesn't have fucking firearms, dude. If I'm in bed with 3 women and all 3 of these fucking bitches want to watch The Notebook, I'm putting my pants on. I'm going outside. I'll see you guys. I'm going to go find something else to do because I already did what I wanted to do anyway.
I'm sitting at my desk.
I'm married. I would never cheat. Like,
okay, good for you. She's a lucky lady.
No, I'm just saying. I don't mean. Now that's bad. Like, dude, if I have 3 women in my bed and they want to watch The Notebook, no.
You gotta do
guys
it.
can watch The Notebook. I'm gonna go find something else to do because I'm already assuming if there's 3 women, like I already did what I wanted anyway. Everything's over.
Like if 2 minutes ago. Yeah.
Watch A Notebook before anything happens, then I fucked up.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
I mean, you can dream, right? A boy can dream.
3 ways? That sounds fucking horrible anyway. It's like...
That's what you think.
Well, no, it's literally sex, but I'm walking around with the clipboard being like, okay, you're good, I did that, okay.
Well, I mean, hopefully one day you're gonna...
I handled you. No, yeah.
Hopefully one day you're gonna go through this ordeal and then we'll exchange notes.
Wait, hopefully one day I'm gonna have a 3-way?
Well, if you play your cards right and stop being a flat earther, it could happen.
What? Oh my god, dude. So...
Yeah, Sigma Octantis, yeah? Let's go back to...
Oh, the one that's... Yeah. Let's get back to the star that is not anywhere near equivalent to Polaris. That is not stationary.
No.
That moves. That you can't use. You can't use it for navigation. You can't line up your telescope with it. It's there, but it's also makes a big circle. That's
you got half of it.
Yeah, literally the one that's not stationary. That's why I brought up Ptolemy, and you told me Ptolemy was born when the movie Saturday Night Fever came out in 1978 or whatever you were saying. So Ptolemy's 46 years old because you're coping. Yeah. Let's talk more about Sigma Octantis, the star that's not visible for everybody on the same meridian. Let's go.
So there are 57 navigation stars in the almanac. So if your standard for a star existing is it being used as a navigation star, then there are 57 stars in total.
Polaris is stationary.
It isn't.
Embo, what was
That's a positive claim. Prove your positive claim.
Embo, shut the fuck up. You're a little bitch. You won't even tell me when fucking Ptolemy was born. So shut the fuck up. You have literally no seat at this table. You were sitting on a military outside on the
1955. He was born in 1955 in the Soviet Union.
Embo, 1974.
Ptolemy was born in 1955 because you two are spazzing around.
That was Ptolemy's uncle. Ptolemy's uncle was born in 1954. Right, yeah. He had the same last name, so it's an honest mistake by Embo. Yeah, Ptolemy that you had in mind was born in 1974, 20 years later.
No, the one born in 1955 was
You're in handcuffs. You're on the ground, and there's nothing you can do about it because you just got arrested, and you're just mad as shit.
The second one was Ptolemy Ptolemyevich. He was the son of Ptolemy Sr.
So the difference is between Ptolemy and Ptolemy. These two are different people because they have different names, right?
Yeah,
so Ptolemy was born in 1955.
Flat Earther asked me what year Ptolemy was born. And that's not a flat earther. That's supposed to be a globe earther in their paradigm. But we're going to say he was born when Chuck Berry's first album dropped.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. You know how Putin's name is Vladimir Vladimirovich? So
now we're
Ptolemy's name was Ptolemy Ptolemyevich. Here come the mutes. It was nice to know you.
So the Inuits.
You guys.
The Inuits at the very top of Canada. The Inuits.
Yeah, I know. I live there. I live right next to them, dude.
Canada.
I live at the very top of the United States, right next to Canada. And my Canadian brothers and sisters have some Inuits up there. There's quite a few Inuits in Alaska, too, which is, my country. So,
yeah, quite north.
Yeah, it's a little bit north of Seattle, Washington, where I live. Yeah.
Huddled right up against the U.S. Nice. All right. We got it. We know right where you're at.
Oh, yeah.
What about Nunavut?
Yeah, also in Canada. Yeah, I know how to spell it. There's a territory. Right. They have the whole territory in Canada.
How far back does their culture go? You don't want to tell me how old Ptolemy is. How old are the Inuits?
I told you exactly how old Ptolemy was. He's 50 years old.
Right.
Dude, Jesus
again,
Christ.
Just cope. Dude, hey, listen, dude. I want you to put a Ukrainian flag in your mouth and fight down on it really hard and just say they're winning the war. And squeeze your butt cheeks together and just hope and see.
Okay, I'm gonna do you one better.
Put that flag in your mouth and just get really upset and angry.
Here.
Help me.
Okay. Just wait a second. Here in the chat, just for you. Where is it? Almost there. Here, I made this GIF myself, just for you.
Oh, you made a GIF?
Yeah.
Slava Ukrainian. Here I am, Slava. Slava Nazi.
Yes, Slava Nazi. Yes, exactly. Erika, du sie heißen Freude, nein.
Dummkopf.
Das heißt Erika. I made up all those. That was me faking German. You know what I want to hear? Since you guys aren't native speakers of English, can one of you guys just pretend you don't know what English sounds like, but pretend like you're talking English?
Here's me not faking German.
I want you to fake English for me because I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't understand.
Okay, here's me not pretending to speak German. Fick dich, Dummkopf.
Okay, so but that's you really speaking German. Now, if I was going to pretend to speak German, I would say, Deutsch heißt dann, Sie Heigelwagen, Sie Heißwagen, Sie Zeiss. See, that's not real German, but it's what I think German sounds like. I want you to do that, but in English.
You're just an
I want you to
ignorant
do that
fucker.
in English. Right, but do it in English, because I'm really curious.
Which one? What should I say?
Pretend to speak English. Like pretend like you don't know what English sounds like what we're talking right now. Just pretend to speak English. I want to see how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Jebaj się chuju.
That didn't sound like English at all.
I tried.
See, I can do I can pretend to, speak German.
Can you?
I can't really do Russian though. Russian's weird.
Well, try.
I already pretended to speak German like 30 seconds ago, you moron.
Hey, Vaxwax. I have a feeling. Hey, Vaxwax. I think this is one of those situations where. Vaxwax, I think this is one of those situations where if you ask Peter, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning? I think he's failing.
I never eat breakfast. I never eat breakfast.
You see, he just failed the question. He cannot perform a hypothetical.
I don't eat breakfast.
Do you see this, Vaxwax?
Right, of course. But
do you get it? He can't do it.
They've just been spazzing.
Oh yeah, big time, big league.
Yeah, these two.
Peter,
listen.
Do you not understand? Do you understand the question?
Yes. No, ask it again. I was not listening to you.
Okay, you see, this is the thing. Okay, Peter, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning?
I would feel exactly the way I feel right now because I did not eat breakfast this morning because I never eat breakfast.
So just to understand,
it's kind of a fair point. I don't eat breakfast either.
Exactly.
I do eat. The only time I eat breakfast is when my lady asks me to have breakfast with her. Other than that, I never eat breakfast.
Peter, just to let you know, you failed. You failed. It's a very specific question.
Peter, so now we know, Peter, you're willing to change. Peter, you're willing to change all of your principles, all of your habits for a woman. Now we know.
For pussy, absolutely, okay. Every single time.
At least you're honest.
I would throw a bottle of water at your face, and I'd be like, "Oh, I thought you were thirsty."
Peter, you know what they say. If you can't be good, be honest, and you're doing that.
Hey,
so
Grizzly Bear. Hey, Bear Boy. If you're not willing to compromise everything you believe in for pussy, then you're gay.
I think that's retarded what you just said. Literally.
Well, it logically follows. It logically follows.
I think you're just a cock, bro, and you're coping.
I mean, heretic, right here is learning Spanish because of a lady. So
he's
the joke's on you.
Incel. He's trying to learn Spanish.
He's learning Spanish. I'm learning Swahili. It's all for love.
Where did this go?
You can keep telling yourself that, Peter, but really you're just a cock.
Where did this go?
Dude, if being a cock gets me what I get, I'm okay with that.
Right, but as you're getting what you're getting, you're seeing your woman doing what she wants, and you can't do what you want. So it's lopsided.
Every single time I do what she wants. She tells me what she wants, and I do it, and it makes sense I never regret it.
She tells you, I want another man in the bedroom, you're going to say yes. But when you say, I want another woman, she'll say no.
She has never said that.
I was going to ask some questions about the flat Earth, but I have some other more concerning questions now.
Yeah, me too. This has gone weird place.
But I will say, I could never be a cuck.
I want to ask Dr. Jordan Peterson what he thinks about.
When was the last time you got laid?
Less than a year ago.
Oh,
I'm not gonna what do you want me to say?
Less than a year ago.
This morning.
Oh yeah,
that was an hour ago.
I was late 20 minutes ago.
There you go. So now you're talking flat Earth.
Exactly. It was my post nut clarity.
Dude, if you're debating flat Earth, well,
you're doing it.
You can't debate flat Earth, dude.
Okay, what is your question?
You literally no. Hold on.
At this point, I forgot.
No, good point. Yeah, what was your question, man?
Oh,
come on. You know it. Just ask.
I'm 100% through and through a flat earther with you guys, and have been for since I was about the age of 11, because my dad's been a flat earther, and that's pretty much how he raised me. But of course, anyway.
Yeah,
I agree with all the things you guys had. My question was more of gonna be an ass backwards question. I don't know if any of you remember me by my username or not. I hope not, because the last time I was in here, it was because I had a friend questioning me about some stuff, and I said, you know what, I'm just gonna let you ask the council. And so I joined the call, put him on speaker. He asked a question. I forgot what he asked. But I do got to say, I was highly disappointed with the answers he was given, because he was literally just called fucking stupid and told to leave. And why the fuck would you even ask that? The question wasn't an out-of-pocket question. It was
what
question
What VC was that?
This VC that we're in, 24/7 Flat Earth.
When?
Probably 3 weeks
but you
ago.
don't remember what the question was.
The question had to do with something about let me put it this way. The question had to do with something about what is underneath the Earth if it's a flat Earth. Now,
who knows, dude? How are we supposed to know the answer to that?
Exactly.
Yeah, what does that mean?
You are expected to, but I don't think that you should bash on someone for asking a simple question like that. Instead, you could say, when we're looking at the scientific evidence for a flat Earth, it
really know
has
how that
nothing to do with how...
I don't know.
Okay, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, at face value, sure, there's some validity to that. Don't bash on someone just for asking questions. I don't know what really happened, though. Just taking what you said.
Well, the thing is, what does the Glober say is under our feet?
Oh, the same stuff. No, but why if they come to us, it's kind of like church hurt. I don't know. I'm not going into religion and shit like that. But if someone is told by a religious figure, or someone who they see as a religious figure, something degrading and it hurtful to them, it's church hurt. They don't want to go to the church because they think that those people feel that way. So when people come to us with genuine questions about the flat Earth that they might have genuine, but we don't have the answers to, and whether we do or don't, given the answer or given the question in the example, we don't know, but also whatever's underneath it doesn't matter, because it doesn't prove or disprove anything. So when getting asked those questions...
Well, yeah, but what's the globe claim? The globe claim of what's under our feet, what is that? Because I know what it is.
I know what the globe claim is too, and I mean, I don't really care, because I disagree
molten iron core.
Yeah, and I disagree with that. But you know that they actually there's things that we can do to disprove their claims, because there's no proof. It's an assumption. That's their theory that it's there. No one's actually been able to even dig deep enough or bore deep enough to do that stuff. So those are just theoretical claims. And telling somebody who is a glober that would make them look at that and go, oh yeah, it is. Why is it not proven? Because in either or, if it's flat or round, it doesn't matter what's underneath it or in the core, because you're not gonna get there. You're not gonna get there either way. From pressure or from temperature, you're not getting there.
Our magnetic field is claimed to come from the iron self-perpetuating core.
Okay.
Right, so what's the Curie point of iron?
What is the what point of iron?
See, it's called the Curie. I'll pronounce it Curie point, but I think it's spelled Curie. I have really bad pronunciation with words. I'm a mush mouth. But the thing is, what does that mean? What is the Curie point of metal?
Non-magnetic when it reaches a certain point.
Right, longer magnetic. The Curie point of iron. Hold on. To be exact, I'll look up the number real quick. $10.43. All right, so the Curie point of iron is 1043, so 1043 degrees. Once iron reaches 1043 degrees, it's no longer magnetic. It loses all its magnetic properties. The core of the Earth is claimed to be
thousands of degrees. I get your point.
Right.
And I'm agreeing with you, but it's still the fact that it's not proven. You know, those are all still just claims.
Which ones?
The ones that not about the curing, not about any of that and the temperatures. Maybe about the temperature of what they claim the center of the globe Earth to be, because I don't believe that those are numbers anybody knows nor could feasibly get.
Therefore, that's why we question it?
I don't have to question it.
You don't have to.
I'm not questioning it. Hold on. What do you think my intention is?
No, I wasn't questioning your. Well, I actually kind of was, but not directly. It was like you Google it yourself. What is the molten core of your temperature? What is the Curie temperature?
I didn't ask.
Lie. He didn't lie.
No, I didn't say he lied. I said those are numbers that are being claimed.
Yes.
I'm not. I'm not here to argue whether the Earth is round or flat. He was bringing up He was bringing up a great example of what could be brought up to somebody who is a glober. Like, how does it make sense that the core is our magnetic north when it's over the temperature of iron's curing point, making it non-magnetic? That's a perfect point and example that even I would bring up to somebody if they were having that argument. I think that, I really think that the unanswered things, all the theorized things, are most likely wrong, and you just kind of have to go by what you yourself observe and experience. And maybe also take physics. If you even just take 2 years of physics, that would explain so much of the 3 different scales.
Thing is, the Curie point of iron is 1,408 degrees. Earth's core, what's the temperature of Earth's core? Hold on.
What's the alleged temperature?
10,800 degrees.
I wonder who came up
Earth's core is 10,800 degrees. The Curie point of iron is in F 1,418 degrees. So once iron reaches 1,418 degrees, it loses all its magnetic property. The core of Earth is supposedly iron, and it's over 10,000 degrees. Yet that's where our magnetic field comes from, because it is iron. It's all bullshit.
I have so you know that there's 3 scales, 2 proven and tested, and 1 theorized. So there's the nuclear scale, the atomic scale, and then the galactic scale, you could call it, right? So the nuclear scale is anything smaller than an atom. The atomic scale is anything from the size of an atom to the size of the Earth. And the galactic scale is...
So what the fuck's an atom?
What?
What's an atom? See, you gotta be careful, man. Like, it's just more just so stories.
I think an atom would be considered like almost like a measurement.
No, an atom is a thing. Like, I have a minivan in my yard. An atom is no different than my mini. It's literally a thing. Like, it's something you can point at and say, that's an atom. That's a minivan. That's a riding horse. That's a little clay Santa Claus. That's a chalkboard.
An atom is what makes up a material, right? So there's different size atoms, essentially, like a gold atom.
No one's ever seen an atom. It's no different than the moon landings, brother. Like, it's just like stuff people are making up.
But when they're testable and provable, I think it's different than being theorized. I'm not smart enough to explain to you. I definitely learned, but I'm not going to be able to pull that information to be able to tell you exactly what and how an atom is made up, nor am I going to like stoop to searching it. But I will say that the atomic scale and the nuclear scale have been tested and proven, and different atoms of different chemicals react. Or I can't say the atoms react differently. I assume the atoms react differently because the material reacts. You can't
even show me an atom.
I can't show you an atom. I can't even show myself an atom. I'm sorry.
Nobody can show me an atom. Right. So again, it's just like, how is that any different than outer space? Like, it's just some dudes came up with a thing. They said it's real, but they can't prove that it's real.
So what supposedly holds atoms together? Not the atom like actually together, but two atoms and they attach to each other and they're the same chemical. What is the force that is supposedly attaching those two atoms together? Is it an electrical force?
Right.
Is it a gravitational force, or is it a nuclear force? What force is it? Because those are three forces, two proven, one theorized. Which force is holding the atom together?
Right, but at the same time, what force makes... Okay, so I don't want to keep answering your questions with the question, but there is a force. It's either atomic, it might be gravitational. No, hold on. Well, you don't know that. But like, which one of those forces makes unicorns pink?
Okay, so on the atomic scale,
right, but all unicorns are pink. Why are they pink?
That would have to do with chemistry, not with if you're going by like pigment of skin or fur, that's 100% chemistry and biology. I'm talking about the three scales, two proven, one theorized. And
have I proven that unicorns even exist?
No.
You just accept that unicorns are real.
I'm theorizing with you. I was theorizing earlier that the Earth was round.
Yeah, but me saying unicorns are pink, they have to be pink. Why are they pink? How is that any different than you asking me about atoms?
Okay, because I can explain my question, but you can't explain yours.
I mean, I can explain unicorns.
I don't think you could logically explain it with proven facts.
Yeah, but you can't logically prove atoms with proven facts either, because nobody's ever seen an atom.
Atoms. We'll work on the atomic scale, which is anything that is made of material, from these so-called atoms, right? We're going bigger than the atoms. Now we're working with material that's on the atomic scale. So on the atomic scale, everything that is on the atomic scale and in the atomic scale is affected by electrical forces.
In other words, everything on the atomic... Hold on. So everything on the atomic scale has a downward bias.
Has a what?
That's what you're saying. A downward bias. That's really what you're getting at, right?
No.
No, he's still dealing with what you're questioning and grilling him on. Is well, actually, he brought it up, the whole atomic and the...
I'm not grilling anybody on anything.
Well, you're the only two talking, and he's the other one. So man. I guess what he's asking for is prove a atom. Show him a photo of an atom.
That's not because to me, photo is not proof. Video is also not proof to me. It depends on the video, depends on the situation. But when you're talking about an atom like that, it's not proof. That's like saying, show me a picture of the fucking globe. You can show me 100 pictures of the globe, and I don't believe any of them. You can show me 1,000 photos of an atom, and I may or may not believe it until I physically have the microscope capable of seeing an atom, and I can physically put the material under it and do it.
Retarded? Got it, but you also just argued that atoms exist because then you just scaled up from atoms to matter and blah blah blah. You just scaled it up
But the reason why is because every one of us, I hope, has taken some portion of high school in some form of science where they teach you about fucking gravity, right?
So you're assuming.
Hold on. Gravity has nothing to do with science. What's the scientific cause for gravity?
There isn't one. You just
right. So there's no scientific cause for gravity. Why would gravity have anything to do with science?
He's having fun playing the devil's advocate. That's what's going on.
Yeah, this is like two toddlers having a conversation.
Okay, I don't believe in gravity, but I was retaught on the subject when I took physics after high school. When I went to college, we were retaught from year 1 all the way through year 4. And we were literally taught that gravity is a theory. We were unable to test it, unable to prove it. From the very beginning, our professor was like, no, this is bullshit. We live in an electrostatic environment. Everything runs on a downward vector with an incoherent electrostatic accelerating field. Okay, we're on the atomic scale. If gravity was real, electric forces on the atomic scale are 10 to the 27 times more powerful than gravitational forces. That's the same as you walking and a gnat flies into you. Does the gnat push you back or stop you? Do you even feel the gnat fly into you? No, because the force that you're exerting is so much more powerful than the other forces going against you that you don't even notice them.
Wait, hold on a second. That's a big crock of bullshit.
Yeah, that's a bunch of baloney, bro.
I don't mean to be rude.
I made it
because I know you're a flat earther, but
I gave actual numbers that you can go ahead and just type into a simple search. Go to Yale University, go to Harvard, go to any physics lecture that you want to, and they're going to tell you the same fucking thing I just told you.
Would you be able to provide that?
Yeah, that mass attracts mass.
Yeah, I can.
Do you put your smoke detectors on the floor?
Excuse me. So if you could provide such a citation from Yale, I'd be really interested in looking at it. If you could.
Yes, I will provide it for you.
Thank you, mate.
Of course. Stay in here. I didn't see your name, but I'm going to pull it up and then I'll send it to you.
Yeah, that's Jedi. You can stick it in the chat or you can DM it to me, mate. It's fine.
I mean, that's like me saying like atoms are moving at 1,000 meters per second. So like if something hits you at 1,000 meters per second, are you gonna feel it, dude? Like, just stop it, all right?
1,000 meters per second.
Stop it, all right?
Does anybody comprehend how fast a rifle bullet goes?
A rifle bullet travels
Specifically a rifle as compared to any other bullet that is fired from a gun.
Just under 1 mile per second is about.
Rifle bullets are the fastest fucking bullets that travel out of a gun. So yeah, a rifle bullet goes a lot faster than a slug. A rifle bullet goes a lot faster than 12 gauge. A rifle bullet goes a lot faster than 9mm.
You don't know anything about bullets. Have you ever fired a gun? Name 3 guns. You couldn't.
Silly poster.
Do you want me to get what do you want me to get? You want me to get my Mossberg? You want me to get my SKS? You want me to get my 30-06? You want me to get my 233?
You just made it up. You made it up.
Silly poster. You're being a numbnuts.
I made up SKS.
Banned.
What a goof. Wait, who's banned? Was I banned?
No. He's like, oh shit, I was banned. I was banned.
No, I wasn't trying to be rude, but no, I have plenty of firearms right now. I won't shoot it because it's after midnight.
It's all right. That person was obviously just
she was coping. Cope Lord. Copo.
Lord. Copemeister.
Everybody, Embo's a Cope Lord. Like Embo told me Ptolemy was born in 1956. Cope answer.
Hey, who was wanting the who's wanting
that was me.
Okay, hold on. Who? Talk, say something.
So that's Jedi.
Okay, Jedi. Oh, I've
Cheers,
talked to
mate.
you before, Jedi. Hi.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Okay, so the best I found was from Yale University. There's an archive.org. I'm going to send it to you. It's an old transcription, and then the video's there too. It's like an hour-long video. You could just watch the whole lecture if you wanted to.
Cool, man. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course. If anyone else wants it, let me know. I'll send it to you too.
It's great.
What is it?
It's a Yale University lecture.
On what?
Physics. You want me to read you out the whole thing? It goes over
it's not like a chore.
Powers of 10, dimensional analysis, measurement of uncertainty, scaling arguments, velocity, speed, acceleration of gravity, vectors, motion, vector product, scalar product, projectiles, projectile trajectory, circular motions, yeah, thank you. Motion.
Right.
Artificial gravity.
Everything you just said requires gravity. Like everything you just said requires Newtonian gravity.
No. Maybe
yes,
you should watch
it does. It's all spooky actions at a distance. Everything you just said requires a larger mass pulling on smaller mass.
No, incorrect, sir.
Boom, got him.
No, it's not incorrect. It is correct. Everything you just said requires one object engaging on another object.
If you want, I will just post the link in chat. It's to archive.org, straight to it. You can go ahead and watch it yourself and give your opinion after you watch it.
I don't know. It sounds kind of cringe. I'm kidding.
What
Sorry.
are you watching?
I was interested because
you're not obligated to, but I'm not going to argue with you.
Not arguing. I was just interested.
I don't know who's right. I'm just going to assume it's the Glober person.
Okay. So I was interested in the paper because he mentioned that when he went to university, his lecturer told him that gravity was bullshit and went on to explain other things, the reason why we have an acceleration. So I was just interested in that.
Yes, that's exactly
gravity is bullshit, and it's super easy to prove.
Yeah, also,
but when you have people with PhDs and that are giving out PhDs teaching that it's bullshit and giving the proof, wouldn't you follow
Yes,
them?
it's literally bullshit. That's an appeal to consensus.
Which, as we all know, is cringe.
You're literally just appealing to, Harvard says and Yale says. That's an appeal to consensus, bro. Harvard, there's records where Harvard told us how slavery was good.
because they can scientifically prove it to you. They can do a test in front of you that you can physically go and see or do yourself.
Sure.
And yes, there are tests that are given in the video.
Right. So what's the scientific cause for gravity? Go.
Dude, I don't know. I don't care. I don't believe in gravity.
It's one of the fundamental forces of the universe. You just told me how they scientifically proved gravity to me, but you can't.
No,
you just said
they disproved gravity by proving the incoherent.
The fundamental force of the universe.
They disproved gravity.
It's like he wasn't listening, Vax.
You just said they had a scientific proof for gravity. So what's the scientific proof for gravity?
No, he didn't.
You are mishearing me.
It's like seriously. I even readdressed
gravity.
Facts. I even readdressed the argument with the phrase that the guy said about his university lecturer saying that gravity was bullshit. So that's what the paper's about.
Maybe I thought that was one of you guys saying that. My bad. I didn't realize that was. Oh, okay. My bad. I'm sorry.
No worries, dude.
Dude, you just slit your own throat.
What are we talking about?
So that
Take a
was
breather,
you that said.
Talking too much and not listening.
Yeah, I got hung up on what I was trying to say. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
But anyway, hey, somebody just hung themselves, so go ahead.
What are we talking about? Gravity not existing. There you go.
That's crazy.
You know, now I would definitely believe that gravity doesn't exist. Before I didn't. I like 100% when I was younger thought my dad was a fucking cuckoo, crackhead, crazy dude that had no idea what he was talking about because I was an 11-year-old in school.
Right.
You know.
Good man. If I can add to that, I saw something yesterday that I found really wacky. It was a video of a older gentleman, probably in his like 60s or something, who did this little setup, little experiment, if you will, whereby he had a vacuum chamber. And inside this vacuum chamber, I'll see if I can find the video if you're interested. It's about 5-10 minutes long.
Did he put frequencies through the vacuum chamber?
No. It's on the topic of this gravity thing.
Okay.
So in the vacuum chamber, he has a like a weight scale. You know those like old school ones? It's just like a little stand and on two sides.
It's the whatever it's called. Yeah, it's got the little circular clock thing on it.
Mechanical scale, or a balance, not a scale. So on both sides of the balance, he has equal weight. On one side, he has a little block of wood, and on the other side, he has two pieces of metal. Okay, one piece is made of platinum, and one piece is made of lead. So highly dense material, but together weigh the same as the block of wood. So on the balance, it's level.
Okay.
You know? And so he puts this little thing inside this little transparent vacuum chamber. And as he's depressurizing the chamber, you see very, very slowly that the wood decreases in altitude or in height, and the metals rise.
Okay.
And after he demonstrates that, he puts the air back in very slowly. After he puts the air back in very slowly, the wood starts to rise again, and the metals start to decrease, and it flattens out again at room pressure.
Now, I think that did happen, but that's only because of how the wood is porous and air does weigh. Gases have weight to them, so I do see how I see how looking at the most minute amount of weight, you would see a difference when removing that, essentially just removing the atmosphere.
But moisture.
There's more holes for the air to fill.
Here's the problem. With that line of logic, you would think that the wood would rise because there would be, quote unquote, less weight on that side because all the air is being sucked out. and therefore the metal would decrease in altitude. The wood fell more than the metal did.
Holy shit!
This is what blew my mind. And at the
There's
end,
more wood than there actually is metal.
no, it's the same weight, dude.
It's the same amount. Yeah, you're
the same weight, but that doesn't mean anything. If you were to pulverize all that metal,
I'm on the same
pieces of sand.
I'm on the same page as you, and that.
Hang on, guys. Yep. I'm not making an argument for what the reason is. I have my supposition. He explains it at the end. Okay. My point is just so Vax Wax can like get off his high horse. I'm not making a claim that this has anything to do with my gravity, my bendy warpy spacetime, or my Newtonian mass attracts mass. So you can calm the fuck down. Okay? Chill.
Oh.
My point being, okay, is that the only variable at play, there's two variables at play here. Okay? There is the pressure of the chamber and the difference in the materials, okay? On both sides of the scale, they weigh the same, but the only things that stand out as different are the densities of the material. Now, we know weight, we know that the metal is more dense than the wood, okay? But somehow the metal goes up and the wood goes down.
Is it just by making it more dense because you're removing the space between the...
All that's happening is that the wood is going down. Okay. So what the point being here is that the density, okay, we know density and buoyancy are intrinsically linked.
Yes.
So wood being less dense than the metal, the wood has is less buoyant. So because there's no air,
do you have this video?
I'll go get it. So the wood being buoyant in air, wood is more buoyant, quote unquote, in air than metal is. So what's quote unquote holding the wood up while the air is surrounding it is largely to do with buoyant force of the air against the wood.
Okay, yeah, it's the buoyancy. That makes 100% sense.
Okay. So, I mean, that's the only conclusion you can derive from that. I mean, what the fuck else is going on?
What does that have to do with gravity?
It doesn't have to do with gravity. It disproves
the point.
Exactly.
It disproves gravity directly.
So unless some dingbat.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So check this out. So unless some dingbat is going to come in here and say, "Oh, by depressurizing the container, the pressure, the engine is pulling out the space time such that the material can't bend and warp and have a gravitational effect," then the only thing is left is the material and its medium, which is
you just gave them a whole bunch of shit that we have to deconstruct and show them that it's bullshit. Once you start saying warping in space time and stuff, like what the fuck is space time?
I know I'm making a joke here, because like it's of course it's ludicrous. But that's my point. So I'm gonna go get the video because you guys seem interested. It blew my mind.
I'm gonna watch that.
It took me 2 tries, but then I got it. So I'll go get that.
But, I mean, what you said, buoyancy and density, like obviously.
That made perfect sense. I want to watch the video just so I can like.
You might have to
probably
speed
explain it a little bit better than you, but already I understand it. Which
it's actually very difficult to hear the guy because he's an old guy and he has a bit of an accent. But you'll get the gist.
Is he the same gentleman that does the light testing? He does the perspective videos?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. There's another guy that
Can you post it live in the room so we can all watch at the same time?
I'm going to try and source it. It was in the other server. We were in I think it was the chill chat. Let me see if the chat is there, unless someone ripped it out. Was it the chill chat?
Movie night.
I don't know.
Movie night.
We're going to try and find it. Promise.
Cheers, bud. Thank you.
You know what's funny? A lot of the times when I get in this chat, I sit and I just listen, and a lot of the people coming through alongside with the bullshitters, they all have very set to claims with not a lot of evidence or thought behind them. And most of the time the conversation goes nowhere and is kind of just annoying to listen to. Like, it's either I gotta mute myself or sometimes even just leave the call because I know I won't be able to keep my mouth shut. But this is one of those very few times where I've gotten on. The conversation has been good, even though it started with cucks and whatever the hell that conversation was about.
Right.
I'm glad
you mean Embo?
It's funny.
That's what got Peter banned. That's what got Peter muted when he started calling people cucks and shit.
Dude, when Peter started talking, you guys weren't there. He was on an X stream with AV. I was on it, and a handful of other people were on it. And this guy made the claim that he was on a bicycle on a flat surface near the water, like right next to the ocean water or whatever. And he was pedaling so like softly going forward, and he convinced himself that he's going downhill because you can tell the difference, right? And then when he went backwards on the same path, he also pedaled very lightly, indicating he was going downhill. Therefore, any direction this guy went, he was going downhill. Therefore, it's a ball.
Does anybody here even know what science is?
He was on the sand.
Yes.
Science is anything that can cause fires.
Oh my god.
Okay. Please. So, are we talking about natural science, my friend? Are you talking about natural science?
I'm talking about natural science of the Earth, the core and everything. You know how Aristotle and
natural science.
You know how Aristotle and Pythagoras actually found out that the Earth didn't rotate, that everything didn't rotate around the Earth, and that the fact that the Earth was round.
My friend. So you asked us if we knew what science was, and then you brought up mathematics and geometry.
Well, no, Scientology is also another form of science, but it's
wait, Jedi.
Oh my God. So science. This is why I asked you to be clear. If you were talking about natural science, that would be the formulation of a hypothesis based on observation. Your question of what caused that.
Jedi, who are you talking to?
Kind of funny.
The guy I just muted. Dude.
Oh. Mick, were you the one that I was talking to?
About what?
Yes, yeah, you were.
I'm trying to find the video, man. I'm looking through all the
I know,
chats
no, I'm not bugging you about that. I had something else I was going to say that was kind of important, and now I'm blanking on it.
Okay.
Don't distract him. He's on a mission.
Hold on, let me pace back and forth and regather my thoughts.
He's on a mission.
He's on co.
I hope I can find it.
Yeah, Mick, it wasn't that important, but what do you, you don't have to ask, but what do you do for work? What's your profession?
I work in
that's so gay. Who cares?
Listen,
nobody cares.
I'm asking, you may not care, but we're all waiting for a video, and I'm having a conversation.
It's okay. I write software for a living.
I'm a sous chef.
You know, it's nice to see that there's great minds in the community.
Well, thank you. And yeah, no, I'm not a basement dweller. I'm a astute professional in my field. I'll give you that
as well.
Yeah, so am I.
I like. Hey, but I'm not saying no one else isn't. I'm just saying I was asking Mick because I was having conversation and I just had to know. The question came to mind.
What's your profession? I'm
the general manager of a Hilton hotel.
That's cool.
Shit.
Are there any flat earthers here who work in STEM?
What?
Well, I guess if
the flat earthers that work in STEM.
Yeah.
What is STEM?
Science, technology, engineering, and math.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Or is M for medicine? I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? It's basically the harder science.
Mathematics.
Fucking hell! I thought STEM was like some kind of like atom smasher thing. Like,
no, it's an acronym.
Oh no, I was thinking of CERN.
Yeah.
CERN is.
I will tell you guys. I have an uncle who
STEM was in the
retired
same
from
breath of
NASA.
CERN as CERN.
So, like, generally, there's like two kinds of like majors you can do in college. One is the humanities, which is like history and stupid bullshit like that, and the other is like STEM.
Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry to interrupt. Give me a sec.
Okay, but
I have a great uncle who retired from NASA in 2011. And it wasn't until like 2016 that I learned he has like forever been a flat earther. He said he started working at NASA to try and help to open his eyes, and he never ever gave me more information. And sadly, he's passed. But he always just told me that it never proved anything to him.
Yeah. What did he do at NASA?
He was a rocket scientist. He literally helped like design and install everything that had to do with the actual engines.
Was he like a mechanic or?
No, he was more doing like fuel consumption, burn rate, thrust, more of, and then a little bit on the design side, but nothing really physical. I'll put it that way.
No. I kind of want to ask his name, but that would be doxing you, so I'm just gonna.
I'll give you his first name. Well, I don't think you would be able to find me through him. I'll put it that way. But his first name is Steve. His last name is McDonald. No D, just McDonald.
Oh, that's interesting.
You would probably be able to find him on their directory. Like, if you went back and found their old directories from anywhere 2011 to probably like 19...
like a hard
1990s.
Steve McDonald, no D at the end.
Yeah, 2 L's.
2 L's, you say? Okay, that helps a little bit. Is it spelled Donnell?
I would honestly have to look at my grandma's ID to tell you. I have a different last name, so I'm like unsure on.
I'm outside your house as we speak.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, I can't spell my mother's maiden name either.
I got fresh tea on the stove.
Yeah, fresh what?
Tea.
Oh, tea.
Tea. TEA.
Yeah, don't let the bags bust open, bro.
Yeah, I ain't got no oil.
It sucks when people have common last names. You'll never be able to find. Thankfully, my last name is like super fucking complicated. So,
I have a very, very original, like, unique last name.
Yeah.
Peter, microphone discipline, bro. Come on.
I kind of want to. I mean, it sucks to your grandfather.
Server mute, dude.
It sucks to your uncle and grandfather.
And you unmute me, then I don't know that I'm hot micing.
Peter, mute your shit unless you're speaking.
I have a real
well, anyway,
that guy,
bro.
Benefit, Peter. The mute lasts for 40 minutes. It's the bot that unmutes you. But thank you for telling me you're unmuted.
So, anyways, I kind of forgot what I was gonna say. I mean, oh yeah, and I remember now. Oh yeah, it sucks that your uncle or father or whatever died. That sucks. Rip to a real one. But I kind of want to talk to a flat earther who's trained in STEM or educated in STEM or has some sort of degree. I don't fucking know.
Or someone
what is STEM? Like STEM's an acronym.
I answered that question already. What the fuck?
Right, answer it again.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
The field, the variety of fields you can do if you go to school.
So you have to go to school for carpentry?
In science, but they have experience in telling people what science is.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can
sorry, trash cans. Hold on. This retard, Embo, thinks a trash can rolling down a driveway is a naturally observed phenomenon.
What?
Yeah.
if you've never experienced wind in your life, or if you don't know what slope is, then maybe it is a phenomenon. But I'm pretty sure we all know what.
Where the fuck does a trash can come from? Do trash cans appear in nature?
It's an anomaly. I think what he's saying is seeing an inanimate object.
Fuck Embo. I don't care what he's saying. This retard told me a trash can rolling down a driveway. A driveway is a naturally observed phenomenon.
Because there's slope, so it's not a phenomenon.
So a trash can rolling down a driveway.
No, but if the trash can floated up into the air.
Trash cans appear in nature?
Bended?
Do driveways appear in nature?
That would be a phenomenon.
In the case you're too stupid to understand this, I told you that for you to fuck off, because your excuses about something being a natural or not natural phenomenon is completely non sequitur and irrelevant to it being science. So you just asked me.
You don't fucking know what a naturally observed phenomenon is, you fucking idiot. A trash can rolling down a driveway is a naturally observed phenomenon.
I mean, it kind of is.
No, listen. If every human got deleted off our trash cans, would still roll down driveways.
Okay, it's like a naturally occurring phenomenon, right?
Can I show everybody a naturally occurring phenomenon?
The driveway was human made. The trash can was human made.
But the act
of
the
trash
thing
can
falling down
rolling down a fucking paved driveway is not a naturally observed phenomenon.
I'm not saying that they're natural. And they're naturally made in nature, but the fact
you're not saying it, but Embo was saying that it is. Embo says that it is. So Embo doesn't know what the fuck science is because Embo is a fucking pretended clown.
Embo, let's ask Embo. Do you believe that trash cans are found in nature?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Embo, do you believe that falling down a hill is like naturally occurring phenomenon?
Yes.
Oh, I agree with you. I'm glad we all agree.
So falling down hills, which requires a person to record falling down a hill, is a naturally observed phenomenon.
Yeah.
If all humans did not exist, people falling down hills would still occur. That's what you're fucking saying.
If humans didn't exist, and an apple fell down a tree,
humans didn't exist. How would humans fall down a hill? You fucking moron.
Are you okay?
Trash cans and driveways are synthetic. They're man-made. They're not natural.
He said falling down a hill. Falling down a hill is synthetic. Yeah. Falling down a hill happens to humans.
Okay.
I thought it was a driveway involved there.
No, this idiot just said falling down a hill is a naturally observed phenomenon.
It is.
Again, I told you that to avoid a discussion about the retarded subject that has nothing to do with whether it's science or not science. I just told you that for you to get over that and to talk about the actual stuff, which is important.
How is falling down a hill a naturally observed phenomenon?
Hence what? I told you that I'm fine. You asked me if I'm fine with it being my naturally observed phenomenon. I told you that I'm fine with it for you to fuck off.
If I was the only human that ever existed, if every other human on Earth was deleted and I was the only one, how would I see something falling down a hill?
Let's clarify our terms. What is a naturally occurring phenomenon? What is that?
Something that occurs in nature
Max
caused by man. Something.
No, Max is answering. I want to know what he thinks it is. We're all
a naturally observed phenomenon is something that occurs in nature always. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with anybody else.
I agree with that definition. I do. So
if every single person was deleted off the Earth, and it was just the Earth left on its own devices, these naturally occurring phenomena would always happen.
That's great.
A human cannot be involved. I cannot make a naturally observed phenomenon.
Okay.
Ever.
I agree with that definition. It's a very good definition. Things falling down, like things that happen in nature naturally, are naturally occurring phenomenon.
Well, Embo said somebody. He said somebody, which implies sentient.
We're talking about trash can list.
I've never said somebody. Just downward acceleration in general is a naturally observed phenomenon because it affects all of the things, whether they are natural or non-natural. So even if there were no humans, there still would be this natural part left, and these natural things would still be experiencing downward acceleration, like rocks, for example.
Right. So now we have to find the cause and the fact of why that fell. So what fell down the hill, Embo? Was it a rock rolling down the hill?
The trash can is subject to...
Trash cans were created by humans.
The
driveways were created by humans. Delete all humans.
The trash can is... The trash can is subject to forces outside of itself, and those forces exist outside of the trash can.
Show me trash cans in nature.
I did not say that.
So where do trash cans come from?
I didn't make that point either.
Where do trash cans come from?
He's talking past me. I have no... Yeah, I don't know.
Trash cans come from humans. Humans made trash cans. A trash can doing anything is not a naturally observed phenomenon.
I pity you.
Okay, so I have a barbecue grill. I have a barbecue grill in the ground. I have a bunch of hot coals. I grab a shovel full of those hot coals and I fling them over my shoulder, and that trash can catches on fire. That trash can catching on fire is now a naturally observed phenomenon.
You guys want to talk about something else?
No. I want you to rage some more and just not answer any questions that I've asked.
I think the problem here, in majority, that happens in all of these examples in common, is the fact that you connect the phenomenon with the object that it is happening to. But if you just generalize it to what is happening itself, then it would be a natural phenomenon because it isn't exclusive to either man or non-man-made things. So instead of saying barbecue being in fire, and you just say fire, then it would be a natural phenomenon. If you just say things falling down instead of a trash can falling down, then it would be a natural phenomenon.
I'm sorry, Embo. I love you.
Is a natural wildfire the same thing as a fucking barbecue?
You should just ignore
it. Absolutely. In the cause and the physical mechanism behind them, it's absolutely the same thing. It's the same process.
What's the cause of a barbecue being lit?
This is going to go round in circles, isn't it?
The matter in the bar
light itself.
The matter in the
barbecue light itself.
The matter in the barbecue being of enough high temperature in the presence of oxygen.
So what lights it?
Anything, usually it's a human, but it could also happen naturally, right? You could have very high temperatures that would make it,
Bust.
It sounds like you're making shit up, bro. So barbecues exist in nature without human intervention.
No, they don't. But again, that's the opposite of my point. My point is that a phenomenon
exist in nature without human intervention.
But when we talk about a phenomenon, usually we don't care about what object is experiencing the phenomenon. We care about the phenomenon itself. So in this case, the phenomenon would be fire.
So you're saying there's a 1 in 1 trillion of a chance that nature will spark a barbecue, and then in order for a barbecue to happen, meat has to be put on that barbecue. So all of a sudden, a lightning bolt hits my barbecue, and then another lightning bolt hits a chicken. That chicken that's hit by the lightning bolt flies onto the barbecue and starts cooking. And then all of a sudden, humans just appear out of nowhere. You go, oh, that smells delicious. What happened? It was an act of nature, baby. The barbecue got lit. The barbecue got lit. Can you show me barbecues in nature Are there fucking just barbecues floating around in nature?
No, because a barbecue isn't a phenomenon. A phenomenon is the act, is the action that is happening. In this case, it will be getting on fire.
Right.
You're mistaking. You're merging together these two concepts, and because you merge together these two concepts, and you have an. It's being on fire.
So what's the
It's being on fire. Again, it's being on fire. This is the phenomenon.
What causes fire? Fire has a cause. What caused the fire? What caused the fire in my barbecue?
It's heat combined with the presence of oxygen.
It's what?
Heat combined with oxygen.
Where did the heat come from? Where did the heat come from?
From anything.
From
there
anything.
are multiple sources of heat.
No. What's a naturally observed phenomenon that caused the heat to light up my barbecue?
There are multiple sources of heat, you retard. There's no single source of heat.
Fucking idiot.
In nature, there's the sun. There's the like volcanoes.
Okay. So heat. Can you show me a video of heat causing a barbecue to light up for no reason? Just spark a flame?
Barbecue isn't the point of the phenomenon, you absolute retard. The fire is. You're again merging together two concepts. You're merging the object that the phenomenon that experiences the phenomenon and the phenomenon itself, and you say that it's because the trash can is experiencing it is not a natural phenomenon, but that's retarded because the exact same phenomenon is also happening to natural things, like rocks falling down off a mountain, for example.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt Buddy, but he's gone.
Oh, he ran away. That's pretty sad.
No, he didn't run away. He didn't run away. Please don't say that I don't ban fat earthers for talking stupid shit. Can't stand the guy.
Okay.
That guy was ignorant.
Yeah,
it's just
2 hours of this fucking shit.
It's just manipulating the language for your agenda. You connect a phenomenon with the object it's experiencing, and you said that because the object is not natural, that means the phenomenon is also not natural, ignoring the fact that the exact same phenomenon determined by the same exact laws of physics is also happening to natural things.
Yeah, I was trying to jump in there and kind of mitigate that because he wasn't getting your point, Embo. But if you look in chat, look at that photo I just posted. Would you say that that is a observable phenomenon?
Phenomenon is just something happening, guys.
Yes, but I'm just. I agree with Embo, but I'm giving him these tools. I'm going to give him 2 photos that he could use in the future to end an argument like that if he ever has. But look at that first one.
I'm trying to point out the difference, friends. Right? So toast popping out on my toaster. That's a phenomenon. It's something happening, right? But it's a synthetic man-made cause as to why the bread is now toasted and now pops up out of my toaster. But the phenomena, the something happening, is happening. We just have to categorize it as synthetic, man-made, or natural. The only difference here. Phenomena is all over the place. The difference is man-made and natural.
Yeah.
How would you categorize phenomena that happen both to natural and non-natural objects? Like downward acceleration.
Sorry, Embo, can you say that again clearer for me, mate? Didn't hear what you said.
How would you categorize phenomena that happen both to natural and non-natural objects, which I would argue are the majority of phenomena in existence, if not all of them? For example, downward acceleration. You have rain falling down, which is a natural phenomenon, but you also have like me rising something and then dropping it. That would be also the same phenomenon, just happening to a man-made thing.
It's the differences between the natural, so the rain fell out of the sky, that's not you doing anything, but unnatural is you applying the force and picking it up. Because scientifically, when you do something, you are the cause. In natural science, we want to figure out the cause of the phenomena that hasn't got man's involvement. That's why it's a naturally occurring phenomena.
But physically, it's the same phenomenon. It's the same law of physics.
Yes. Physically, things fall down and you can drop things and they'll all do the same thing. The only difference is whether it happens naturally or you did it.
So it's a non-natural and natural phenomenon at the same time.
I mean, you can put it like that. It's still a phenomena, still something happening. The category is natural and unnatural. So unnatural means that a person, someone has done something. So they would be the cause of the phenomena, like you picking something up and dropping it.
Okay, but if I want to generalize this phenomenon, not focusing on the object that is experiencing this phenomenon, but on the phenomenon itself, like for example, the statement "objects falling down," then would that be a natural or a non-natural phenomenon? Or
yes, I would give you that is a natural phenomena because the thing always falls down, whether you pick it up or not. The phenomenon of it going back down is always going to happen, and that occurs naturally. We just work within this natural world and deal with those phenomena. We pick things up, we drop them, and it always happens. Well, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. That's why I fucking removed Vaxwell.
Okay, so if we can test that the same phenomenon can impact both natural and non-natural things, then what's the point of the distinction if it's observable that these objects experience the same laws of physics and there's no physical difference between them?
The only difference is when we're talking about natural and unnatural, dude. So natural science is dealing with the things that happen in the physical and natural world, not what man does. This is why Vaxwax was done on about trash cans being man-made and driveways being man-made, so they can't be natural phenomena because these are synthetic things. But the trash can rolling down the hill, I mean, that's the natural forces that you're talking about. So it's the same fucking thing, it's just a convolution of terms. Gets a bit tiresome after a while.
So is there any like practical purpose for this distinction, or is it just a matter of a convention?
The practical distinction is the sciencey bit, the natural stuff, the study of the physical natural world, which would be outside of man's involvement. That's the only distinction here.
But does this distinction have some physical reasons that would make it invalid if I wanted to apply the same method to man-made things? Like, or is it just a matter of like a human construct that we just made this up without any like deeper reasons except definition?
Sorry again, dude. I didn't quite understand exactly what you said.
Yeah. What I'm asking is if this distinction is based on like something like actual reasons that if we applied this method to a man-made thing, it wouldn't work properly anymore, or is it just a matter of a social construct?
It's just a matter of the scientific method. That's all it is.
But I could apply the same method to a man-made thing.
Yes, you could apply the same methods to a man-made thing, and your answer will be man did that because it's a synthetic device.
Not really, not always.
Okay, could you give me an example, do you think?
Yes. For example, let's say my PC is broken, it stopped working, and then I can manipulate different components of this PC, different hypotheses, to check why it stopped working. So I can, for example, check if the cable is plugged in. I can plug in and out and see if that works. And if it doesn't, then I can change some component like the CPU, for example. And this isn't like me causing it. It's just components causing it to work or not work.
Of course, but we're not doing natural science here. You can use the scientific method and you can isolate the variables that may or may not have made your computer broke down, understanding that the computer is not a natural thing, man made that. So yeah, you can use that same methodology, but you won't be doing natural science here.
Okay.
Speaking of natural science, for those who were not paying attention to the chat, I did follow through on my promise. At what's it called? About what is it? 9 minutes past the hour, I posted the video I was talking about. Feel free to take a look at it at your own leisure.
Oh, thank you. I see it.
Yeah, I called out a few people, but maybe there's others that I missed. But yeah, if you want to take a quick glance at it and maybe bring your thoughts back into the room or not, it's up to you. But
I'm
I did feel my duty to make y'all aware.
I do got a question. I've read through the fucking chat. Peter, do you really think I'm a troll? I guess he's Peter's a troll. Okay, I'm like reading through the chat and I'm like, dude, I've been here for 5 years, and this guy's gonna come in here and tell me I'm a troll.
Alpha male move. Oh. Heretic. Heretic. Is my voice coming through?
You're really quiet, dude. I even had to turn you up then. I thought somebody was whispering in the background, mate. I don't know whether a heretic can hear you.
Might be something wrong with my mic.
That's a little bit better. Heretic, someone's trying to talk to you, mate. Are you there?
I can't hear anybody.
No. Yeah, buddy, he can't hear you. Microphone's too low.
What? You might have me low volume.
Who's speaking?
It's Nash.
This is Nash.
Somebody talking?
Nash, if you right, Nash and Heretic, you can hear each other, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Good.
Barely, but yeah.
You were requesting a voice verify. All right.
Okay, who did you send in to voice verify for you? I want their name.
Oh, what? I guess I misunderstood the process. But what
I'm
exactly?
I'm just joking. That's fine. Never mind. This last time you were like whispering, so it's like, why is he doing that? Is he trying to hide his voice or something? It's like some sort of troll.
No.
Troll on an alt or whatever. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Thanks.
Well,
Beautiful. Well, I'm gonna hit the hey guys. God bless you all. Have a great night.
Appreciate it, mate. Take good care.
So I have a question. If you take a phenomenon that happens naturally, but use it in a man-made device, would that be a natural science or not natural science?
That's applied science. So you've taken something in the physical and natural world that you observed, and you've made what technology out of this. So that would be applied science, and then it's going to become technology.
But I take speaking about talk about something like what I posted at 9 minutes past the hour.
I'm talking about something like I don't know really. Like let's say you want to test like a double slit experiment, for example. So light is something that happens not only in man-made devices, because it happens everywhere, but in this specific case, you're going to create a light through a man-made device, and pass it through another man-made device to see what it's going to do. And test if it's going to cause an interference pattern. Test the wave nature of light, for example.
Okay, so indeed something like what I posted at 9 minutes past the hour. Whereby in this case it's behaviors of objects within a vacuum chamber. Gas pressure or whatnot, it's natural, but we're manipulating it with a specialized device to see how things behave.
Yes, that's why
same, but different.
That's why I don't really think this distinction is reliable, because it has many, many nuances to it.
Right. I'd encourage you to check that out, man, because you guys were arguing about gravity and shit. So, of all people, I think you and what's his name, Frankie? No, Peter might appreciate that more than most.
When you reduce it to the most fundamental levels, then you could technically say that everything is a part of the natural world, because instead of a trash can, you can say, for example, iron that the trash can is made of, and iron is something that happens in nature. So I think
the shape of the cash tag. There's loads of different things in that, dude. I understand where you're trying to get, that everything on a fundamental level is natural. Yeah, we get that. But that doesn't stop the distinction between natural and synthetic. Synthetic being man-made creations, natural being, well, not man-made.
But
does science make this distinction?
I don't think so. But I think synthetic doesn't even mean what you claim. I think synthetic means materials that don't even happen naturally. It's not only manipulating materials that happen naturally to form some human-made shapes or devices. It's just like materials that were invented by humans altogether, like plastic.
Yeah, synthetic, man-made. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, but does science say synthetic is a thing, or does it just say there's natural and there's non-natural, which would be supernatural?
Do you want me to go and get you the 3 definitions?
Yeah, I'd love one that says like there's a distinction between natural and synthetic, and that you can't do science on anything synthetic.
Okay, you've missed the whole conversation. I'm not going to go back over it again with you. Fuck now.
Yeah, you're talking about natural laws.
No, we're not talking about natural laws. Just go back to bed, dog. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, you're talking about natural laws observed.
No, we're not. Just shut up. You jumped into a conversation again, and we're not even fucking talking about that. Shut up. I was enjoying the conversation with Embo then for the first time in about 2 weeks. Sorry, Embo, carry on.
We're basically talking about like if trash cans rolling down are natural phenomena or not, because the action itself of falling down is something that happens not only to trash cans but also to things that exist naturally, like rocks, for example. So it's just a matter of manipulating the language, because if you put emphasis on the object that experiences the phenomenon, then you could say it's not natural. But if you focus on the action itself, you could say it's natural. That's why I say...
Again, this is where I agreed with you and I removed him from the conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to give him like lore, the context of what was happening.
That's fine, no problem. Definitely weren't talking about natural laws.
I mean, technically it would be an example of a natural law, because things falling down is something that happens universally.
All right, sorry, dude. Again, I think it's just because your microphone, I missed about 20% of what you said. Do apologise, mate. Like the third time it happened.
I would say that it would be an example of a natural law, because things falling down is something that happens universally.
Yeah, but we're not talking about natural laws. We're talking about the application of natural versus synthetic.
So that's where I think that's an even better starting point for the conversation, because that gives even more confusion for the definition of natural, because natural laws defined as something that is a universal relationship also affect non-natural things in the meaning of synthetic things, which contradicts your interpretation that natural only means non-human made. Like the law of entropy.
That's you misunderstanding what I've said. Well, I've tried to agree with you several times, but it feels like just because I'm me and you're you that you want to disagree when I'm actually trying to agree with you.
Okay.
Okay.
So you agree that natural laws also impact man-made things?
Of course it does. Man-made things aren't negated from laws of nature. The trash can isn't gonna stay hovering when I let it go after picking it up. Of course, the trash can will go down. We just have to treat these things with a little bit of respect, understanding the differences between the natural laws that apply, right, the natural world and the natural things that are within it, and the things that we synthetically make out of the natural world. But the phenomena is still going to be the same, but we're going to have a bit of a problem when we start talking about what caused the phenomena to happen. We can get over the fact that the trash can was man-made. We can get over the fact that the driveway was man-made. And this will happen if the trash can will start rolling down the fucking driveway if a force is applied to it. We can kick it. We can get a kangaroo to kick it, or the wind can blow it. Don't fucking care which one it is. It's just when we apply it to the science. It's just when we apply it to the scientific method, being as it's natural science, and we don't want any involvement in it apart from the independent variable.
So when you make this distinction, determining what is natural science or not, do you base this distinction of the word natural based on if the phenomenon is natural or if the object is natural? So if a trash can rolling down would be a valid, naturally observed phenomenon to research scientifically.
I mean, you can still apply the scientific method to the trash can rolling down the driveway if you want to. And you're still going to come up with, well, the wind blew it, or the kangaroo kicked it, or whatever. You can still apply that method. You just have to be wary when you give your conclusions, because you're dealing with synthetic things, not natural things. So the phenomenon is natural. It happens all the fucking time, whether it's a trash can or a rock. But we have to understand that the trash can is man-made.
Okay, so it's a matter of the phenomenon being natural that determines it, not the object being natural.
When we're doing natural science, yes, because we're studying the physical natural world. That's all. Just when we're applying that standard. Anything else we can do, we can science the crap out of the trash can if you want to, no problem. Like I said, trying to agree with you, dude.
So how does that relate to, for example, things like Cavendish experiment, where you say that it isn't a valid experiment because the apparatus that experiences it is man-made? Yes, I fully agree with what you typed there. This is a good point. I think it also comes down to the fact that you can even describe the cause itself ambiguously. You can describe it in two ways at the same time. For example, when I have something dropping, like I drop something and it falls down, I can describe the cause in the way that I say it's because I raised it over the ground and then stopped holding it. but you can also describe the cause scientifically in the meaning of what is the law that governs the thing falling down. And flat earthers, I think they like to conflate these two types of description between like the description of what led to this situation and the description of what is the actual law that makes it happen. Like, for example, you have two magnets next to each other, and you can say that magnets pulled each other because a human intervened and put the magnets in this situation. He put the magnet next to other magnet, and that's why they pulled each other, because if human didn't do that, then the magnets would never pull each other. But you can also describe it scientifically and say that it's because of the magnetic force between them. And if you want to use this logic, then technically the result of all of the experiments would be that it happened because a man caused it, because a man is a person who causes experiments in the first place.
Not quite.
Yes, quite. Is there any example where a man isn't someone who...
I'm just going to carry on talking. All right, dude, no worries.
No, you can go on. I already told what I wanted to.
Okay, cool. So, are you saying that we can't do experiments because men are involved in the experiments?
No, this isn't my view. What I'm saying is that the people who hold that view, that standard, this is what it would lead to ultimately. That all of the experiments would be just... The cause of all of the experiments would be that a man made it, if you would describe it in that way. And yeah. I think it's absurd.
Okay.
That's why I don't really find that logic good.
Okay. So the only thing that the man does is manipulate the presumed cause, right? So let's say there's some energy, we'll call that, I don't know, temperature if you want, and the man will put the temperature in to see if it causes the phenomena, let's say the water boils, right? Now the man didn't cause the water to boil, the heat caused the water to boil. The man just put the heat there, very manipulated it, turned it on and off, put it there, took it away, until it reached a certain temperature. Doesn't mean that man caused it, dude. It's the thing with natural science is we just want the two variable, well, the three in the experiment to control everything else. But the thing that's happening and the prediction of the cause of the thing happening. Because we're studying the natural world. So when we study the natural world, we have to take the presumed cause to see if it causes the dependent variable, the phenomena that we observed in nature. We can only test that in an experiment, right? The experiment is you keeping everything the same, and then you very manipulate what you think the cause is.
Yes, I fully agree with you that it's an absurd type of logic, and I myself don't agree with it. I brought it up and wanted to show how absurd it is because I experienced it being presented to me as a rebuttal to my claims many, many times. So would you agree, for example, that an objection to Foucault pendulum saying that it's a non-valid experiment because the man is the cause of the pendulum processing, because if it wasn't for a man, then the pendulum would never start and would never process, is a dumb argument. Would you agree with that or not?
I mean that's kind of a dumb argument, to be fair. But look, if we're going to start an experiment, we must observe something in the natural world to happen. So what do we observe in the natural world to happen for us to start playing around with pendulums?
Well, what led people to thinking about this is they wanted to test if the Earth is rotating or not. So they looked at the stars. They realized they are moving in relation to the Earth, so they wondered if it's the stars that move or if it's the Earth that moves. that was the catalyst for this experiment.
Okay, so we want to figure out if something's moving or not. Okay. Do we have the observation? Okay, I'll do it another way. So, okay, I'll give you the phenomena of a pendulum processes over time at 15 degrees an hour. What's the cause of that?
So it doesn't exactly at 15 degrees per hour. It processes at the cosine of latitude.
Okay. So what causes that?
I would say the rotation of the Earth.
Okay. Do you vary and manipulate the rotation of the Earth in this experiment?
No, we manipulate latitude.
No. Okay, I'm not trying to catch you out. All right, it's if our hypothesis states that the phenomena is the pendulum and the cause is the rotation of the Earth, then you better start rotating the Earth, if that's your presumed cause, right? You can't just observe a phenomena and then keep observing a phenomena and then declare that's because something's happened, something that you haven't varied and manipulated.
The problem is that you can test if this phenomenon is caused by a rotation on small scales in other examples of pendulums. So you can set up a pendulum, you can set up a rotating platform that the pendulum will be mounted to and manipulate the angular velocity of the platform and see that the faster the angular velocity is, the faster the pendulum processes. And then based on this empirically tested relationship, you can test if this also happens with the Earth and conclude that the Earth has to be rotating.
Without varying manipulating the Earth. Gotcha. Even though you can cause the phenomena in one way, you can, again, we're going to get into a formal logical fallacy, right? Affirming the consequent, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. It's if the Earth is rotating, then the pendulum does this. Oh, look, the pendulum does this, therefore the Earth is obviously rotating. You haven't eliminated any cause, and you most definitely haven't varied and manipulated what you presume the cause to be. You just make observations and say, that's just because. There's no science here. That's the point.
Kocham cię, Embo.
Is Daza here? Yeah, I think that's a very good point that Dogs is making, that affirming the consequence is basically a matter of other causes being possible. So when you think that it's ultimately because of this one cause you've chosen, you've committed this fallacy because it could be some other cause. But if you have only one cause possible, then it cannot be this fallacy, because every time you choose this cause, it will have with 100% certainty cause this effect. It would be this case. But I don't think necessary that because we don't have any other causes found, that means we don't commit affirming the consequent, because these causes could still be there. We simply haven't figured them out yet, right? So I would say that Fugat pendulum would be affirming the consequent if it was presented as 100% proof of this hypothesis being correct. But I don't think it's committed, because I don't think anyone makes ultimate claims when it comes to science. Science only makes inductive claims that only increase the probability of something being true or not.
It's more like a razor argument, Hembo, right? That because you can always invoke a future discovery in physics and say, oh, Foucault's pendulum is processing because there's this new interaction we never knew of called, whatever. But it's Occam's razor that makes us say, okay, we know a fair good amount about nature and its laws, not everything, but also not nothing, a good amount. And knowing what we know within that framework of there being 4 fundamental interactions and not 16, right? 12 magical ones. Within that framework, the only plausible explanation is X. That doesn't close the door for a 5th interaction discovered, 100 years from now. But it also doesn't make us go full nut job.
You want to know why?
Style, which is we don't know anything about anything.
Do you want to know why? From affirming the consequent. Because I said the ball that spins. It's not a ball.
I wasn't even referring to what you said. I was just addressing what he said in abstract. Where, it's not black and white. There's not just affirming consequent. There's also using Occam's razor.
So you're going to need a ball then?
Well, dude, I don't even care about the ball anymore. That's boring topic. What he was talking about is more interesting.
Not the ball that spins and a pendulum.
Yeah.
You're going to need a ball.
The platform needs to rotate underneath the pendulum.
Okay, you're going to need a ball.
Yeah. A pendulum would process.
You can test this pendulum without any ball. You can make it process in relation to the platform by moving the platform. You can test this, right? Regardless of the shape of the Earth.
It would process if any shape of the Earth was rotating.
Right, and what he's saying is, we verify the behavior of the pendulum, and then we leave it alone, and guess what? It processes.
In all conditions.
What do you mean in all conditions?
Like when there's an eclipse, does it happen then?
Yeah.
Does it? Have you heard of the Elias effect?
Yeah, I've heard. I know all your lore, but it does happen. Yes.
Okay.
So, are you proposing there's a 5th magical interaction in physics, yet undiscovered, that has something to do with the eclipse?
I'm just proposing that if the pendulum isn't set up correctly, you're going to get a varying of your precession. It might even go the wrong way. So this is documented experiments in Antarctica, apparently. And
yet you can do this.
So also documented research that shows when there's a solar eclipse, pendulums start going backwards. Why is that?
Yet you could do this in your house and apply the formula and get your latitude.
I'm still trying to figure out how that happens.
Because maybe those are internet memes. Have you considered that?
Okay. Possibly.
You and I have spent some time on the internet, and we're familiar with the concept of internet memes, and we have both fallen for various internet memes.
Okay, so the Elias effect is an internet meme.
I don't know.
Oh, well, so why did you bring that up then? I thought you were saying
not.
Well, you did. You just brought up internet memes. I was talking about
the pendulum has been verified many times by independent people.
Peter, I was pointing out what I took as an observed phenomena that happened when there was a solar eclipses with regards to pendulums. I thought that you interjected to tell me that this was a meme and not true.
To my best knowledge, that is not true.
Okay, thank you. Then I will go and do some further research on it if that's your position.
That is my position.
Cool, no worries.
So, what I find even more interesting...
If I may, hold on just 1 second.
Okay.
What is known, Jedi, is that thousands, if not millions, of independent people, completely unrelated to any sort of authority or academia, have digged around with Foucault's pendulums, and when they paid a little bit of attention to employing them correctly, they got exactly results that told them their latitude. People like you or I, not me because I'm a lazy fuck, but people like you and I have done this millions of times all over the earth. And Occam's razor tells us, within the framework of the totality of human knowledge, that the platform on top of which the pendulum is mounted is rotating underneath the pendulum. If 100 years from now we discover a fifth interaction called electroschmetrotism, and we say, okay, that just is a net new interaction that fucks with pendulums, then the joke will be on me. But until then, within the framework of human knowledge, the only plausible explanation is that the platform is moving underneath the pendulum.
Can I say something, Noah? I think so. So what I wanted to say is, I don't think we commit the fallacy of affirming the consequent because we don't claim this to be a definite proof, only like the Occam's razor argument, as Peter suggested. But I think flat earthers themselves are not consistent with their own standard, because they correctly pointed out it would be affirming the consequent if you use it as ultimate proof. But they do the same thing in other cases. For example, the container argument. They see that you need a container in all of the cases that we observe here locally on Earth. And based on that, they conclude that it has to be a container causing pressure in the entire system of the atmosphere, even though they've never scientifically manipulated the existence of this container. So according to their own standard, that would be affirming the consequent because you have never ruled out all of the non-discovered, or even in our cases discovered because we have hypothesis of gravity, alternative explanations for this case.
Okay. Slightly different argument when we're dealing with entropy.
Why is it different? What is non-analogous in it?
Okay, so how do you stop an entropy increase of gases? How do you do that? You contain it, you stop the expansion of the gases, don't you? By physically containing it? When you
entropy would still increase in that system.
Exactly. In a container, entropy still reaches maximum.
Okay.
As permitted by the forces acting on it.
We've stopped the expansion of the gas, haven't we?
Yeah, but entropy is calculated per volume. So in that volume, entropy has increased from the initial state of, let's say, concentrated gas in the middle of a container to the final state, gas reached equilibrium within the container. That's maximum entropy that can be calculated. Similarly, in any field, it will be exactly the same.
What happens when I open the container every time?
Then you have a different situation. The entropy you're measuring over a different volume.
Okay, but the entropy still increases, right?
And a field, you agreed with me, I think, some time ago, that a field can contain gas, electrostatic field. I want to be precise with my language. Can contain gas if gas is ionized, and then it will have the same effect on entropy.
If gas is ionized.
Yes.
Am I talking about ionized gas though?
It doesn't matter. I'm illustrating the principle. I'm not arguing with you. The principle is this. I have hold on, Amble. I have a bunch of randomly Jedi. Hear me out. I'm being serious right now. You have a bunch of randomly moving particles. There's nothing special about gas. The electrons attached to the nuclei are not the reason why gas moves randomly. You can have nuclei. You can have you remove an electron and they will still move the same way. So if the particles are moving randomly, and let's say they're ionized, and electrostatic forces applied to them, that field will contain the gas, and it will affect its entropy. Entropy is like degrees of freedom that a thing has, and over time it will explore all those degrees. That's why entropy grows. If you limit those degrees of freedom by introducing some kind of interaction, then that's a different situation. The container does exactly that. The container, how does a container contain gas? It's electromagnetic interaction. Electrons preventing the atoms with their electrons from going through the walls of the container. You do realize the wall of the container is porous. There are humongous gaps between the atoms in the wall of your physical container. The only reason why gas doesn't leave is because it interacts electromagnetically with the container.
Yeah. So in majority of vacuum chambers, if you leave the vacuum chamber for, say, a day, 2 weeks, a month, you will go back and register more pressure than when you started. Why is that? Why is that?
Because everything is porous to an extent.
Oh, yeah, because gas fills space.
Yes.
Yes.
Gas moves randomly.
Yes, gas fills space.
So how about your container? So where's your container?
I'll let you go on. So back to the second law of thermodynamics. We understand that this is universal, valid without exception, in closed and open systems.
We are not so sure. We're not so sure in physics. The second law is actually a very complex thing that has competing explanations regarding different phenomena, and it's not as straightforward as you present it to be. But sure, let's agree that it's that straightforward, that given over time, entropy of a system increases. So?
Cool. So the gas fills space.
Sure. Okay. Yes. And good. Gas is also affected by, so I'll tie it to what appeared to be a loose connection. I'll make it strong. The only reason why gas tends to not go through a wall of a physical container is electromagnetic interaction. This is the reason why you don't fall through the floor of your house right now. Electromagnetism is holding you. This is the same reason why gas doesn't leave container. So if it responds to electromagnetism, it can also be contained electromagnetic. And I even showed you an experiment where a trap was created for anti-hydrogen. Yes, anti-hydrogen. So a proton and an electron just with reverse charges, where they are contained electromagnetically. There's nothing magical about it because your cardboard box is containing gas using also electromagnetism. So what?
Good. Yeah, I mean, exactly. So what?
So electromagnetism affects entropy per your own argument. A cardboard box affects the spread of gas, affects its entropy increase, and so does electromagnetism used in other ways, and so does gravity. Thank you very much.
Okay, so gravity then. So I was just agreeing with you up until that point, until you said that word.
I knew you would, and that's why I left it for last. And any field
because I can agree with you
entropy.
Because you can scientifically validate everything that you just said, even the electromagnetic constraint to gases when they're ionized. I've been shown
or even not ionized.
I just almost getting there, but you failed to provide one for gravity.
Of course I did. So just to be clear for the audience. Non-ionized gas is contained electromagnetically in a cardboard box, It can also be contained electromagnetically by a field, as done in the alpha-G experiment in CERN on anti-hydrogen. For example, it could be done on proper hydrogen equally well. Nobody bothers because nobody studies hydrogen's impact, behavior in gravity, because it's obvious to all the physicists. But okay, it could be done. And yes, gravity is also can be thought of as sort of a field, and it contains everything and the distribution entropy increase for gas, for water, for sand, for everything.
Peter, I would have agreed with you with absolutely everything that you said, because you can demonstrate these things. If you'd said, for example, you spoke about the electrodynamics of holding ionized gases. If you said that's the reason why the gas isn't filling the space, because of the electromagnetic field between our gas and that space, I might have bought it. But you still failed. But you still failed to provide the proof that it's gravity doing that.
Yes, I did, and I don't expect you to have an awakening tonight and believe in gravity. The only thing I'm making here, I'm saying, if gravity is true, I don't want you to say that it is true. If it is true, then it will have the same impact on entropy, on gas behavior, on the second law of thermodynamics as other interactions. That's all I'm saying. And now you can say gravity is fake and gay. I don't care. But if it weren't, then it would have that effect like the other interactions we discussed. And I'm not interested in debating gravity's existence. I'm just interested in driving the point. If it is real, then it will have the same effect, and there won't be any violation of the second law.
Show gravity reversing. Show gravity changing the vector of gas the same way those other things do.
Well, I've shown it multiple times.
When?
I think we moved away from the point.
That's not multiple.
Embo's point was
I've shown particles of gas. I've shown particles of gas falling down, respecting the gravitational field of Earth like everything else that we measure.
So
and I'm not going to do this now.
Changing the vector of gas from one vector to a different one.
Absolutely, affecting the bias of gas particle, otherwise random gas particle movement.
That's a lie.
Oh my God.
That's just a lie. We've been through this and through this with you.
Yeah, we've been through this hand waving and resisting a.
Shut up. You haven't produced anything. Produce it right now.
Hey, I'll produce it right now.
I'm not going to listen to you monologue in this room any longer. Produce it right fucking now.
A snowflake. Let me.
Okay, you're going to have one more chance. I'm going to take you off mute. Say anything other than what I'm asking you to do. You're fucked off. Okay? Your soliloquy is over. It's time to put up or shut the fuck up.
I have two things to say. In the chat is a link, and you're a snowflake, and fuck you.
Okay, goodbye. Banned.
That's 3 things.
See you later, Peter. Dogs are gods. You wanted to white knight for them. Go ahead. Produce any evidence for gravity affecting the vector of gas.
I wanted to talk about the affirming the consequence fallacy. That's all I wanted to talk about.
Okay, well, I don't know what that's about, so I'll just step out.
Yeah, you came in late. So Embo was saying that the gas pressure container argument, so you can't have gas pressure without a container, is an affirming the consequent fallacy, because we know that forces can also cause gas pressure changes.
Yes, that's true. And unlike us, flat earthers claim that this is an ultimate proof, so there is no even possibility of some other cause being the case there.
I guess we could show it in an experiment, which I asked Peter to do and he didn't want to. So if you could show that in the experiment, I'd buy it. No? Okay.
But the fact that it was shown in the experiment, but even assuming it wasn't, that still wouldn't exclude the possibility of this cause. It would simply mean that we haven't demonstrated it yet, or discovered it yet. But it could still exist. It's simply like research wasn't done on it properly, for example.
This is the thing about gas behavior. It expands indefinitely. You're saying it doesn't expand indefinitely. Well, I can stop gas expanding indefinitely if I put a physical container around it. That'll fucking stop it. Unless you want to talk about Peter having small porous holes in it, eventually the gas will get out like a helium balloon. Yeah, I get that shit. But we're asking you to demonstrate this with your cause, and you can't.
Can you demonstrate an alternative cause to a precession of a pendulum without any forces applied to it sideways?
Personally, mate, no, I can't.
Exactly, so we're on the same page here. The only difference is...
You can't prove your fucking vacuum of space. Gotcha. Okay.
I can, though.
You're still going to need a ball. Aren't you?
And you're still going to need fallacious arguments all the time. Like you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Shut up, dogs. Just shut up. Just demonstrate.
Why are you scared of me, Jedi? Is it because you use science to disprove flat Earth?
Dumb fuck. Can you provide the experiment, the phenomena of gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, it's called a leaf blower.
Oh, he's a fucking idiot. Oh my god.
It's manipulating It's manipulating existing gas pressure, dickhead. Provide the gas pressure in the first instance.
Yeah, so you agree that a leaf blower changes the pressure differential?
It's exerting an effect on already existing pressure.
Yeah, so if gravity exists from some object of mass and then the atmosphere turns up later, then that effect is there prior to the gas turning up. So that effect will cause a gas to stick to the Earth.
Really?
Right?
I mean, that's
Does that not all follow logically?
Have you seen that? Have you?
I haven't seen the creation of the Earth and the atmosphere, but all I'm saying is that it's a fallacy to claim that you need a container. It's a fallacy to claim that you need a container.
No, it's not a fallacy because I can demonstrate it.
Yeah, it is. It's affirming the consequent.
No, because there's no other alternative. Entropy increases.
Yeah, a force. A force is the other alternative. Is it
gravity is the alternative, and even if there was no other alternative, that doesn't exclude the possibility of discovering one in the future.
Embo, let's let Dogs have his moment, please, dude. Come on.
Okay, sorry for that.
Are you saying fallacious can't be another potential cause?
God's sake, can you show me this then?
I'm asking the same question.
Can you show me it in an experiment?
Yeah, a leaf blower changes the pressure.
Fuck me. Seriously.
Yeah. Fuck you. Exactly.
Right, feel like Dogs. You're no good here.
What? I'm just repeating back what you said to yourself.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but you're just an intolerable man.
Well then...
Fuck off, yeah, I know. Embo, you're up. Trying to have a conversation with him, but he just doesn't shut up.
Yeah, so I don't really necessarily think that you could prove it with gravity by manipulating the gravity, because the Earth is there and you cannot make it pop out of existence. What you can do is to test predictions that would happen if this Earth was attracting it. For example, that the more massive gas would be pulled more towards the Earth because the force of gravity is proportional to mass. And that is what we observe because the gases that are heavy, like sulfur hexafluoride, they can go only very, very little up until they fall down again. That's why you can contain them in a container that isn't open from the top, for example.
Yeah, because they can't... Sorry, your microphone's really shit, dude. So obviously they're not going to go up because they're met with the atmospheric pressure of the already existing atmospheric pressure. We understand this. I'll give you the entire gravity of the Earth, and I'll also give you a vacuum chamber. You can put the gas into the vacuum chamber. Show me the phenomena of the gravity of the Earth attracting the gas to it. Can you do that?
Yes, that would basically... The result of gravity attracting the gases would be basically the existence of pressure gradient. That's how you would expect to observe the gases being attracted to the Earth, if you model it.
You didn't listen to what I said, dude. Can you show me gravity attracting attracting gas, just a gas, not a relationship between gases. That's why I gave you the vacuum chamber. So you can choose whichever one of the gases you want to choose. And then you can show me in the vacuum chamber the gravity of the Earth pulling the gas towards it. Can you do that?
From my mind, I don't know any example of that being done in a vacuum chamber.
There, that's because gases expand in all directions. You're right. Well done.
Well, if they did, you're jumping to a claim contradicting what I just said again, then the sulfur hexafluoride would mix with the air because it's expanding in all directions.
Good.
It's
So
like,
you understand that gases move in straight line motion, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Good. So not curving then. You've got a gas molecule that's going up at a 45-degree angle. That will be a straight radial from that point. Now, we agreed that this is the direction the gas is going to go. But you're saying that gravity attracts the gas to it. That means that straight line motion would be curved.
Technically, it would be curved in a very, very microscopic scale, although this curve would be negligible because by the time this particle would hit another particle, it would happen like basically instantly. It's all bouncing against other particles, so it's only making like very small leaps before it hits another. So that curve would be not noticeable there.
So the curve's not noticeable, but it is there now.
Yeah. The impact of gravity you would see wouldn't be on a larger scale. Wouldn't be on changing the curve of the gases. It would be about them going slower with the higher they are.
Slower. So you're saying the gravity curves gases and slows them down?
Yes, basically. But you cannot test that using like tracing the path of a single particle because it's impossible. It's like microscopic. You have to see the large scale effects.
Okay, so you're making
a claim statistically.
So you're just making a claim that you've never observed.
Well, you can infer from that.
You agreed right at the beginning that gases move in a constant straight line motion until having another physical interaction with another gas molecule. We did that, and then I brought up the argument, and then you changed your argument based on what I said. And you changed your argument to something that we don't observe either, which was kind of funny.
So again, they approximately move in that straight line, but if you zoom in very, very close, they wouldn't, but that's not noticeable because it's just so negligible.
Yeah, again, so just pointing out the phenomena that you don't observe.
Yes, but again, we can observe this on macroscopic scale by observing how this statistically impacts the entire system. So you can observe that in average, the particles are faster or have more pressure the lower you are. They're slower, which means they have lower pressure the higher you go. And obviously you cannot test that on an path of an individual particle, but you can see how this on average changes the entire system.
Okay. And?
So that means if you have this gradient that these particles have to be altering their speeds and their trajectories as they are moving, because if they had the same velocity in all directions, then it would be uniform.
Uh-huh. Still waiting for you to prove this, dude. Should have stuck with Peter and his electromagnetism.
So what about flat Earth, guys? Is Earth flat? Yeah. Is it
Yeah.
flat?
Yep, it's flat. Yep.
Okay. Guys, I'm getting scared about the reptilians, bro.
Why?
What? They abduct me.
Do they? You might have jumped into the wrong room then, buddy. There might be another 0800 number you can call.
Yeah, but they have the power to like just jump in the portal if they wanted to. They could just come near your house and just fucking take you aboard their ship. You know, fucking mind rape you. You know, take all your organs and fucking
Okay.
Fuck.
Scary times.
Yeah. Much scarier than flat Earth, bro.
Sorry, say that last bit again. What?
Much scarier than flat Earth. Like the Earth could be flat for all I give a fuck, but if these reptilians are out here abducting us, what are we gonna do?
Why do you say reptilians?
Bro, I'm watching this guy right now. He's James Bartley. He's talking about like the reptilians among us, and basically he got like fucking taken and put on this metal table, a reptilian ship, right? And they're like making him do like all sorts of weird shit to his body, and basically they're like, they're like, oh, we're draining you of your energy, and it was his heels were touching the back of his head and shit, and like his body was contorting in all sorts of weird ways. And they're just like sucking him dry.
Cool.
Scary shit, man.
Maybe there should be a channel, like alien abductions or something. You should start a room, dude. Alien abductions, reptilians.
I have a room sometimes. I call it Aliens Are Real.
Cool. I mean, they're not, but okay.
They're not many AP believers, though.
Aliens require other planets, don't they?
Yeah, they're just trying to shield the community, though. It's kind of like Flat Earth. They just come in and they try, like, oh, it doesn't exist. Oh. And then they haven't even done research in the field, so they can't even make a claim. Anyways.
The Earth is round, by the way.
Hello.
Hello. Is anyone here like a flat earther?
Of course. We're all flat earthers.
Shit. Do y'all
You're a
are
flat
y'all like
earther,
normal
I'm
people?
a flat
Like you
earther.
and me?
What?
Are you guys like normal people like us?
Probably a little bit better than that.
I don't know. I always thought the special kids were like a little bit worse than us. I don't know. Whatever. Well, I mean, listen,
Yeah.
man. I've been
So
thinking to myself, and I
what
was
do you
like,
know about this topic so far?
well, I mean, what I know is like, listen, man. Like, in certain cases, like, obviously we can make it out like the world is gonna be like round, but like in other cases, of course, there's gonna be like some suspicions here and there. But I think inductively and abductively we can like be so certain that it's probable that the Earth is round. So I mean,
That's a contradiction, inductively and certain, right there. So deductively,
no, I said we can know
demonstrate that
certainly
the Earth is a
inductively.
globe.
I get that.
Yeah,
That induction is non-monotonic and empty.
Yeah. So the thing is
certainly
that
we can know that it's probable.
we can actually, yeah. So I can supersede that with this. We can deduce that the Earth is a plane and not a globe.
Going to be the argument for that, bro.
So the stuff called water, you've heard of it, yeah?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by water. You mean like H2O?
That's it.
Okay.
So it seeks and finds its level.
Formula. Okay.
No, I'm not referring to the fucking chemical formula of water. It's talking about the substance. It's talking about the substance
I don't know
that
what you
comes
mean
out of
by
your
substance.
sink.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by
Well,
substance.
if you're that, okay, I see why you don't understand what you live on. You're absolutely brain damaged.
How am I brain damaged?
I don't know what the substance is. What is water?
Asking you to define it, man. I'm just asking you to define it. I mean, I know
Yeah,
what
so
like
that
certain
was
substances
actually
are. Like
kind
your
of
mother,
being
she's very familiar with a lot of my substances. But like, I'm just like,
okay, you scumbag. So water seeks and finds its level. Therefore, the Earth is a level horizontal plane. Questions?
Yeah.
It's a deductive proof. Modus ponens.
Yeah, so
no way
like,
around it.
Here's the thing.
It simply must follow. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm not done. Here's the thing. It simply must follow from the nature of water, the physics and the nature of water, its properties of seeking and finding a level horizontal flat surface, that then the Earth itself must be level horizontal and planar in nature since it's mostly covered in water. Can you follow that?
Oh yeah, am I muted? Wait. Okay, I'm unmuted.
Yeah, yeah, you've got brain rot, so you're gonna have to have your mic controlled by me throughout this discussion.
So listen, man. I was just gonna explain to you. Do you know how?
No, I don't need you to explain anything. You can respond to what I said.
Okay, can I respond, please?
Yeah, but don't give me a story or some sort of explanation. Respond directly to
point number one is your mama's pussy tasting.
Yeah, you're just another moron. That's all you got for the globe Earth that you think that you're such a high intellectual, high-minded, smart kid for believing in. That's what you have to defend it with. Pure brain rot. What do you have to say for yourself, brain rot?
I'll be gobbling on that.
Yeah, you're brain damaged, dude. Seek help. Speaking of special kids, do you have an IQ of, 30?
30 inches deep.
Yeah, what'd you get from your last IQ test? 30, 40 range, somewhere in there?
40 inches in your mama, nigga.
Yeah, I know. See how quickly water breaks morons like you? All I had to do was mention the physics of water, and you're just absolutely off the rails now. That's sad. So I assume you're gonna be staying incredibly stupid about the nature of the place that you live in, since water is too much for you to grasp.
Please educate me.
Well, I already did. I think it went over your head, but you got to sit at the back of the room.
Well, I mean, the reason
teacher's assistant.
The reason I think it's just by fails is because you don't take gravity into account. So I mean, if we take gravity into
okay, gravity. What the fuck is that going to do about our observations and measurements of water seeking and finding its level. What the fuck relevance does gravity have to that?
Okay, so I mean, clearly it's going to be analytically the case that, like, when I speak of Earth, I'm going to be speaking of around the sun.
That sounds
It's
more
also
on
going to be like
analytically the case. You're kind of a pseudo-intellectual type, huh? You think that if you
No,
throw
no, no.
a word
I'm just
like
positing that it's going to
analytically
be
in
also
there,
like a
that
brute
that's
fact
gonna
and the
actually make
necessary
it
truth.
sound like you have
No,
an
it's going to
argument.
be like an homological.
You think like other dunces like you might be tricked into believing you have an argument because you sprinkled the word analytically into there? Nice try. Try again to tell me what gravity does about the nature and the physics of water, specifically how it seeks its level.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Let me give me just like a second. I'll be gobbling on my.
Yeah, get out of here, you bozo. That's all you got. Retard shit. Earth is flat. Yes, hello. Hi. It's so flat. Do you have anything to add? No.
Because a lot.
Oh,
English only.
reptilians.
Yeah. So what do you got? In terms of proofsies for a globe Earth.
But I don't believe in the flat Earth.
Why not?
Just fucking prism.
It's what now?
It's a prism.
What is?
Like the Earth, right?
It's a prism.
It's a triangle.
A prison, you mean?
No, a triangle.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Do you have any measurements for that?
Not really sure. I haven't been to space.
Only one dumb fuck at a time.
Never been to space, so no.
Yeah. You and everyone else has never been to space. You want to know why?
Earth is flat, right?
I can't
So how
verify
does it work with the stars
I've
above
never
us?
been to space.
Yeah, because outer space doesn't exist. That's just a sci-fi fantasy about the sky. That's not really a real thing.
How do plane tracks
What are you talking
function
about?
or star constellations?
You're talking about people
I can
don't
only
actually
listen
go
to
somewhere
one-
when they leave space?
I can only listen to one dumb fuck at a time. So which one of you is it
So
going to
wait.
be?
Yeah, we have flat earthers all around the globe, right? Yeah.
What globe?
Yeah.
Are you able to produce any measurements for said globe?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and take that as a no. Sounds like you just have a belief. Yes, it's a no. Sounds like you just have a belief, a religious faith, if you will, of a globe Earth.
Everything starts at a belief, actually, if you didn't know that.
What, sorry?
Everything starts at a belief, bro.
Everything is belief, bro. No, but this is a mere belief. It's unjustified. You don't have any evidence to support it with.
It isn't. It isn't.
None. Not one bit. What evidence do you have? Say space or something stupid.
Curvature, plane tracks, star constellations.
I go high in airplane. See globe.
So planes. Why do fly? Why do planes fly like they fly? Is it fake or?
We've been to space, bro. No.
Yeah, you see. You see, that's a problem, bro. You can deny reality, but you can't deny your life, bro.
No. Well, I mean, you can deny reality if you want, and people do it all the time.
Go show me the edge. Go show me the edge of the flat Earth, and everyone will believe you.
Show me edge, bro. Show me edge, bro. Is that how you prove a flat thing? You find an edge?
Yeah.
No.
You can be the first one. You can.
You just measure. I think you just measure no deviation from horizontal.
The Nobel Prize, bro. That's the case.
Yeah.
That's
No
a
deviation
big
from
logical
straight.
fallacy.
A surface that is not.
To
surface
say,
that's
okay,
not-
if
not
someone
gay.
can't prove something, I should be right. Right? That's a big logical fallacy.
I don't know.
After you contradict
the
someone,
fallacy?
you have to show your own proof. Actually, that's science.
No, it's not. What's the fallacy?
The fallacy is okay. You show that people here cannot prove their point, and so you are right. That's a big logical fallacy, and the kid could understand.
I
this.
never. That's not my point.
Yeah, but if you have fun,
I mean,
I have also fun, so it's not a problem, bro.
Yeah, that's evidence in support of my position, the fact that you oppose it and can't do anything to support that opposition. But I wouldn't say that it's proof that I'm correct.
At least your life purpose is to be funny like a clown, so I appreciate that, bro.
Funny like clowns.
It's all about,
there you are.
entertainment now in the US, you know? So, I mean, look at Trump.
You live on a spinning water ball. Yeah, no, you think you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum, dude. No, that's crazy shit.
I think you wouldn't do this if you had a real life purpose, like to own your own company. Or
this is real life. What are you talking about?
But
wake up. This is
I'm a communist, bro. I will help you. I'm a communist. I'm not a capitalist.
You're a dumbass is what you are.
Yeah. It's not so hot.
True story. It's a true story. Yeah, afraid to have to admit it, but
you know this guy, Professor Dave? Professor Dave, bro.
Professor Dave?
Yeah. So funny,
he's the king of the dumb fucks. That's where you guys get it from. Yeah. So stupid leading the stupid. Yeah, I know him. How's that going for you? How's that working out?
One moment, please.
Okay, we got Face Loran in here. Face Loran, watch this. Allah. Face Loran is going to show us just how badly one face plants when they claim that the Earth is a globe. See?
Yeah.
Can't even mount a defense.
Look at Flight Radar 24.
Oh, wait, what?
Flight Radar 24.
Well, Face Loren, I was just assuming that you believe we live on a globe, and I was also just asserting that you wouldn't be able to prove it.
We do, but...
See, there you go. I knew it. I just think you guys all look the same.
What an astute observation of you. I'm impressed.
So why do you think that, though?
Oh, because we do. I mean...
Well, how do you know that?
Well, because...
Because? That's the reason?
Anyways, if you're done putting me on the spot, I'm just here to listen, so...
Well, I mean, we need some...
with anybody else.
We need some material here, so, I mean...
Oh, well...
You can sit and listen when we get to other material.
I'm sure you can find your own material. You'll be fine.
Oh, well, I got this guy who's speaking with an accent through a potato for a microphone, so it's. I mean, you're the best option.
Salam alaikum.
Tanada.
Papi Muñaño.
Sí, ¿dónde es tu biblioteca?
No hablas español aquí.
Oh, you should try learning Spanish then.
Okay, let's show the Christians.
Gracias, no.
Yeah, that's true. Only globe earthers learn Spanish. Yeah, I forgot.
Español es para los globers. How do you say glober in Spanish? Anyway.
Retard.
Yeah, that's it. So he left. So there's only one man left to face the truth of it all now. His name is Face Loran. This is going to be a tough day for you, Loran.
How so?
Today you're going to find out that water is the end of all of your illusions of where you live.
Yeah, but wouldn't the assumption be you can actually prove that water is the earth of the water is the end of all my beliefs, right?
Yeah, it's the end of your worldview of a spinning globe. I mean, from this day forward.
You sound pretty confident, so go ahead and elaborate. No. Just elaborate on the fact that water is going to be the ending of my globe Earth beliefs.
It's the end, and the cope will now begin. So
Okay, you said that 3 times now. Can you explain how, or are you just going to keep saying the same thing over and over again?
Yeah, so the stuff called water, it seeks and finds its level. Meanwhile, it also covers a majority of the Earth's surface. Therefore, the Earth's surface is in general level and planar like the water that covers it. Therefore, not a globe. Globe is impossible.
So your frame of reference to observe level water is what? I'm guessing you're what, like 5'6" or something?
I told you the cope would begin. See, this is the beginning of all your troubles.
Well, the suspense is killing me. Can you actually explain it intelligently, or you just...
So you've never seen water seek and find its level before? I've never seen that. You never seen water?
In a glass of, yeah, but
obviously you're drunk.
Hold on. You
look at the surface of the last beer.
And now you're not letting me respond. Are you going to let me respond? Or are you going to keep talking, man?
I mean, you're obviously drunk at this point.
Because it sounds like you got diarrhea of the mouth, bro. You just don't stop talking, bro. Jesus
That's our line. You don't use that in here.
Oh, well, I just did, so checkmate.
We'll see how that goes for you.
Oh, interesting.
Good luck.
I guess we won't because I can't actually talk because you just keep talking.
Give your response.
Oh, okay. So you're implying that the surface of the Earth is the same as a glass of water is the surface of the Earth is the same as a glass of water as far as seeking its level? Because that's pants on head retarded.
No, it's not. That's hydrostatics, bro.
That's actually not. It's not, but it's
not.
That you know that word, yeah.
Let's go get you some citations then. We'll start with a pre-kindergarten level citation because it looks like that's probably where you started to get confused.
Interesting.
1 second. Yeah.
Hey, if you can draw some pictures for me, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I'll just draw a picture of a straight line and that'll represent.
If you have crayons, that would be equally helpful too.
If I have what?
Crayons. Do I need to explain what crayons are?
No, you just need to enunciate properly.
Oh, well, I did. It's just not my fault. You can't understand.
I know you've been drinking and you haven't looked at the surface of a single one.
Are you mad? Dude, bro, do you have like a drunk stepfather or something? Why do you keep bringing up the fact that I seem to be drinking?
You're obviously drunk. You're obviously drunk. So let's see. We got number 1. This one is tailored specifically for you. This is a pre-kindergarten level citation. So water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force such as wind. National Air and Space Museum, Science and Pre-K. What do you think? You up to Science and Pre-K? Think you can pass? All right, let's move on then. Now that you've graduated from kindergarten, we'll go to the physics hyper textbook. Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. We've got Isaac Asimov, Understanding Physics. This effect is part of folk knowledge as is witnessed by the common saying that water seeks its own level. Common knowledge, folk knowledge. So that would be knowledge like that you should have from your own experience, right, with water? Let's see, we got one more. Chem Libre texts. Or engineering Libre text. Let's see. Since water pressure is independent of volume, the levels should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. There you go. That's the physics nature of water. That's its geometry. That's what it does. Therefore, it can only follow that the Earth is a plane.
No, but nice try though.
It can only follow
it's
what?
Cute. It's cute that you think you're right, but
simultaneously it's curved at the same time as it's horizontal and level. The fuck, dude.
Okay. Because all the other level flat objects that we can observe in the soil. Oh no, my bad. I forgot that's all NASA. That's all NASA fucking Photoshop shit that we get.
We see the same sky as one another. You're just wrong about what it is.
Do we? So we see the round sun in the sky. You're telling me that the sun is flat and round?
When did I say that? In what citation about water did it include?
No, take a chill pill. So the sun is not flat, is what you're saying, right?
Well, I'm not sure what Dunn said that to you or why you would think that.
So the sun is the sun flat or is the sun not flat? Answer the question. Yeah, it's a yes or no.
I don't think so, but I don't know what
Is the
fuck
sun
it
flat?
is.
Yes or
I
no?
don't fucking know. I haven't measured it. Have you? Stick with the Earth first. Try to measure that because that's accessible at least. You want to go to the.
So how about the moon? Is the moon flat? Is the moon flat and round
you've
in the
even
sky?
determined those of the thing that you're actually existing upon.
Is the moon
Get ahead of
flat
yourself.
or round?
I don't know. What the fuck's the moon? Is the moon even a physical object? Why are you talking about it?
Oh,
What is
that thing that you can look out in the sky and see? I'm pretty sure it's a physical
thing.
object.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
give you that. It's a thing. Yeah. Well, when did you measure it?
Oh well, I haven't been to the moon, so.
So, and I got another important question. Why the fuck are you responding to citations about water with the sun, bro? The moon? do you think?
Well, because my simple questions can answer your retarded insinuation, but if you lack the capability to understand that, so the sun and the moon are globes, but the Earth is a flat disk that you can't even provide a model for.
Okay, so you made two claims: sun, moon, both globes, Earth, flat disk. That was a third claim you made. Then, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, okay. So, do you have a model for your flat Earth? I'm guessing not.
Have a model? Who claimed a model? We're talking about the physics of water.
So you don't have a model for your flat
We're
Earth,
talking about the physics of water. And
because I have a model for my globe Earth, which is more than you can provide for flat Earth.
Post it in the chat.
Oh, have you never seen a globe before? Yes, I can post a model of a
boy.
globe. Yes.
Oh, you've got a toy globe that you can post? Ooh, cool. Yeah, I could probably make a toy flat Earth if you want.
Have you ever seen a
but you
globe that
can't,
doesn't?
because you can't actually coherently represent.
Yeah, but I got to cut you off. You have diarrhea of the mouth. In fact, I gave you citations on water and its physics. You started waffling on about the sun, the moon. These things are globes, I think. Da 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 da. Why the fuck are you talking about random shit in the sky? Respond to the citations regarding water. Does water seek a curve? I'm done entertaining you red herrings. Yeah, does water seek a curve?
Oh, am I muted?
Of course. We're not going to keep you muted forever.
So I don't speak to. Is there anybody else here who can talk to me? Because I don't speak to children that just mute people when they say stuff they don't like. So anybody else got a argument for flat Earth?
That's a nice out.
Heretic, please.
That's nice.
You literally have shit is just pouring out of your mouth, man. Just let somebody else talk.
Okay, so
have you ever seen a globe
that water is flat and level.
It's accurate.
Yeah, no, but water's flat and level at rest. What rebuttal do you have for that? I'm just curious. I really want to know. I really do. So I wish you would stop going off topic and just address that point. I would really like to know.
So anybody else besides Heretic?
Yeah, okay, so that doesn't help me understand that water, in fact, has a curve. We'll give you one more chance. Kay is chomping at the bit here now to take up the post from you. So this is going to be your last chance. Make sure you give me some sort of rebuttal to water, okay? I really want to know how you know that water is not horizontal like all these citations and all human experience has shown. Please, go ahead. I'm really wanting to hear this. Please.
Man, you just really love to talk, huh?
Okay, we'll go to Kay. Kay, how do you know that water is curved and not flat and level?
Bro, I didn't say anything about that. All I said is, what about zero gravity, bro?
The fuck's that got to do with the physics of water right now that we're talking about?
So when there's zero gravity, is the water flat?
Where have you experienced zero gravity?
I'm asking you, if there's zero gravity, is the water flat?
Well, is this a hypothetical? Will this be taking place in reality or in our imaginations?
Hypothetical.
Okay, so this will be taking place in our imaginations. Next, case dismissed. We're trying to
just tell us you have a poor imagination. Why don't you?
Yeah, no, I know you guys have all sorts of imagination. I probably have a much better one than you. The thing is I know when and where.
But you don't, because you believe the Earth is flat.
No. I know when and where to apply it. You don't. You start crossing physics and reality with imagination, and that's where you get all fucked up. I keep imagination to art and music and stuff like that. Meanwhile, physics and reality, geometry, stuff like that, I try to be empirical with things like that.
So if the Earth is flat, then what's under the Earth?
I don't fucking know. Maybe the Earth is the bottom floor, man. Maybe it's the basement of the universe. I don't know.
if a galaxy's a galaxy, what's 4 galaxies away? You don't know? Well, then I guess heliocentrism is disproven, huh?
All right, so if the Earth is flat, then why is it hidden from the rest of the world?
It's not. You can go outside and look at it right now. What's the matter? Are you blind?
Clearly,
Did the
clearly I can't.
government blindfold you or something? Like what's the problem?
Oh yeah, the Earth is flat, so I can go outside and take a telescope and look at China from America. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Physics Boy, there's another thing that I'll need to refer you to, which is
I'm pointing my telescope at China.
Shut your mouth.
But nobody's waving.
Shut your mouth. I'm going to take you both off mute in just a sec. Yeah, but you're not going to see China, even though the curvature that you think is blocking it doesn't exist. I'm just going to meet you guys both so you can both get this. This is important because there's a phenomenon called light attenuation. Right? You know what that is?
So when do we mute you when we have something to say?
Oh, it's a made-up word.
You never can. Light attenuation is made up.
One-sided argument.
How convenient that we can't mute him when he's saying stupid shit.
Of course you can't. You're the dummies in the room. I'm the adult. You're the children, and you're the ones that need to be controlled by me. So light attenuation. You think I made that up? Really?
No one said
Type those words into Google. No, that asshole just did. Type those words into Google.
What do you say?
Said it's a word, even though it's 2 words. You can't even count to fucking 2 that I made up.
So
I mean, showing his ignorance on at least 2 levels there. That's a non sequitur. I'm currently addressing his claim that he should see to China.
Oh my goodness, dude! You just can anybody else besides this guy talk? Jesus.
Nope,
Christ.
You're stuck with me. Okay, that's how it's going to be. You're in here with me.
Us.
Okay, yeah, you're in here with me, and that's how it's going to go.
So why can't I see China from America?
Okay, let's see if you can count to 2 this time, little buddy. It's called light. Are you ready for the next one? Attenuation.
Can you spell it?
Yeah. ATTENUATION. Punch it into Google, even if you get the letters in the wrong order. It'll know what you mean.
How about you explain it since you're such an expert on it?
Yeah, that's when light is traveling through a medium and it eventually degrades and loses intensity due to scattering and absorption and stuff like that, and then eventually just fades out, or technically speaking, goes.
So how far is the sun?
I was almost done. I'll shut you up. I was almost done, and it goes extinct. That's the key part. It goes extinct, meaning it's done. It's gone. You don't see it anymore. It's lost all its intensity. No more light getting to you. So air would be one of these mediums that has this effect on light.
So how far is the sun from the Earth, out of curiosity?
Why did you go to something completely left field?
It's actually relevant to what I'm asking.
And now you're going to learn something else. What you just did was called a logical fallacy, called a red herring. So don't use that. We're trying to have an intellectual discussion here. Stick to the point, please, sir.
But you can't even tell me how far the Earth is from the sun, so how is this intellectual in any way?
That's a red herring. That's not intellectual.
How?
So
Explain how.
It is
Use small words, please.
You're changing the subject. I said something. You asked me a bunch of stuff about light attenuation. I gave you that. And then instead of arguing with that or addressing it in any way whatsoever, you deflected from it and diverted to some other random bullshit.
Why do you think we're arguing?
My question is directly relevant to the point you tried to make, so.
Oh, how far away is the sun?
That's literally what I asked you. How far away is the sun from the Earth?
Don't know.
Okay, so you can't have an intelligent conversation because you don't even know that simple bit of science.
Well, do you know? I know the claim. I know they claim it's 93 million miles
then what's the claim? What is the claim?
93 million miles away in a vacuum.
So the light doesn't dissipate at 93 million miles, but it does over the distance of America from China.
Okay, all right. You're going to get another lesson. So the outer space medium that they claim that the gas ball sun is in, yeah, it's hilarious. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, it's a near perfect vacuum. So it's not much of a medium like air or water or something like that. So that's how the light is able to get through such a vast distance to the Earth within that paradigm. That's not my claim. I don't think the sun's that far away, but that's what they say.
It's also the stronger the light, the further it can travel.
Yeah, and plus, well, they got a vacuum. It's almost completely unimpeded. The light is going through a vacuum of outer space. So
But when the light hits air, it suddenly becomes dissipated to the point that you can't see China from America.
Scattered, absorbed, and otherwise, eventually it just goes extinct. Do you know how far the light from the sun can travel through water? Any guess? 1 kilometer, dude. That's it.
Oh, 1 kilometer. Okay.
That's it. So air does the same thing to light, sunlight.
How much air does it take to dissipate light in equal amounts to a kilometer underwater?
It's going to take thousands of miles, or hundreds, if not thousands.
Okay, so the reason that we can't see China from the United States is because light dissipates in open air.
Listen, Steve,
over hundreds of thousands of miles.
You can see through thousands and thousands of miles of fucking air, dude. The densest air on Earth, right on the surface.
Yes.
Well, you're just plain stupid then.
Oh, thanks for letting me know. I had no idea.
Yeah, you think you can see through thousands of miles of a dense medium? What the fuck? What's wrong with you?
You're considering air a dense medium?
It's a lot denser than a near perfect vacuum that you think the sunlight is traveling through.
Well, because I can see my hand in front of my face, and there seems to be no distortion whatsoever. So.
No refraction. Okay, then I'll post a picture then that you'll love.
Well, I have my light on too, so I can see the light refracting off my hand because my hand has shadows because it's not.
Define refraction, idiot. Refracting off your hand. That's some stupid shit.
Explain how.
Yo, is there any real flat earthers in here? Does anyone actually believe because I believe the Earth is flat, but everyone I meet in here is always trolling. Does anyone actually?
No, you don't.
Does anyone in this call?
Why do you think?
Okay. Does anyone in this call actually believe that the Earth is flat, or are you all in here to fuck around?
Yep.
You don't. Why do you think it is?
I do.
Yeah, a heretic just failed his 8th grade science class, so now he's getting butthurt at the rest of the room.
Is he a global? Is he a global earther?
Face Loran just got.
I'm starting to be convinced.
He just got his globe worldview crushed by a flat earther, so he's upset right now. That's all. Just give him a minute.
Crushed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got your dreams crushed.
Okay, first of all,
I taught you believe that you didn't even know.
I'll never financially recover from this crush.
So wait, hold on. Heretic, you think that the Earth isn't flat. You think it's a ball. You think it's a sphere. Whatever your name is, you think the Earth is a sphere.
Fuck no.
Thinks it's a flat.
So what do you think?
No, he definitely thinks the Earth is a sphere.
So you see the water that I just posted there?
I've been telling him it's flat.
Quiet, Kay. You see the water that I just posted?
The Earth is flat and the world is controlled by Jews.
Yeah, see, I told you that, guy. I told you. See, it can smell a LARPer right away. So, that photograph.
The Jewish space laser told me you're retarded, heretic. So
your imaginary friends have been talking to you, and you think that makes you the same.
Jews are imaginary now? That's a bold take.
Jewish space laser, bro. Okay, anyway, we're going to the side text here. Open chat. I'm going to direct all of your attention. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The 2-second ADD crowd. I'm going to direct you to the open chat on the side. There's a picture that says bye-bye ball. Guess they were wrong, etc., etc. See that? It's a body of flat water. Now, you said earlier, Jamartin, because you're fucking trolling. Just sit down and listen. I'm not talking about Jewish space lasers or any of that garbage. Okay, so you think that you can't see China because there's a curve of that water. So suddenly you think water is not horizontal and flat and level like you've always known and experienced it to be, but now it's got some sort of arc over its surface. Well, if that were the case, given the radius that's been claimed with the globe of 3,959 miles in that picture, we should see a horizon no further than 1.2 miles, except we have a rig at 9.4 miles, a known distance from the observer who took this picture. And further than that, further than 9.4 miles, is the horizon, meaning the horizon is much further than 1.2 miles, meaning there is no curve blocking your view of China. Questions?
Notice how you never post a picture of something that's 20 miles away. It's always just the set distance that you can actually fucking.
Yeah, we could do that, and then you're gonna move the.
Oh, then do it. Then fucking do it.
You're gonna move the goalpost. Yeah, we'll do that.
You obviously have proof already. Then fucking do it.
I've already.
Post a picture of something on the horizon that's 20 miles away from where you're
observing. It doesn't even matter.
From.
We've already crushed your geometry.
It actually does, but
it doesn't.
It does, but
that low IQ laugh. I'm gonna let Maticus get a question because he's been trying.
Is that all you do? Is sling insults? Because that sounds like actual child shit, bro.
How far is too far, in your opinion? What would you believe if you saw like that distance? Because you say not 9 miles, you want 20 miles. What happens if you're not satisfied with 20? Like, what's the number you're looking for here?
I'm waiting for any example of something 20 miles away if you're standing on the edge of the ocean and there's something 20 miles away, I am waiting for someone to post a picture of
that. Have you seen that picture of Chicago? It's 50 miles or 56.
Is this fucking thing you just posted in chat?
Yeah, Anacapa Arch and Rock, 32 goddamn.
Hold on, chill out, kid. I'm reading.
What, 600 feet of fucking earth?
I'm reading. Just chill the fuck out. Holy
fuck. You guys are retarded as hell for believing the Earth is a fucking flat.
Bro, you actually have diarrhea of the mouth. God damn.
Comprehend anything you've read? I can help.
I think you're gonna help regardless, so go ahead. Knock yourself out, kiddo.
Well, why don't you just give me any question you have?
You literally just said you can help, so help.
Well, yeah, but with specific issues, what are they?
Help.
You tell me what you're wondering.
You can't. Okay, you can't. So.
Well, you read the thing. What do you have to say?
If you can't help, then stop talking. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, dude.
Well, ask a question. Do you not know what you just read?
No, help me. Help me understand.
A curve is blocking.
You're here to help. You're here to help.
You said a curve is blocking China. I'm seeing, 20 times further than I would if that curve actually existed?
And...
Well, it obviously doesn't exist then.
Obviously. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. So that said there, that the furthest extent we would see over that surface would be 1.5 miles if that curve that you brought up about China actually existed. But we're seeing that rock all the way to 32 miles. We're seeing the surface of the water all the way out to that rig at 20 miles. I mean, you're cooked.
Well, it says 31.82 miles, but okay.
Oh, shit. Oh, I guess it's all over then.
Oh, yeah, well. Oh, does semantics bother you? Because, that's kind of what your whole argument is.
Yeah, that was semantic bullshit. Oops. My mistake. I guess we got to go home, pack it up, shelf this one. It's not flat.
So actually, out of curiosity, did you take this picture yourself? Are you 100%? Are you 150% sure that this is actually 31.82 miles away?
Yes, we have a video from.
You have a video. So just like you claiming that any footage from NASA is doctored footage, I can claim that anything you post is doctored footage too. So you're full of shit, bro.
So that would be a false equivalency. So that doesn't work.
How?
Because that's nothing that you can replicate. You can replicate what this person has done.
Oh, yeah, because there's been no private space agencies that have strapped a camera to the outside of the rocket and launched it into orbit. Yeah, you're right.
Really? Okay, give me an example. And
it's only federal entities that strap cameras to the outside of rockets. SpaceX doesn't
You're not
exist.
putting anything into orbit.
SpaceX does not exist, and they have not strapped a camera to the.
Shut up. You don't control SpaceX.
He was answering your question, bro.
No, he's not. He's speaking.
Yes, he was.
Okay, you're getting muted. I'll unmute him, and I'll mute you. How about that? Sound like a good trade-off?
How generous of you. Okay, so SpaceX is a private entity
Yeah, and I'm going to mute you too, because they're both false equivalencies. SpaceX, you don't control SpaceX, you don't send things into orbit. However, you can go to the known location of Santa Barbara, where that beach is, and do the same exact fucking thing this guy did. You can't do any of those things that SpaceX or NASA do. See the false equivalency? Yeah, nervous laughter. That's all we got left.
Hey, so Heretic, why don't you hop into my chat and talk to me about this?
Nope.
Aw, is it because you can't mute me when I say stuff you don't like?
Yes, I have to maintain control of the room where the children are. The children can't just take control of the place. That doesn't work. You have the lunatics running the asylum.
There's literally a child in control of this chat right now. What the fuck are you even talking about?
I know, you're having a tantrum about it, but we can't have the lunatics.
Oh, you can tell because I'm, slamming my fist against my desk right now.
It's muting people. Well, I mean,
Oh,
do you have
did you
anything to
see
say
that?
about what I said, though?
Did you see that picture of Chicago? Is that past 20 miles to your approval?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
Oh, so I saw that picture. It's doctored bullshit. So it's literally Photoshop. So try again.
That's a lot of code.
The picture of Chicago?
Oh, it says the person that says everything that's produced by NASA is Photoshop.
I never even said that to you. That's more cup.
You have before. I've been in this chat before, kid. Just chill out.
Hold on.
I was talking to this other guy, not you, Heretic. Please shut up, kid.
You're saying that that picture of Chicago is doctored?
Yes. It's Photoshopped, yes.
Even if official sources say that it is real?
Oh, who's the official source?
But it's just a mirage?
Who's the official source?
I would have to look it up, but it's I believe
take your time. As long as you need, go ahead. Take your time. Go ahead.
That was the weather channel, right?
The meteorologists on I'm trying to think of the local station that it was on.
Oh, so it's Photoshop nonsense, yes.
That's a nice cope you got there. Is it working?
Oh,
do you believe yourself? When you
I know. Is it really reminiscent?
Yeah, do you believe yourself when you have to reduce yourself to the levels of cope of like, oh, that picture of the beach is CGI, bro? Does that work? Does that really work?
Oh, so
warm and cozy at night.
What about pictures?
You feel warm and cozy at night because you told yourself the pictures from the beach are CGI.
What about pictures from the moon? How about that?
Can you verify a single one?
Oh, do you mean the ones that have been taken by actual people?
Yeah, so I asked if you could verify a single one. It was a yes or a no, bro.
Oh, it says the person who can't verify a picture from a beach.
It was a close-ended question. Yeah, you can. You just go there and do the same thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, but have you gone there? Have you taken the picture yourself? No?
I've been to Santa Barbara. Yeah, I've been to Santa Barbara. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Have you taken a picture? Have you taken your own picture there?
No, I didn't do that. But I have been to that location.
So you can't verify anything because you never took the picture yourself.
That millions and millions of people have been to and continue to go to, and it's accessible to both me and you. Nothing in space, so-called, is. So that's the false equivalency that you can.
Oh, except for the people that have been to the moon, but yeah.
Really? Okay, can you verify that any of them have?
Yes.
How?
Because we have a picture of Earth from the moon.
Pictures, right? Okay, well, we'll have pictures from Matthew McConaughey movies which show the same things.
What a weird thing to bring up. What the fuck?
Well, how do you differentiate? How do you know that those are authentic? How do you verify those images?
So real quick on the same topic.
Because they were published by a federal source that were verified by private sources too. Do you think that? So
I got it. You just told me that the government said that it's true, and then some other companies said it's true. I got it.
So on the same topic, I'm curious: has anybody else in this server heard about that Chicago picture being doctored or faked? Has anybody else heard this?
Go Jordan B. Peterson.
What the hell happened?
Nikki 9 though. Jesus. That's crazy. That's a mouthful. Yeah, bro. I don't know who Nikki is. I don't know why she has a 9 on her.
Shadow, hello. You're a flat earther, I can tell by the PFP. Well, that's no fun.
Hello. I can be a glober if you want.
Well, if you're just pretending to be, it's not the same.
The Earth is a globe. Suck on it.
Is that the proof? Suck on these nuts.
Suck on those balls. That's what the Earth is.
Everything a flat earther says is
Well, I mean, tell Necros about it.
He wants to hear? Necros?
Yes, he does, for sure.
What do you want to hear, Necros?
He wants to hear you say, suck on these balls, that's what the Earth is. That'll get him fired up.
Suck on these balls, that's what the Earth is, Necros. Actually, I've got a brilliant picture that I'm going to take and send, put in the chat of the moon and a star. 1 second.
Maybe this is a Glober named Elez. We got a cat named Elez joining us here to tell us how he knows that he lives on a ball he's not falling off of. I think. Come on, let's go. Let's get some globe proof in here. Somebody tell me. We're idiots. We're stupid. The Earth is obviously not flat. My teacher said so. NASA, thousands of years, sticks and shadows. Come on, say something. You globers are soft nowadays.
There was a few globers in there earlier, 2 or 3 hours ago, but I was driving, so
Yeah, it was going steady for hours. I was talking to a few of them. My internet completely collapsed suddenly, and came back in once it came online, and everybody was gone. So, just trying to reignite the fire.
it was just something weird happening with my audio. I was listening. I think it was his name was. Is it Omeg? Omeg? Is that his name?
I don't remember him.
But all I could hear was him talking, but I couldn't hear the other person talking. And I was trying to scroll through to see who was talking so I could raise the volume levels, but yeah, it was pretty weird. He was like talking to someone I couldn't hear.
I don't know. Maybe there's some glitchy stuff going on with Discord too, because like some of my internet was working, but then just certain apps wouldn't. So I don't really know what happened, but I got kicked the hell out of here.
Yeah, I think globers are just finding their own corner of the internet at the moment, curling up in a ball.
The mechanism
Hiding from flat earthers.
from
Man, where the hell is Crit?
I did see that Bob the Science Guy put out a new video today regurgitating old shit.
Oh, he's lost his edge if he ever had one, for sure, by this point.
He was regurgitating the Wolfie 6020 stuff from 2 years ago.
Well, he's way back there.
Pendulous veins.
Yeah, he's a joke. He always was, but now, I mean, if he wouldn't do too well in the channels nowadays. He used to always troll the 24/7 Discord. I wonder where he's been. He's not really been keeping an eye on us, it seems. Or he has, and he's like, I don't know. He's just given up. I don't know.
He's curled up in the corner with all the other bullers.
Yeah, it's gotten too tough. And they're just coping, telling themselves stuff like, oh, they just ham wave it. They just ignore it. They say, they deny.
The only way they become relevant every now and then is because you get a fresh wave of, newbies come through searching Flat Earth, and they ride on that wave with 5-year-old arguments.
Yeah, those arguments are getting so bad. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, I guess I'm biased, but I think that we just keep refining it more and more to the point where I don't see what they can do. I mean, we test our arguments every single day, and I don't see them doing anything to mount any kind of logical defense against any of it.
Look, they have generics, which make people question. But, for the people like us who have been around for so long and have looked into every single argument, they do give newbies a bit of a hurdle with, regurgitating the same old shit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of their purpose, I guess, at this point. It's really all they can do is just try to jam a wrench in the gears. Just try to discredit us to new people who don't quite grasp the subject yet. They can't go toe to toe anymore, I don't think. I think it's pretty much over as far as that goes.
No, yeah, it is over. Even with that, obviously depends on the person representing Flat Earth.
Yes.
It all depends on that as well.
Yeah.
Like with the Witsit versus Tim Pool. They obviously got Robert Sungenis in there to literally twist Witsit up into a ball and kick him through the goal.
What did you think? Because I only watched like a couple little clips of it. I didn't see the whole thing. What did you think?
Look, I can understand. I can understand Witsit's argument about being the like staying in situ and reading the moment and saying what he could when he could. Because he was on a platform that's probably the biggest platform that any Flat Earth has been on. But they all knew Witsit's issue, and Witsit's issue is obviously ether. And I think at the last minute they brought Roberts and Sungenis in, and the last 15 to 20 minutes, Robert Sungenis just literally, just played with him like a cat with a toy.
Was the topic flat Earth even, or did they go off into ethers?
No, it was supposed to be flat Earth, and it was a couple of things. It was heliocentrism, geocentrism / flat Earth, and every time flat Earth was brought up, Tim Pool would, or the other guy that was there, what's his name? Something Astronomy Live.
Yeah,
they would use a segue, like they would change the subject, use a segue, bring up a meme, or just do other nefarious things to go away from flat Earth. So it did hamper Whitsett in some ways.
Let that happen? Like, didn't call them out on red herrings and shit?
No. Yeah, he did. He let it happen. Like, he could have grown a bit of balls and just said, "Listen, fellas, we're on a topic here. Let's just stay on the topic, and can we not segue away?" But he didn't. He was obviously being Whitsett and just trying to be nice, the nice debater.
He fucking never used to do that. He used to crush them.
Yeah, but the problem is, when you bring a guy like Robert Sungenis in, what he does is he like rides Whitsett's wave of geocentrism, and then when it comes to a flat Earth topic, Robert Sungenis just like crushes Whitsett down. And because Whitsett was trying to use arguments like flat Earth proofs pretty much that he's been rejecting for many years, such as, elevation angles and celestial navigation and the stuff that you could literally cream people with. He didn't know the arguments that well, so he got cut out and cut in, and it sort of went off on another.
He's gone in another direction, man, because he used to be. I don't know if it was just me, maybe my standards were lower or something, but I don't know. No disrespect, but I thought he was really, really strong as a flat earther for a long time years ago.
Yeah, he was, and I've seen many people come and go, but I watched him doing his street talks for years, 18 months to 2 years, and he had a lot of arguments down pat. But for whatever reason, he went a little bit loose and started to push this, ether, alternative gravity theory, and you could tell in this Tim Pool, they'd researched him, and at every opportunity they tried to bring him into discussing the ether, and at every opportunity Whitsett tried to reject getting called into it, but eventually they locked him into it, check, and then in the end they just got him checkmate because he didn't know the arguments well enough, all the other arguments, which is pretty sad.
Well, he sure should if he's representing flat Earth. Come on.
Well, yeah, I think you want to go and watch it. He obviously he just couldn't lock a fish in with any of the arguments. It was like it was pretty fluid, and they used that to their advantage, especially Robert.
I just wonder if this is the same timeline that I came from, because I would never have thought of myself as being the better person to put forward than Whitsett back in the day, and now I'm kind of thinking that way. Like,
look, in Whitsett's defense, like many of us have been in over the years have been in debates or arguments online or even just with family members, and you get hit with an argument at some point in time you didn't really know how to elocute the reason, so you get stuck, and then you would just cancel that off as a loss because you were sort of out debated.
It's usually something though that you can come back with. I mean, if you just bring it right back to like the central points, you can usually kind of do something with that.
Yeah, but like when it's in a situation where you have one topic and you're trying to debate that one topic, and there's 5 people, and they keep chopping and changing the topic, and then you have to like stay relevant by trying to give your 10 cents in for that particular topic. And that's what it seemed like with that. It's every time they got like locked into one particular subject, someone would change the subject, or they would throw in like a segue or a tangent, and then we'd lose any ability to gain traction with a particular topic. And I think that's where Whitsett was trying to be too nice, where he should have locked in.
Yeah, you should have. You should have held them accountable. I would agree. I mean, that's of course that's what I would say. I mean, that's pretty much all we do here.
But we weren't there, yeah.
Yeah.
We're discussing it now. Like I would say it'd be pretty overwhelming having Robert Sungenis there, and knowing that he was going to be on your side with certain things, and then like literally T-bone you with certain other things, I
don't see why you can't just bring it to the basics of the flat Earth arguments and just absolutely relentlessly hold those guys to it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not kind of understanding where Whitsett is at, but to me it seems like that's the way it should be.
But Whitsett's at the moment trying to be professional. He's trying to wedge his way into these big events by being Mr. Nice Guy,
right?
Having an intellectual conversation rather than dropping flat Earth bombs. And the problem is when he gets into an intellectual conversation with some of these guys, they literally they're dropping bombs on him, And
it never used to seem like that with him. It's just, what the hell?
But he's out of his league now. When he comes up against guys like Rob Sungenis, he's out of his league.
Well, don't you think like somebody like Jedi here or something like that could just make quick work of him? Like, what's the problem?
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. India, Jedi, like there's loads of guys that would have been able to handle it way better. But those guys, like unlike Whitsett, those guys don't really care about maneuvering themselves into big platforms to garner massive support. They just want to get the truth out there.
If they did, they might actually end up having the same thing happen to them as Whitsett. They might become preoccupied with their image and how, it might become less about the arguments, right?
Correct. Yeah. And I think that's where Whitsett is, Unfortunately, that's where he's found himself.
Yeah, I think so too. Because he was one of my favorites back. I think he was a lot of people's favorites for a while. But it's gone in another direction for sure.
Yeah, there's no doubt he knows his stuff. I mean, he was there. I remember him. Sitting in 24/7. Listening, getting tutored by QE and a whole heap of other guys after he did his road tour. He knows the stuff. It's just for whatever reason he's hung on to this particular side of himself, such as the alternative gravity theory, and it's like he's stuck there, and he doesn't really know how to get out of it.
He always did that though. Actually, that's one thing he always did do. Was like he always had gravity replacements and stuff, even though his catchphrase was falsifications independent replacement. But he always kind of argued like the downward, like dielectric acceleration, whatever, And I didn't really notice it as a problem at the time, but as we've gone along, it's become clearer and clearer that what you have to do is just dismantle the claim that they're bringing you. You don't need to replace anything, just like Witsit used to always say.
Yeah. But I mean, he did reach out to people. He did reach out to some of the groups before he went on that platform to ask what he should, what he should do. And a lot of people said they're going to trick you into going to Ether. You got to stay away from it, and you just got to bomb the flat Earth proofs. And when you go back over the video, he tried, but because the parties knew where his mind was at, they sucked him into the ether, and he couldn't get away from it. And then he started to contradict himself about light travel and all the other stuff. He had to set himself aside with that just so he could get through to actually getting to flat Earth proof. But anyway, pretty sad, but it's good that Flat Earth was mentioned on a platform like that. That's probably the biggest platform that Flat Earth has been on, I guess, other than Dave Weiss on what's his name, which was a bit of a farce, but yeah.
He actually he even said that Fata Morgana is an inferior mirage. It's a superior mirage. I think what it shows is he hasn't really been keeping his flat Earth razor sharp lately. He's into other stuff.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of shit going on with him, and he's arranging, him appearing on platforms. He's got to go away to Antarctica. He's got to make sure his wife and kid are looked after while he's away. There's obviously loads of stuff on his mind.
Well, that in itself, getting that kind of prominence in itself might make it hard to actually stay razor sharp with the actual arguments.
Of course.
Because like you just said, so many other things to deal with now. You're not just sitting around in your apartment anymore, just arguing to your heart's content. You got way more on.
He would be spending loads of his time answering emails, negative emails, positive emails, trying to manage his finances from his affairs on the social media, trying to book, venues where he's going to go next because now he's in the limelight. I'm guessing he's self-managed. I don't think he has a manager just yet.
Used to be done the same way like a musician with a label, have a booking agent and other people handling all that stuff, and you can just focus on your craft.
Yep. Anyway, I mean, he's out there. But we can criticise him all we want, but at least he's out there. He's probably not doing as good a job as what we want, but so far, he's the person from Flat Earth that's got the highest. So far.
Yeah, he's presentable. Better than Jaren or Dave or whatever.
No. I mean, Dave just babbles on gibberish. I mean, at least Witsit can present an argument with some intellectual people. I think Jaren plays dumb. I think he's a lot smarter than what he seems. But yeah,
there seems to be a problem getting into that echelon of things. Like, it always just goes sideways. Like, I mean, as soon as somebody breaks the big time, there's some sort of compromise.
Yes. I mean, look at poor old Bob after this Netflix movie. He struggled big time with a lot of topics and negative comments from the flat Earth community, and eventually they're wearing down.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough out here. You get roasted, man.
And then all the other people that have their platform and the knowledge, they're just too abrasive. Unless they change their ways, they're never going to get to these platforms. But then, if they change their ways, are they going to change who they are? That's, that's the sort of conundrum.
Yeah, I know. It's the opposite end. They've got all the knowledge and the facts and the info. Everything is backed up well, but they're not presentable in the same way a character like Witsit is. Like, you just can't seem to marry the two. Well, Remy showed up just in time to tell us how he knows the Earth's a globe.
Cool. I've been waiting for this for 10 years. Let's go.
Finally, at last. My salvation has come. Stop being a stupid flat earth.
Just in time for Christmas, I can go and tell my mum, Mummy, I'm not a flat earther anymore. I've been handed the truth.
Been presented with the globe proof. I'm good to go. It's all behind me now.
Even my 87-year-old mum has been Googling flat earth, That's where we're at.
Critical mass incoming. Even though we're not directly telling like millions and millions of people ourselves, I think that there must be some sort of effect, like through these discords, talking to people all the time. Because, all these individuals that come in that we flat smack, for sure they go and talk about it with other people. And I don't know. This is really helping, I think, to get things around.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm the youngest of 10 kids in my family, and my dad's passed away, but my mum's still alive. And out of the 10 kids, there's 5 that are flat earthers, absolutely. And I think my mum, all the way through COVID, she was like a stingent, trust the government, trust the medical profession. And then when she got her first jab, which the other half of my family talked her into, she got sick. So she started listening to, some people on YouTube. And then what flashed up on, to watch list, a flat Earth video. So ever since then, she's been intrigued with the topic. So not that we brought it up with her, we didn't mention it in front of her at all.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, it seems silly to all of us at first, of course, because the conditioning and whatever. Everybody grew up with this, like, relentlessly being just pounded into their heads. The Earth's a globe. So yeah, initially, everybody has the same reaction. That's nuts. I mean, as soon as you start to think about it, though, and hear out some of the claims and arguments from the flat Earth side, if you really give it a chance and just like humor the arguments, at least, even if you start to do that, it's inevitable that you're going to just have to accept the fact that it can't be a globe. I actually came into it. I finally decided to give it a fair shake after a few years of, it was actually my sister who tried to put me onto it. She's an OG flat earth. She started right at 2015. That's when she tried to bring me into it, and I was like, oh, that's pretty crazy. And, wasn't a zealot against it, but it just didn't really give it much, it just didn't really give it any attention at all. After a few years, I was like, all right, let's just hear this out. Maybe this will just be funny or whatever. I'll have a laugh. Pretty quickly, like the observations of, the flatness of water and everything, and just the very physics of water, the fact that I know it already does that and everything, started to kind of just be like, wait a minute. This actually doesn't add up that it's a globe. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I got into it way back. We're talking 2009, 2010. So,
that's really.
Yeah, real early. This is, I think, even before YouTube really took off. YouTube was just for big content producers or companies that were producing products. It was not even wasn't really a social media platform, YouTube, back then. There definitely wasn't any personal content on it, that's for sure. But I started my older brother my older brother went back to uni late, and he went back to do maths and physics. And he went to Deakin University here in Australia. And then I started my first year electrical engineering at Deakin. And we were on the same. So what we had back then was internet relay chats. So it's pretty much like Discord, but you would have like an IRC page, and then you would have all the subgroups. You'd have people talking about religion, politics, ghosts, aliens, all that sort of shit. And then there was obviously flat Earth. And my brother got me into it because we're at the same uni. And when I jumped on, it was firstly to make fun of people. Oh yeah, we'll jump on here and make fun of these spastics, But then when they were talking about some of the stuff, I remember back then people were talking about some pretty complex stuff that's been discussed now. But the difference back then is you didn't really have the ability to visualize it. Like now you can produce a video on YouTube and you can have pictures and all that sort of stuff. Back then you couldn't. It was just, if you couldn't type it, you couldn't get it across. And then after a little while, I started to think, hang on a minute. And then me and a couple of my uni mates, we went down to the beach and we built a platform. And we put a 2-meter spirit level on this platform. Yeah. And then we measure the angle of how far we were away. So we measure the distance of the platform. The platform we made was 6 meters, perfectly level, with a spirit level on it. And then we went back and measured the distance we were away from that platform. And it was perfectly aligned with the horizon of the water. And we were looking out, at this point, it was in Melbourne, and we were looking out to the heads. And we knew where the ships disappeared back through the heads because they were going through 2 blocks of land. And back then, that was 24 kilometres away. So we could work out from our angle. We could work out from our angle the amount of distance that block, 6-meter block, would cover on the water. And then from there, we're like, hang on, this is a load of flat, But back then,
Heretic, you're jerking off right now or something, right? That's why you're muted, I'm guessing. Somebody else has been converted to your retarded line of thinking.
No, he was convert. So if you want to use that word, converted years and years before I got into this. Okay, peace out, asshole.
Who's talking? Sorry. What do you mean converted?
Oh, did you hear that other guy?
Oh, I heard pieces of it, but I didn't really make out what he was talking about.
He's mad at me. That's the guy I was arguing with right before my internet crashed.
Okay.
So he I don't know, he made some insults about me being muted and said that I must have converted you or something stupid. I don't know. He's just trying to take the piss.
Converted me? No, I think I'm in this modern group of flat earthers. I think I'm the oldest one, to be honest.
Yeah, 2009. You were here way before me. Yeah, he's just being a dickhead. That's all.
There's no conversion here, baby. There's just flat out flat. Unless you've got any globe proof, give it to me and I'll consider it.
Yeah, let's take it.
Oh, I've heard it all before.
Insults.
It's going to have to be something special because we've heard it all before.
Oh, Face. Okay, he's calling himself Face. That's Spaceman. I don't know if you've seen him before. He's he's been a troll in here a few times. Just changed his name. I see now.
I know guys like him. They'll be like, "Don't reproduce, jump off a building, hang yourself."
Yeah.
Is that his logical line of thinking?
Yeah, that's all he has. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
You're stupid. You're a flat earther. Yeah. Don't reproduce. You got it.
Right, yeah. Yep, that's what we call the fourth stage of transition. If he knows the 8 stages of transition, you're at the fourth stage, my man.
It'll come. Just vent out the frustration. You'll get there.
That's where he is. Venting out with expletives, that's stage 4. That's after the initial shock, which is stage 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to him earlier, and he's asking for proof and arguments, and I gave him everything, and his only response was just like, "That is so stupid." Ask him to explain how, and it's just like, you're a flat earther.
Yeah, well, I agree with him. I mean, trying to prove Earth curve is really stupid. So, yeah, I concur.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough if you go to investigate it after being put onto this for the first time. Like, hey, maybe it's not what it has been sold to be. But I mean, that's not the mentality that these fools come in here with. They've been all revved up by someone who told them basically that flat Earth is stupid, and they're just doing someone else's bidding. I mean, they're just. It goes to show just the depths of stupidity of people. It's a lot worse than I thought. I don't even know why they're upset by this.
Look, we were all there once, so I forgive them.
But to just be like, I was never toxic the way that these guys are. Some of them, I just didn't really care. I thought okay, that seems pretty goofy, but I didn't make it a habit to insult people who thought the Earth was flat or anything like that. So this kind of narcissism that these people show is something I can't really relate to. I think it's completely, totally, utterly pathetic. Even if you do think the Earth is a globe, I think even in that case, it's still pathetic.
Yeah, it's there's probably a lot more to take in these days than back in my day. I mean, it's a lot harder these days to tell your wife that you know the Earth is flat. You know.
Oh,
Whereas,
yeah, I had no problem with that. Unfortunately, she was insane in every other aspect.
No, I can't wait till Christmas time when the whole family gets together, all 10 kids and the grandkids and the partners, and after dinner and a bit of a sing-song and a few glasses of wine, we start to talk shit. And obviously the obvious topic of flat Earth will come up.
And your Globehead family members, you know, they want to like challenge you. Oh, you still think that stuff and whatever.
No, we're sort of 60-40 at the moment. I just got one brother who literally got me into flat Earth initially. One brother who he's a physics and maths teacher. He works up in the Kimberley, far Western Australia, and he's a geocentrist, but he just can't quite get his head around. He's fighting the flat Earth. You know,
well, geocentrist. I mean, that gets him. He's almost there.
Almost there, yeah. So the good thing is we get along with a lot of stuff, but when it gets down to the nitty gritty, he starts to spaz out a bit.
That's normal. That happens. I've had that happen with lots of friends, and then, you know, afterwards we shake hands and it's whatever.
Yeah, we'll smash a few bottles of wine and have a yelling match, and then we'll start singing songs. All good.
Yep.
It's always difficult when they're in a belief system. It doesn't matter what evidence that you offer them or put forth. It's difficult to break down any belief system, the globe religion especially.
That is a tough programming issue. They did a good fucking job just melding people's minds with this dog shit. Gotta say, it's a masterclass in programming of the human psyche.
Yeah, I often think, is it some sort of test? You know, has somebody done this as some sort of IQ test type of thing? I don't know. I mean, is it some bigger scale testing of humanity and how far we can push the mind or of the humans? I don't know. Something's, like I say, it's amazing. One of the biggest scam ever. It's amazing. The heliocentric lie is they did a pretty good job. You're right.
Oh, damn it. Lost my internet again. Came back.
I mean, we see it now with this belief system and even the evidence. You know, this is how it's come now, where the people who are absolutely totally involved with the globe religion belief system, there, as we've seen for the last 12 months, they're at a point now where they have to change things like what level is and horizontal. That's how far it's gone. That, you know, level is not level anymore. This is what's happening. So they can keep their belief alive. They have to change actual reality.
Start redefining all the terms. Yeah, I know. It goes to show how weak the ideology is, big time. Just change the rules of the game so we can still win. It's like, say you're really bad at some sort of sport, like football or something, and they just start saying, like, every time you miss a goal, that's a goal.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just redefining the terms of the whole thing so that they can be wrong and call themselves right.
Yeah. Just change everything that's horizontal and level, and is proof that of the Earth we observe and measure, and say, well, it's all curved and all globular. So they've got to do. So crazy, man.
Yeah, it is pretty psycho. I mean, when you don't know anything about it, I give you a pass. But when you've been out here, you've heard the arguments, and you still rationalize it, you're a fucking lost cause. Good luck. Let's get some globies in here. Come on. Tell a friend. Tell your globe buddy that he's got to come here and be the defense, you know? Somebody's got to put up a fight for this thing. Can't just let the dream die.
Any globe proof they try and come forth with will be explaining a flat Earth, without a doubt.
Yeah, of course. And just redefining it as a globe.
They've been doing it for 2,000 years. The Greeks have.
Yeah, take some sort of a flat Earth measurement or what have you, and just reinterpret it into some sort of globe thing. Well, I noticed the quality of the globers, like the ones that are in here all the time, like it's really, really poor. Like none of them know anything of what they're talking about. It's almost like that's how they manage to remain being globers, is just by not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. Because if they did know, then they would have the understanding that, okay, this doesn't work. This doesn't make any sense. You talk to them about something like Coriolis that you've been talking to them about for years on end, and they still don't know the first thing about it. It's like, I don't want to generalize, but it just seems to be like a hallmark of these people who defend this shit, is they just literally can't comprehend any of it. I think that's why they believe it. I had Embo here doing all kinds of stupid, spastic mental contortions and stuff to try to save his globe. He drew a tangent line of sight from an observer over a globe all the way to the GP. So the tangent would have been the GP of the star from thousands of miles away. And it's like, dude, your fucking tangent point's supposed to be your horizon. If you're high enough to see a horizon on a globe, thousands of miles away from you, how fucking high are you? Like, what are you drawing? And plus, the GP is going to be screwed up. It's not going to be perfect vertical, zenith right above. The star's not going to be right above that position after you've drawn this wacky tangent thing. Like, they just, for years, argue this stuff and don't spend any time getting to know anything.
I mean, why did he talk about tangent lines? I mean, that's a straight line for one. And it's only got 1 point on a circle or a sphere. Whereas if you're an observer trying to find a GP, you'll have 2 points on the surface of Earth, not one.
Yeah, well, the tangent has to be the horizon, And you're going to have to be really goddamn high for the tangent to be the same thing as a GP.
But horizon has got nothing to do with the globe anyway.
No, it's not horizontal. It's all fucking stupid, dude.
I mean, they're talking about flat Earth, horizontals, tangent lines, straight lines. They're not talking about curvature. They never mention curvature when trying to explain the curved Earth they live on. They're always referencing level, horizontal, perpendicular, parallel, plumb, up, down, north, south, east, west. All to do with horizontal reference frames.
Look how wacky that is with the star, too, the picture that Amish just posted. The elevation angle, like the line of sight up to the star and where, like, the GP ends up. That is just screwed up.